Meet our protagonist Chen Jiyao. He is a certified genius in the classroom, but his love life, that is a puzzle he just cannot solve. His stunning girlfriend treats him like a personal servant, dumping all her homework on him so she can grind rank in her games all night long. And Chen accepts his fate willingly. It is a small price to pay to date a goddess, even if his heart secretly longs for a deeper connection. Finally, he summoned the courage to ask to join her gaming sessions. She agreed, but only because her party desperately needed a dedicated support healer. Clutching the legendary new game, he rushed home. Even the aroma of his mother's cooking could not stop him. His destiny awaited upstairs. He sprinted to his sanctuary with the game cosmos in hand. Outside, a gentle rain set the mood, oblivious to the storm about to break in his life. This was his chance to level up their relationship. He donned the helmet, and as the systems hummed to life, his consciousness drifted toward a new dimension. Welcome to the genesis of Cosmos, where fantasy becomes reality. The system voice echoed. This is a world of survival. The time had come to choose his destiny and select a character class. Remembering Xiaomei's demand, he selected the healer class without hesitation. But outside, the storm raged, and a bolt of lightning struck his home with divine fury. A chaotic surge of electricity raced through the cables, frying the hardware and blasting directly into his neural link. "My mind is melting," he screamed internally as raw energy consumed him, bathing the room in an eerie, blinding blue light. When his mother entered moments later, her son had vanished into thin air. Only the flickering screen remained, guarding the secret of his disappearance. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a girl faced terrifying peril. Monstrous beasts had overwhelmed the defenders and were preparing for a bloody feast. As she cried out in despair, the heavens answered. A brilliant pillar of light descended, freezing the monsters in their tracks. Our hero emerged like a god, vowing to protect Xiaomei. He leaned in for a romantic kiss, the moment he had always dreamed of. Snap back to reality. It was not a kiss, but a lizard licking his face. He woke up, startled, his mind reeling from the botched transfer. A strange electric tingle lingered on his skin. It felt incredibly vivid, confirming his suspicion he had successfully entered the game world. But as he gazed out at the endless expanse of golden sand, doubt crept in. Was this truly the game map he expected? The scorching heat felt too real, and there was not a single soul in sight. Ignoring the ominous signs, he set out to find his beloved Xiaomei. He summoned the player search interface, confident she was nearby. But the system replied with a chilling message: "Player not found." Impossible, he had her ID memorized by heart. Shaking off the glitch, he decided to head toward the newbie village manually. Wrapping himself in a tattered cloak to shield against the sun, he trudged forward across the unforgiving dunes. Opening his map revealed a terrifying truth: unconfirmed area. Had a bug teleported him to a high-level zone by mistake? Connection screens flashed before his eyes, glitching and flickering in a chaotic sequence. Then came the warning: outside server area. A cold sweat broke out. This was no ordinary connection error. The relentless sun beat down on him. His internal status showed he was losing nearly a liter of water every single hour. This was not just a game. It was a death sentence. If he did not act fast, dehydration would claim him before a monster ever could. Too hardcore for me, he thought. He reached to log out, planning to apologize to Xiaomei later, but a red error box slammed onto his vision. He tried again, and again. "Is this some kind of sick joke?" he muttered, panic beginning to claw at his throat. He mashed the logout button frantically, but the system remained cold and unyielding. Error, error, error. There was no way out. A scream of pure frustration tore from his lungs. As the horrifying reality set in, he was trapped. Suddenly, a chime broke the silence. A new notification hovered in the air, sparking a glimmer of curiosity amidst the fear. Quest name: Survive. Duration: infinite. Rewards: unknown. The sheer audacity of the system made his blood boil. All he wanted was a date with his girl. He punched the burning sand in rage, isolated from the world and utterly alone. The dark thought whispered in his mind: would he wander these digital dunes until he perished? 8 hours passed. As the sun dipped low, he marked the beginning of his new life, day one of the apocalypse. He soon realized this world followed the cruel laws of physics. The thirst, the heat, the exhaustion, it was all terrifyingly authentic. If he did not adapt immediately, his game over would not result in a respawn. It would result in a funeral. Survival instinct kicked in. He recalled a documentary about limestone formations. Where there is limestone, there might be water. His eyes locked onto a rocky outcrop in the distance. That was his target. That was his hope. He marched forward with renewed purpose, unaware that a shadow with razor-sharp fangs was stalking his every move. Reaching the cave entrance, he prayed his theory held true. And there, glimmering in the darkness, water. He guzzled the life-giving liquid, feeling the strength return to his weary body. He had survived another hour, but as he rested, satisfied with his small victory, a monstrous nightmare watched from the cliffs above. The thirst was gone, but the hunt had just begun. He sat up and swiped open the holographic interface, thinking hard. If this hellscape was truly a game, there had to be a walkthrough to escape this barren desert. Time for some reconnaissance. He pulled up the digital map floating on the screen. Useless. The dreaded fog of war covered everything except the ground he stood on, forcing him to check his character stats instead. A level 1 scrub with 0 skills. Fantastic. His grand strategy shifted immediately if a monster shows up run for dear life. But first, let's check the inventory. With a digital shimmer, the system granted his starter pack a basic iron sword and a pair of leather gloves. A swordsman class classic choice. He wasted no time equipping the gear, gripping the hilt like a lifeline. Better safe than sorry in this unknown world. He hopped to his feet, giving the blade a test swing. Whack! He struck a nearby boulder and the stone exploded into dust. His eyes widened. This wasn't just some cheap prop. This steel was denser and deadlier than anything back on Earth. Seeing the durability gauge drop, a chill ran down his spine. The physics in this game were terrifyingly realistic. He stepped toward the cave mouth, but his epic quest was interrupted by a furious growl from his empty stomach. Survival priority number 1. Find grub or starve. But just as he turned to leave, a splash from the dark pool froze him in his tracks. Instinct took over. He dove behind a boulder, peeking back into the shadowy depths of the cavern. Cold sweat dripped down his neck. He had been so careless drinking that water earlier. He should have checked the perimeter. Clatter. A bleached white bone tumbled across the floor, landing right at his feet. His gaze lifted to a nightmare scene, a massive mountain of animal skeletons piled high in the gloom. Trembling, he inspected the grim souvenir. He traced the deep grooves etched into the calcium. These weren't normal breaks. They were savage bite marks. Flashbacks to a monster encyclopedia hit him hard. He gasped. "You have got to be kidding me." Adrenaline spiked. He spun around, panic rising. "Nope. I am out of here. I need to leave right now." Too late. A beast lunged from the shadows. Paralyzed by fear, he barely managed to roll away from the gnashing fangs at the final second. The predator circled, eyes glowing. A red interface popped up, level 5 desert wolf. The specs were nightmare fuel, a bite force of 300 kilograms. One chomp and it is game over. But then a glimmer of hope. The system highlighted the beast's soft underbelly. That was the kill spot. Running was off the table. The beast was too fast. There was only one choice left: to stand and fight. He rose, locking his stance and gripping the sword until his knuckles turned white. It was do or die. "Don't look down on me, you mutt," he roared, raising his blade to intercept the monster's charge. In that split second of collision, his mind drifted back to the polished floors of his high school gym. He wasn't just nobody. He was the president of the Windblast Kendo Club and the youngest 6th-degree swordmaster in the nation's history. But his path to the blade began with a surprisingly simple reason. His mother was a superfan of the legendary swordsman J. Kamira Yai. To please her, he had picked up the bamboo sword before he could even read. In the beginning, he scoffed. He thought it was just cosplay with fancy sticks. But the moment he stepped onto the mat, reality hit him like a brick wall. Under the armor, hearing only his jagged breathing, a strange paralysis would take hold. His body refused to obey. It was the crushing weight of his own weakness, the fear of being insufficient. He knew only one cure: relentless bone-breaking effort. While others played, he rotted in the stifling heat of the dojo, repeating a single strike thousands of times. His journey was paved with bruises, injuries, and the bitter taste of defeat. Yet he forged on. He polished his soul until he stood at the summit as the youngest master in Z City. And even then, he did not rest. One truth burned in his heart. In this cruel world, the strong eat and the weak are eaten. Victory is the only law. Back in the damp cave, reality snapped into focus. The beast in front of him was the ultimate test of that philosophy. He tightened his grip, eyes locking onto the threat. "I told you," he bellowed. "I am not prey." Clang steel met claw and a shower of sparks illuminated the dark cave. The impact shuddered through his bones. He stumbled back, and the wolf seized the opening, slamming into him like a freight train. He smashed into the stone wall, coughing up air. Why wasn't the blade cutting? A system alert flashed red. Damage nullified. The system mocked him. Only direct hits to the abdomen would work. Everywhere else was invincible armor. Panic rose in his chest. He needed a new strategy, and fast. Even knowing the beast's fatal weakness, its speed was god tier. Every slash missed by a hair's breadth. Playing defense was a losing game. Standing his ground, he calculated his next move like a chess master. Was this the game over screen? No. A crazy plan sparked in his mind, targeting that soft underbelly. He dug his heels into the dirt. It was time for a high-stakes gamble. Throwing caution to the wind, he rushed in. This was the only way to secure the kill. The wolf's fangs tore into his shoulder, but Chanello didn't flinch. He used that opening to drive his blade straight into its gut. With a savage grin, he shouted, "Try dodging a critical hit like that." As the beast crumbled into pixels, victory was his. It was a calculated sacrifice. He took the damage on purpose to force an opening. "Gotta love exploiting the game mechanics," he chuckled. Ding, the golden notification appeared. Arena Wolf defeated. Experience gained. Level up. Level 5 reached 25 skill points banked. And just like magic, a warm light washed over him, erasing every single wound. But wait, there's more. A new window popped up. Hidden level shop system activated. He scanned the goods, but his brow twitched in annoyance. Seriously, Who designed this trash? You, I, he scoffed. Did the devs really plan for me to rot in this dungeon alone? Still the logic held up. Kill mobs, get XP, become a god. Simple enough. Sitting down, curiosity got the better of him. He tapped the access button to see what this hidden shop was really about. Whoosh! A digital gale blasted him as the interface opened. Rows of legendary gear shimmered into existence before his eyes. Staring at the floating treasures, he gasped, "Now this is a real shop." But of course there was a catch. The good stuff was locked behind level requirements. Typical. Wait, refrigerators, sofas. Who enters a death game to buy furniture? He cried out. And the mercenary tab locked until level 100. Keep dreaming, kid. Suddenly green binary code erupted from the floor. Amidst the data stream, a silhouette began to take shape. Was it a hologram? Magic circles pulsed on the ground, illuminating the dark cave. First, a fierce damage dealer appeared. Then a tank-class mercenary stood ready to hold the line. A mage crackling with arcane energy manifested next, followed by a stealthy assassin lurking in the digital mist. But among this army of elites, one figure stole his attention completely. A support healer with butterfly wings, lounging on a bed. He was absolutely speechless at the sheer audacity of this game. His eye twitched again. What kind of perverted dev put this in a survival game? The system chimed in, "Current level access, daily necessities only, proceed." Do you even have to ask? He hit yes instantly. Survival comes first. Ding, daily necessities unlocked. The price 5 whole levels drained instantly. Munching on his new supplies, he sighed. Trading levels for food hurt, but starving to death would hurt more. System open status window. It was time to evolve using his only remaining weapon attributes. He stared at the screen intensely. There was no reset button here. One wrong click and his build was ruined forever. Thinking back to that close call with the wolf, he needed to be faster, stronger. If he couldn't hit them, he couldn't kill them. Confirmed? 5 points to physique, 10 to strength, 10 to agility. His stats skyrocketed in an instant. A surge of energy roared through his veins. His body felt lighter, harder, overflowing with raw power. He clenched his fist, grinning. This is what true power feels like. But the celebration was cut short. From the shadows, glowing eyes appeared. He dropped into a fighting stance, eyes gleaming. Perfect timing. I needed some test dummies. With a roar that shook the cave, he vowed to wipe them out. The pack charged, fangs bared. Too slow. He weaved past the first bite and sliced through 2 wolves in a blur of motion. His blade cut through their hide like butter. The defense stat meant nothing to his new strength. Another beast lunged. No gamble needed this time. He parried the strike effortlessly and launched a lethal counterattack. The surge in stats didn't just buff his body. His mastery over weapons evolved instantly. A simple stone became a deadly projectile bouncing off the cavern walls with frightening precision. He saw the gap. Unleashing a whirlwind strike. His blade danced through the air, claiming multiple fangs in a single fluid motion. He carved a path through the beastly horde, dropping enemies one by one like a reaper harvesting souls. The system went wild. A cascade of notifications filled his vision, announcing a sweet chain of level-ups. Perched atop a mountain of defeated wolves, he grinned. Level 15 reached, and a fresh batch of skill points ready to spend. The grind had become child's play, but reality was setting in. Under the freezing starlight, he realized the bitter cold made finding an exit impossible even with supplies. But then, a disturbance in the distance snagged his attention. The ground was littered with wolf carcasses. He knelt beside one, puzzled. Who or what had slaughtered them? Thud? Another beast collapsed nearby, struck down by an unseen force. And there it was. A silhouette perched high on a rock, clutching 2 wolves like ragdolls. His eyes locked onto the figure. Just who is that guy? Ding, level 16 reached. But the celebration was cut short. The wolf in his hands wasn't just dead. It was a dry husk drained of every drop of blood. A chill ran down his spine. No human player could do something this gruesome. He whipped around, his instincts screaming, "No way! It can't be!" The wasteland was empty. He could have sworn a presence was right there beside the corpses mere seconds ago. Was paranoia setting in? Or were other players trapped in this hellscape? Then a grisly detail froze his blood. The corpse was a withered shell. Something had sucked the life essence right out of it. Could a player be this ruthless? He hesitated, but the air suddenly grew heavy. He was dead wrong. A crimson danger warning flashed before his eyes. Something blurred past him at the speed of sound. Pure instinct took over. He snapped around just as a massive tentacle smashed into the earth, shattering the ground where he stood. The appendage writhed, dripping with fresh gore. As he stared at the monstrosity, the system chimed with bad news. His weapon's durability had taken a massive hit. The truth hit him like a bucket of ice water. This wasn't PvP. Emerging from the shadows was a jackal-headed nightmare. The wolves weren't killed by a player. They were fodder for a high-ranking beast. This predator was in a league of its own, far above the arena fodder. A terrifying realization crept into his mind. If he hadn't leveled up just now, he'd be a stain on the floor. He watched in horror as the monster's hand regenerated before his very eyes. In that split second, the protagonist identified the skill instantly high-speed regeneration. The system window popped up glowing ominous red. Name Wandering Dominator. Level unknown. The apex predator. The king of speed. It feasts on blood and sits at the very top of the food chain. Escape impossible. He thought he was ready for anything but this. This murderous aura was suffocating. His feet felt nailed to the floor. For the first time, the icy grip of true terror squeezed his heart. He was just prey waiting to be devoured. He grit his teeth, forcing his body to move. A primal roar tore from his throat. "You demon!" The beast didn't even try. With a casual flick of its wrist, the impact slammed into him like a freight train. He swallowed the pain and recovered instantly. Launching himself into the air, he aimed a crushing blow from above. "I won't be cowed by you." His blade sliced the air with perfect precision, but it cut nothing but empty space. An afterimage. "What?" Panic flared as he scanned the area trying to track the beast. Too slow. The monster was already behind him. A thunderous punch sent him rocketing across the cavern. He tumbled like a ragdoll tasting dirt and blood. Adrenaline spiking, he scrambled up and ran for his life. Scree sparks flew as he drove his blade into the earth to break. Was this the absolute speed the system warned him about? The beast stared him down, chanting in a guttural alien tongue. Then boom! It lunged with brutal ferocity. The impact buckled his knees. His sword clattered away as he clutched his chest, gasping for air. That strike should have been fatal. Why was he still breathing? What was this creature planning? Clang. His sword landed in the dirt right in front of him, tossed back like a piece of trash. The beast stood there repeating those strange words. Confused and desperate, he shouted, "Why give it back? What do you want from me?" Silence. The creature simply raised a hand and curled its finger. A universal gesture, "Come and fight." A dark realization settled in his gut. This wasn't a duel. It was a predator amusing itself, like a cat toying with a mouse before the final fatal crunch. He caught a split-second opening. Breaking free, he launched a desperate counterattack against the beast. Sprawled in the dirt, Cheng Lei grit his teeth. Damn it! The Wandering Dominator was closing in. Too fast. Normal attacks were useless. In a blink, the monster hoisted him up by his collar like a ragdoll. Dangling in the air, Cheng Lei snarled, "Let go, you filth!" The Dominator's eyes bored into him. It spoke a single word. Humans. Shock froze Cheng Lei's blood. Intelligence. This thing could speak? The monster sneered with absolute disgust. "You humans are nothing but fragile worms. Shut up!" He slashed the beast's arm and scrambled away, but the retaliation was instant, a lethal strike incoming. Cheng Lei spat back, "Better a worm than a beetle-brained freak." The Dominator stared at the shallow cut on its hand. A twisted smile formed. "Interesting. It has been centuries since a mere human sparked my excitement." Cheng Lei grinned through the pain. "Glad I could entertain you." He refused to fall here, not with his family and friends waiting. He had a life to live. He roared to the skies, "I will return." Suddenly, a pillar of blinding light pierced the heavens. Ding, a system notification. His indomitable fighting spirit had triggered a miracle. The revelation of God. Latoya, another alert. All stats skyrocketed by 100 points. His posture shifted, overflowing with a newfound terrifying combat aura. The Dominator laughed. "Yes, make this fun for me." In a heartbeat, Cheng Lei vanished, reappearing to slash the beast. Boom. The monster stumbled back. Seizing the momentum, the young hero unleashed a storm of devastating strikes. Warning. The system blared red. Weapon durability at 0. The sword shattered into useless fragments. He tossed the hilt aside. Fine then. He slammed a fist meant for God's right into the creature's face. The impact blasted the Dominator straight into the mountainside. Dust swirled around him. Cheng Lei scoffed. "Game over. Your experience points are mine." Too arrogant. The enemy instantly materialized behind him, evolving into a nightmare form. Bam! Cheng Lei was smashed against the jagged rocks. The beast loomed over the broken hero. "Foolish human, you really are just an insect beneath my heel." Blood clouded his vision. Cheng Lei's heart sank. Is this it? Is the gap between us truly this wide? Bored again, the monster turned its back. Die! It raised a hand, invoking an ancient calamitous power. The sky turned black. An enormous skeletal titan manifested, casting the shadow of death over the valley. Gravity collapsed. The summoned horror crashed down from the heavens, crushing Cheng Lei beneath absolute despair. His body flew like a ragdoll, bones shattered. Darkness encroached on his mind. Is this the end? His hand went limp. System alert. HP 0. You have died. Hello? Are you awake? A soft voice cut through the void. His eyes snapped open. Blur, then focus. He was sitting on a modest bed in a room he had never seen before. He gasped for air, clutching his chest. His heart hammered against his ribs. Wait, dead men don't breathe. Is he alive? He stumbled to the window. Did he log out? Did he escape the game? One look outside shattered that hope. A strange landscape greeted him. Where on earth was this panicking? He mentally commanded system open. The blue holographic screen flickered to life. Damn it. The interface remained. He was still trapped inside the game. The memory of that skeletal titan crushing him was vivid. The pain, the death notification. Yet here he sat without a scratch. He checked his torso, smooth skin, no wounds. What is going on? Suddenly the door creaked open. A young woman walked in with a water basin. She froze. Oh, you're awake? For a long, awkward moment, they just blinked at each other. Yeah, just now. Before he could say more, she dropped the basin and bolted. Grandpa Ubi. Come quick. The boy is up. Cheng Le scratched his head. Did I respawn? Is this the beginner's village? Outside, an elder named Uba was peacefully sorting herbs. Hearing the girls shouting, he paused. What's all that racket? Back inside, the girl looked at him with big eyes. Did you die? Cheng Le nodded seriously. Yeah, stabbed right through the chest. How did I get here? Grandpa found you, she explained. He was out hunting in the woods. Grandpa Oob strolled in, lighting his pipe with a puff of smoke. You were knocking on death's door, lad, but you weren't dead yet. The old man continued. And quit babbling about games and villages. We aren't these NPC things you keep talking about, Cheng Le scoffed. Typical hidden quest dialogue. Nice try, old-timer. I know a game world when I see one. Wait, I can prove it. Hey, watch this. He summoned the holographic interface right in front of their faces. Look closely. Ubi and the girls squinted at the empty air. They saw absolutely nothing. Cheng Le poked the blue screen frantically. Right here. Quest's status bars. The minimap. How can you not see this glowing box? The girl whispered to her grandfather. Did that monster hit his head too hard? Oob sighed, puffing his pipe. Aye, the poor lad's brain is completely scrambled. With no way to contact the game master or find his friend's account, the cold truth hit him. He was completely severed from the real world. Panic clawed at his throat. How could he ever escape this digital hell? Desperate, he screamed at the floating system interface. I want to go home. But the only reply was a grim voice from the shadows. No one leaves this place. Ube finished the thought. No one in the Latinia desert ever escapes. Chanilo's eyes went wide with disbelief. That is impossible. How did all of you end up trapped here? The woman stepped in, weaving a tale of ancient myths. To gain freedom, one must uncover the lost location of Kabri's temple. But be warned, the legends claim this desert is not just sand, but an endless shifting labyrinth. She whispered that countless souls had marched out to find it. Yet not a single one ever returned to tell the tale. As the years ground on the people broke. Surviving in this cage seemed better than marching to a certain death. Ubi sighed, the weight of years in his voice. New players are sent here every year, but I have never seen a single one log out. He looked at the young man with pity. Accept your fate, kid. Sally will show you around. But Chanilo clenched his fist. No, that is impossible. I was dragged into this game against my will. Suddenly, a chime rang out. A golden quest notification flashed before his eyes. He stared at the glowing text. Title, Kabri's Feathered Vengeance. What kind of twisted mission was this? The description was clear yet insane. Find the hidden temple, slay the guardian monster Mise, and unchain a god. But the reward made his heart race. The key to the sealed land. It was his only ticket out of the Latinia desert. Chanilo collapsed onto the grass, staring at the digital sky. He still didn't know why he was here, but now he had a target. Find the temple, kill the beast, escape the game. When that moment came, he would be ready to shatter this prison. Hey there. A voice broke his concentration. He sat up to see a silhouette approaching from the distance. It was Sally. I have been looking everywhere for you. Chanilo stood up, dusting himself off. Sorry, just went for a walk to clear my head. He pointed a finger toward the shimmering horizon. Is the endless desert out that way? Sally chuckled nervously. In a way, yes. The truth is we are completely surrounded by the sands on all sides. Chanilo gazed into the distance. I wonder how long it would take to track down that temple. Sally froze. Wait, you are not actually thinking of looking for it, are you? Chanilo nodded firmly. I have to break out of here. Her face turned serious. There is no temple. You will just die. Chanilo grinned, eyes burning with resolve. I have already died once. I will find that place no matter the cost. Sally sighed, defeated by his stubbornness. Come on, let's head back to the city together. They strolled side by side, but Sally couldn't let it go. Are you really going to do it, chase a ghost story? Yes. His answer was razor sharp. Sally frowned. The sand is crawling with monsters. Even Grandpa Oob couldn't guarantee a win out there. Chanilo laughed, brimming with confidence. Relax. My combat skills tend to shock people, Boom! Suddenly the sky screamed as a projectile plummeted straight toward them. Chanilo watched the strike land. An explosion ripped through the middle of the road. 3 menacing figures emerged from the dust cloud, the leader's smirked eyes gleaming with malice. Looks like the prey has been caught. Chanilo squinted through the smoke. What is happening? In a flash of motion, Sally leaped forward. She blocked the incoming attack before it could touch Chanilo. She skidded on the ground, a wall of flames roaring to life. The leader walked through the heat. Well, we meet again. Sally grit her teeth. Bobbin. Chanilo looked between them, totally lost. What is going on? Why are they attacking us? Sally didn't look back. I forgot to warn you. The hunter thieves are far deadlier than any monster in this region. One of the thugs laughed. Why hunt beasts when we can just steal from weaklings like you instead? Bobbin sneered. They are just cowards, scum who live by hunting their own kind. As the words left his mouth, a jagged sword materialized in his grip with a digital hum. Chanilo analyzed the weapon summon. Bobbin focused on the girl. You ran away last time, but today it won't be so easy. Sally dropped into a combat stance, magic crackling at her fingertips. She was ready to throw down. Chanilo, fall back and find Grandpa Oob. I will handle this trash. Bobbin laughed arrogantly. Your weak spells can't scratch me. He spun his blade. Make it easy on yourself. Just come with me obediently. He glanced at Chanilo with disdain. I might even let that idiot go. The air grew heavy. A storm was about to break. Meanwhile, back at the safe zone, Ube paced nervously. Sally should have been back by now. Something was wrong. Back on the battlefield, Bobbin taunted her. Did you really think I would let you run home to that old man? His aura flared up. Your magic is useless. It is best if you just obey and come with me. The arrogant bully sneered, adding that he might show mercy to that idiot if he begged. But stepping firmly in front of Chanilo, Sally cut him off. Not in a million years. Keep dreaming, you creep. Her rebuttal was instant, but Boan just darkened his expression, warning her not to cry over the mess he was about to make. She spun around frantically, urging Chanilo to flee, promising she would find some way to hold these thugs back. But his response? It was short and rock solid. Sally blinked in surprise, asking, Wait, what did you just say? With eyes full of fire, he declared that even if they were strangers, the word escape wasn't in his dictionary. He laid it out plain and simple. He wasn't the type of coward who abandoned a teammate to save his own skin. But the enemy didn't wait for a speech. In a blur of motion, Boan slammed him violently against a tree trunk. Sally's terrified scream rang out as she watched Boan pin the young man down with pure disdain. He spat on the ground, growling, Who do you think you are, trash? Do you think playing the hero will save you? In this world, we don't use pretty words. We use absolute power. But then the impossible happened. Chanilo's hand shot up and caught his opponent's wrist in an iron grip. He looked Boan dead in the eye and asked, You think you're tough? A smirk played on his lips as he added, Or is that strength only good for cheap sneak attacks? The answer was a lightning-fast punch aimed right at his face. Boyan barely managed to dodge, scrambling backward in a panic, cursing the young man as despicable, but his eyes betrayed his shock. That weakling had gripped him hard enough to nearly dislocate his wrist. His gamer instincts kicked in immediately. This enemy was fast. Even with his agility stats pumped up, he hadn't even sensed that stealth attack coming. Sally rushed over, worry etched on her face, asking if he was hurt. He dusted himself off and calmly replied, I'm fine. She whipped around to face Boan, demanding, What is wrong with you? What are you trying to achieve? That's when Boan's patience finally snapped. I've told you 1,000 times, be my woman. But her rejection was ice cold. Never. It's impossible. Just give it up already. Chanilo stood there looking completely baffled. Wait, all this drama? Just for that? She nodded, confirming the ridiculous truth. Boan roared in jealous fury. Are you rejecting me because of this loser? Sally tried to talk sense into him. You're wrong. Chanilo is just a friend. But disbelief twisted Boan's face into a mask of rage. Friend ha. That's the oldest excuse in the book. Lunging forward, Boan challenged him to a duel, snarling like a beast. Stop hiding behind her skirt like a turtle. He laid down the terms if Chanilo won, he would vanish from Sally's life forever. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Quest Shadow's Madness. Condition. Defeat the Shadow Swordsman. Boan. Reward. The Lost Map of Latinea. Chanilo's eyes lit up. The system had finally triggered a quest line. Could this map be the key? The legendary item that would finally let him log out of this place? The possibility was too good to ignore. Deal. He accepted without a second thought. Boan smirked, confirming the duel. Meanwhile, the two henchmen looked at each other, confused by their boss's sudden intensity. One whispered, oh, the vibe just got heavy. Sally grabbed Chanilo's arm, her voice trembling. Are you crazy? You can't accept this. You can't beat him. Boan isn't just a thug. He's the strongest shadow swordsman in the city. But that just piqued his curiosity. Chanilo tilted his head. Shadow swordsman, huh? Is that class really all that overpowered? Sally frantically explained that shadow users didn't just have speed hacks. Their attack power is terrifyingly high, she cried. One strike from a shadow blade and it's game over. But he just shrugged, completely unfazed. Doesn't matter, I've already died once, remember? Weighing the risks, he decided he'd rather bet everything on this fight than remain trapped in this world forever. He turned to Sally with a gentle smile. I'm not leaving you behind. His voice was calm and anchor in the storm. This is a boss battle I have to clear. If I win, maybe we both get a ticket out of here, Sally whispered, stunned. Leave! Chenilo didn't wait. He charged forward, grabbing Boan and calling him out, demanding to know why he wasted his life bullying others instead of living properly. But his mind was sharp, focused on the true goal. Beat Boan. Loot the map. Trigger the exit event. Simple. Suddenly, Boan's image flickered like a glitch. Chenilo threw a reflex kick, but he only hit empty air. Boan had teleported right next to his minions. In a blink, Sally and Chenilo realized the trap had sprung. They were completely surrounded in the heart of the forest. Twirling his blade, Boan mocked him, asking if that pathetic kick was all the strength Sally's boyfriend could muster. A seed of doubt planted itself in Chenilo's mind. He realized his opponent was toying with him, only defending, never attacking for real. Seeing they were outmatched, Sally begged Chenilo to run and find Grandpa Wu, insisting the old master was the only one who could check Boan. But his refusal was instant. Chill out, he told her, cool as a cucumber. This fight is a mandatory event if we want to escape together. Sally looked at him like he was speaking an alien language. What are you babbling about? What does beating up Boan have to do with leaving? Chenilo explained his gamer logic. Since he logged into this world, nothing made sense. The only legitimate clue the system gave him was this: defeat the mini-boss Bjorn to loot the exit map. It looked like a normal brawl, but his gamer instincts told him someone was pulling the strings from the dev room. Locking eyes with his enemy, Chenilo prepared himself. Boan stood motionless, stabbing his sword into the earth in a show of dominance. He sneered, asking for Chenilo's name. Well, are you shaking in your boots? The reply was crisp and confident. Scared, please. You're just a turtle hiding in a shell. Bobbin scoffed, looking down his nose at him. Beating on trash without a decent weapon. Where's the fun in that? With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed his own blade toward Chen. Pick it up. This is an official duel, so let's keep it fair. He puffed out his chest, glancing at his crew. Can't have Sally or the boys thinking I'm just a bully, right? His minions whispered in awe. Whoa, the boss is actually taking this seriously. Chen caught the weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. Fair you. He recalled the dirty sneak attack from earlier. You don't exactly strike me as the honorable knight type. Bobbin waved it off immediately. That was just a reflex. But Chen wasn't buying it. Save the excuses for someone who cares. Bracing his stance, Chen accepted the terms. Fine. Fair fight it is. Either way, I'm taking you down and getting that map. Bobbin's expression darkened, his killing intent spiking. Then prepare yourself. To taste the terror of the Shadow Blade. Without a second of lag, Chen launched himself into the air, an overhead smash, aimed right for the skull slash. But in a blur of motion, Bobbin teleported directly in his face. Steel screamed against steel with a violent shockwave . Sally screamed from the sidelines. Chen, watch your 6. Dirty play, /2. Of Bobbin's goons lunged from the shadows behind him. With godlike reflexes, Chen parried the ambush while keeping Bobbin at bay. He raised his blade, barely blocking Bobbin's heavy strike /. But the pressure was immense /. The weight of the Shadow Blade was crushing him, locking his body in place. A grim realization flashed through his mind. This was looking really bad. Chen. Sally's voice cracked with panic. He was in critical condition, chest heaving, gasping for every breath. Bobbin stood over him, blade dripping with malice. Just give up? He sneered, his voice cold as the grave. You never stood a chance against me. Ding / suddenly. A glorious blue system. Window materialized / mission failed. Would you like to surrender? The system scanned his broken body. Critical damage detected. Activate healing skill. His answer was instant. Yes. In a blinding flash of golden light, his HP bar rocketed back to 100%. Bobbin and his thugs burst into mocking laughter / look at him, a priest trying to fight a shadow assassin / that's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Bobbin sneered, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. Go home, kid. Take your life, leave the girl. A healer class like you isn't worthy of my time. The taunting didn't stop there. Or are you just trembling in your boots? Afraid of getting humiliated in front of your little girlfriend? Chen stopped. He turned slowly, eyes cold. What? Did you just say? Losing patience, Chen snapped. Shut your mouth and fight. Bobbin grinned, accepting the challenge. Fine. Then witness the true horror of the shadow arts. Instantly, his aura flared /*. Poof */Dio, two identical clones materialized beside him. Before Chen could blink, one appeared right behind his neck /surprise. Bobbin whispered. You got lucky last time, but luck runs out. As the clone slashed, Chen realized the terrifying truth. It wasn't just an illusion. His opponent had literally split into three separate threats. He analyzed the battlefield instantly. Shadow Swordsman. They rely on clone jutsu for combat superiority. He deduced the mechanic fast. The clones attack first and the real body swaps places with the shadows at will. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. This situation just went from difficult to absolute nightmare mode. Bobbin looked at him with pure disgust. I almost pitied you for awakening as a trash healer class. But now you just make me sick. He raised his hand. Time for the ultimate technique. Die. Chen raised his sword defiant to the end. Stop yapping and show me what you've got. He didn't wait. He charged headlong into the 1 versus 3. Disadvantage Bobbin just shook his head. Idiot. Get him. At his command, the shadow clones surged forward like a pack of wolves. One clone unleashed a devastating frontal smash The other two flanked him from the left and right. Bobbin clenched his fist Suddenly, an invisible force grabbed Chen crowd. Control. He was suspended in midair, helpless. All three assassins struck at the exact same second. He gritted his teeth, barely holding on Even the power of a single clone was heavy enough to crush bones. The other two watched from a distance, waiting for the kill. Suddenly. Zip A. A clone teleported directly to his blind spot. The threat was undeniable. Game over, kid. No more miracles for you. The blade swung down but hit nothing but air **. Swish. *. Chen vanished into thin air *. The clone froze. Confused. What? Impossible. Sally and the goons watched jaws hitting the floor. The clone looked around frantically. How is that even possible? What the hell is going on? Chen reappeared 10 meters away, wiping dust off his shoulder. Phew. That was way too close. Almost got deleted there. Ding /a system. Notification flashed before his eyes. New hidden skill acquired. He glanced at the log. If that crit had landed, it would have been game over. He steadied his stance. All right. I just need to delete these clones one by one. Bobbin started to chuckle as one of his doppelgangers dissolved into smoke. Not bad, he admitted, actually looking interested. You managed to escape, but you only scratched a clone. His eyes narrowed. The tutorial is over. Now the real game begins. He summoned his sword back to his grip. Chen watched the aura condense around the blade. In a real deathmatch, there are no rules. Bobbin roared die as the remaining clones prepared to rush. The menace in his voice promised nothing but destruction. Playtime is officially over. Keep your eyes peeled and witness true power. The clones instantly morph their blades into lethal spears. One takes a combat stance, charging up for the finisher. In a heartbeat, a massive barrage of energy projectiles screams toward him. Our hero finds himself trapped in the eye of the storm. One of the blasts whizzes past his ear, shaving off a few hairs. With 0 options left, he materializes a barrier shield to weather the storm of blows, but he is still forced to dance through a chaotic web of attacks from every angle. The projectiles suddenly fuse together, summoning a beast known as Banks, which lunges with killing intent. A blue system window pops up with a grim warning. He has lost 30% of his health points disarmed. He can only passively dodge like a desperate fly. Suddenly, a clone flickers into existence right above him, smirking. Gotcha now. Chenille takes a heavy hit. Watching from the sidelines, Bobbin chuckles darkly. The Reaper is coming for you. Moments later, the young master is paralyzed by a furious combo that pins him helplessly in midair. A sphere of energy encases him, shattering his defensive chains. Bobbin's voice turns icy. I'll pick out a nice gravestone for you, Chenille. But suddenly, a colossal pillar of light crashes down from the heavens, stunning the entire battlefield. The impact slams into the earth with earth-shaking force. Sally and Bobbin's henchmen stare wide-eyed, their jaws hitting the floor. Amidst the swirling dust and storm, Bobbin and Chenille look up to see a legendary figure materializing within the clouds. It is Master Ube. With a casual wave of his hand, he commands absolute stillness. Under the pouring night sky, a voice orders Chenille to freeze. Meanwhile, Sally frantically tends to the young hero's injuries, apologizing that her shaky hands can barely apply the medicine. The storm rages above the rain, pouring like a waterfall. Yet even covered in cuts and bruises, Chenille refuses to collapse. Just then, Ube steps forward, declaring the fight over. Sally rushes to Chenile's side, her voice trembling as she asks if he is okay. His answer is rock solid. Yes. He stands tall despite the pain. Oob signals for them to retreat, warning that the weather is turning catastrophic. However, Bobbin bursts into manic laughter as they turn to leave. His cackle echoes with pure contempt, as if this whole rescue mission is a bad joke. He taunts them, asking if the old man really thinks he can just waltz in here and snatch his prey away. Oob claps back instantly, calling him an arrogant brat. He points out that if he hadn't blocked Chenile's last attack, Bobbin would be the one eating dirt right now. Ube hits him with the ultimate question: does he really want to keep fighting after technically dying once already? Bobbin snaps. He screams, refusing to believe he was bested. How could someone who awakened as a mere healer possibly kill him? His aura explodes with rage. He roars that if Ube hadn't interfered, he would have buried Chenile 6 feet under ages ago. At that precise moment, a glorious notification chimes: mission complete. Bobbin defeated. Map acquired. Chenile blinks in surprise. Does the system really count that mess as a win? He will take it. No time for debate. Oob hustles the group, insisting they escape before the heavens truly open up and drown them. Even Bobbin's minions beg him to fall back, warning that if the full storm hits it, is game over for everyone. But Bobbin is losing his mind. He screams for Chenille to get back here, claiming the winner hasn't been decided. His men have to physically restrain him as he foams at the mouth. Before vanishing into the mist, Chenille glances back, watching his rival rage in the rain. He wonders what is wrong with that crazy redhead. Turning to Uba, he nods. Let's go. The storm isn't waiting for anyone. Later, safe and sound in a shelter, a gentle voice scolds Chenille to stop wiggling. Lying down and wrapped like a mummy, he hears Sally asking for patience. She promises everything will be ready in a jiffy. She apologizes again for the sloppy bandage work since he wouldn't sit still. Sheepishly, Chenille apologizes for being a burden to her and Grandpa Ube. She smiles, admitting she never expected him to be such a combat genius. Curiosity strikes. He asks if Bobbin knows her and Ube personally. Sally drops a bombshell: she and that psychopath grew up together, like siblings. Chenille is visibly shook. With that revelation dropped, she finishes the treatment, announcing that he is all patched up and good to go. Sitting up on the cot, he thanks Sally from the bottom of his heart. She shakes her head, insisting she is the one who should be grateful. She excuses herself to go help Master Ube, telling our hero to get some shut-eye. Chenille agrees, needing the rest. Left alone with his thoughts, Chenille worries about his mother. She must be frantic, wondering where he is, but his resolve hardens. He can go home soon now that he holds the mission map he won from defeating Bobbin. Scanning the map, the path is clear. Follow the signs, locate the hidden temple, and crush the boss. That is his ticket out of here. The plan is set in stone. The second the rain stops, he moves out. Suddenly, ding. A system window flashes. Hidden key obtained. His curiosity peaks instantly. What in the world does this unlock? The system quickly clarifies it is a skeleton key for opening rare treasure chests that drop randomly during combat jackpot. Clutching the key tight, the puzzle pieces finally clicked into place. A wave of refreshing energy washed over Chen Jiyao as he made a bold declaration he was definitely escaping this place. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged through the curtain of pouring rain. Recognizing the figure immediately, our hero straightened up. Master Ube, you have arrived. With a stoic nod, the elder apologized for the delay, blaming the heavens for weeping too heavily. Chen Jiyao waved his hands instantly. Please, it was no trouble at all. His eyes darted to the master's injury. But your wound... The old man chuckled, waving it off with the toughness of a veteran. Do not worry, child. It is merely a scratch that will fade in a few days. His expression then turned serious as he confessed. To be honest, I never expected you to actually defeat Boan. Chen Jiyao didn't try to act cool. He admitted the harsh truth. If Boan hadn't been drowning in arrogance, I wouldn't have stood a ghost of a chance. Lighting his pipe. Master Ube let out a puff of smoke and some wisdom. True combat is not just about brute strength. It is a harmony of will and technique. He looked the boy in the eye. That victory was a miracle granted by luck. Curiosity bubbled up in the young hero. But why did Boan turn out like that? Didn't he and Sally grow up together? Ube sighed, the weight of the past in his eyes. That is a long tale. Before turning to leave, the master gave a forecast. The storm will break tomorrow. We shall head to the mountain slope then. Then he dropped the bombshell. I will teach you my ways, but only if you can pass my test. Ube's mind drifted back 10 years. It was a rainy night just like this one when he and little Sally arrived in Ladia. Passing a humble home, they sensed a terrifying presence. A monster had invaded. But fate was cruel. By the time they arrived, the beast had already slaughtered the parents in cold blood, yet the family's child still breathed. The poor boy in shock kept shaking his mother, asking why she wouldn't wake up. Above them, the creature loomed on the rooftop, locking its gaze on the final survivor. In a flash of killing intent, the beast lunged. The boy could only scream for his mother in despair. That was when Ube stepped in. He summoned a bolt of lightning that tore through the night. The monster, realizing this new prey bites back, hissed and fled into the darkness of the forest. The boy didn't stop crying out for his mother while Ube could only watch in silent sorrow. That traumatized child was Boan. After laying his parents to rest, Ube took him in. Chen Jiyao asked the million-dollar question, so why did he turn evil? Ube explained the tragedy. The boy became obsessed with hunting that monster. I, however, only wished for a peaceful life. The elder's voice grew grave. Ladanaya hides creatures of unimaginable power. Even I dare not say I could defeat the beast that destroyed Boan's family. Hearing this, the puzzle pieces fell into place for Chen Jiyao. He finally understood the darkness in Boan's heart. Realizing that even the mighty Grandpa Ube feared this monster, the atmosphere grew heavy. Ube stood up, advising the boy to rest. We have a desert to cross if we want to find the temple. He didn't sugarcoat the danger. With your current level, a monster would snap you in half before we even saw the temple gates. Chen Jiyao clenched his fist. He knew it was true. Even with his stat bonuses, he had been ragdolled in the last fight. He had to level up no matter the cost. Wait! Chen Jiyao called out desperation in his voice. Teach me to fight. I need to get stronger. I have to reach that temple and escape this place. The old man didn't turn back. Get some sleep, kid. But our hero wasn't giving up. I am serious. There is a way out, and I am going to find it. Watching the master walk away into the rain, Chen Jiyao bit his lip. Did I come on too strong? Was I too impulsive? Suddenly the elder stopped. Come to the hillside tomorrow when the storm clears. If you pass the test, I will train you. A grin spread across Chen Jila's face. I will pass, just you watch. Hope surged in Master Ube's heart. He remembered the strange power that shattered Boan's defense. Maybe, just maybe this boy was the key to saving them all. Ding, a system notification popped up in front of Chen Jiyao. Quest received, destroy the slaughterer. He tapped the screen to see the daily routine. Weighted running. Weighted push-ups. Sit-ups. His jaw dropped. This is a devilish training regimen. But the rewards were too sweet to ignore. He smashed the accept button. The grind began immediately. He started running with a massive log on his back, followed by a hellish set of push-ups and sit-ups. Sweat poured down his face, but his eyes burned with fire. I haven't had a goal this clear in ages. I am all fired up. After pushing his body to the absolute limit, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Ding. Task complete. 4 attribute points received. Sprawled out on the grass, he pulled up his status window. Now where should I dump these tasty points? He weighed his options. I need to survive. He dumped 2 points into intelligence and 2 into stamina. A balanced build. Chen Jiyao. A sweet voice called out. It was Sally. Why are you out here? She held up a basket. Grandpa Ube said I would find you here. I brought breakfast. She tilted her head, confused. Why are you shirtless? Have you been training? She handed him the food while blushing slightly. Her eyes went wide when she heard the news. Grandpa Ube actually agreed to teach you martial arts. Chen Jiyao nodded while wolfing down the food. Yup, it is official. Sally clasped her hands together. That is amazing. I cannot wait to see what kind of epic powers you unlock. Chen Jiyao paused, a thought striking him. Wait, my class is a healer. Is it even possible for a support class to awaken combat skills? She explained that being a healer is merely a job title. However, elemental attributes, those are gifted by one's own talent. A profession just points you down a path. But true combat power that comes from your attribute, like her blazing fire, Ubra's roaring thunder, or Boan's silent shadow. Hearing this, Shanul couldn't help but wonder what kind of dormant power was waiting to awaken inside him. Later, Uber revealed the genesis of their world. The creator forged races, quests, and classes from the primal elements, visible forces like water and fire, and the invisible clash of light and shadow. This vast world was constructed upon 5 great continents. First, Polaris, the gathering place of humanity and the beating heart of commerce. To the west, amidst the fury of active volcanoes, stood Megala, the legendary homeland of the Dragon Knights. Northward stretched Xantho, a land of eternal winter ruled by giants and rich in ore, while the east held Bergama, swallowed by an endless ancient forest. And to the south lay Shubidik, the domain of the dwarves, famous for their miraculous forging skills. Sally recited the old legend. Cross the great sea, reach the god's abode, and infinite power shall be yours. For the longest time, Shanul thought gods and endless seas were just fairy tales. But standing here, he began to feel that the impossible might actually be real. His eyes burned with conviction. If the temple exists, so does a way home. We are leaving Latinea no matter what. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Sally simply nodded. She believed in him. Suddenly, Uber appeared. Oh ho, awake, before the master. The old man smirked, teasing them. Did our little Lily confess her love already? Flustered, she snapped back, Shut your trap, old man. Uber's expression hardened as he turned to Shanul. Boy, are you ready to embrace your destiny? The young hero didn't flinch. His gaze was steel. I was born ready. Listen well, Uber lectured. To wield the elements, you must expand your perception beyond the physical realm. He closed his eyes, merging with nature. Don't just see the flow. Feel its very heartbeat. Feel its existence. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy exploded from the earth right before their eyes. The elder then revealed a secret hunting ground for teleporting beasts, and in his hand, the Kuzul sword, a blade that had been his battle companion for decades. "I will activate the array in 3 days," he declared. "Your test. Use this blade to slaughter the Beast King and bring me its head." But Uber offered a grim warning. "This sword is just metal right now. Its true power will only unleash when your elemental aura awakens. You might die out there," he cautioned, his voice low. "Turn back now while you still have legs." Shenuel gripped the hilt, his knuckles white. "Surrender is not in my vocabulary." He turned his back to safety. "I'm coming back with that king's head, ding." At that instant, the system chimed, Quest Awakening with the Beast King initiated. Without a second thought, Shenuel smashed the confirm button. The timer was set 72 hours. Light engulfed him, whisking him away to the trial grounds as Uber watched from afar. The old master sighed. "Those orcs have defenses like iron walls. But the strength of the elements only blooms in the depths of despair, kid." Whoosh! Shenuel materialized at the mission site. As the teleportation light faded, he scanned the area. Why was this landscape so drastically different from the desert he expected? Shaking off the confusion, he locked in. Objective number 1, locate the orc horde. His gamer instincts kicked in. Taking on the boss at my current level is suicide. I need to grind on the mobs first. Suddenly, swish. A projectile screamed past his ear. He dodged by a hair's breadth as the attack smashed into the dirt. Cold sweat trickled down his neck. Had they found him already? He looked up, spotting the incoming threat. It was a Dotham Latanea's most elusive nightmare stepped from the shadows. A memory flashed in his mind. Even without magic, steel is still steel. Determined, he tightened his grip on the blade, ready to test its limits. Combat instincts flared to life. Shenuel charged forward, roaring, "I'm not that rookie player anymore." The Dotham lashed out with grotesque tentacles, but this time Shenuel felt no fear, only the burning thrill of battle. "Every kill makes me stronger. It's time to level up." He parried the tentacle strike clang. Using the momentum, he launched himself high into the sky. Like a meteor, he plummeted toward the monster, fueled by the desire for strength. Mid-air, he readied the final blow. With unwavering resolve, he spun the blade. A perfect vertical slash cleaved the creature in two. Victory experience points showered down on him, but the celebration was cut short. The ground began to rumble as a massive horde appeared on the horizon. Back at the base, Sally confronted Uber. "Why send him there? That place is a death trap even for you." The old man simply turned a mysterious glint in his eye. "Me, I'm just taking a little trip to the city. Make sure dinner is piping hot when I return." As Sally watched her grandfather's back retreat, a cold knot of anxiety twisted deep in her gut. The old man's answer was evasive at best. Meanwhile, under the harsh glare of the moonlight, Chen Ji roared at the heavens. "This power! It is still not enough." Channeling every ounce of his spirit, he slammed into the behemoth. He unleashed his aura in a devastating, world-shattering strike. The sheer pressure of that blow shattered reality. The enemy could only stare, mind reeling, wondering how such a defeat was even possible. The energy blast connected with a thunderous impact. Yet even as he fell, the haunting question remained. How could he lose? It defied all logic. How could a mere priest, one with no awakened element, possess such terrifying, bone-chilling attack power? It made his very soul tremble. The memory of that unstoppable strike burned in his mind. A secret technique he had never seen even Master Ubi utilize, but Chen Ji had no time for doubts. In the heat of this relentless battle, he slaughtered a Dotham and saw that golden light level up. No rest for the wicked. He pushed forward, a whirlwind of destruction carving through the horde. More monsters fell, and his power surged once again. Ding! A beautiful notification flashed before his eyes. He had leveled up yet again. The system poured down congratulations. He had reached level 25. The pharmacy function was now unlocked, and he had 45 attribute points ready to burn. But then the system asked the ultimate question: spend 15 levels to open the pharmacy. Realizing his hard-earned blood and sweat would just vanish, a vein popped in his forehead. Chen Ji realized the grim truth. Every upgrade would be steeper, and the cost to unlock future items. It was going to skyrocket to the moon. The holographic screen mocked him, showing that unlocking weapons and armor would also demand a sacrifice of his precious levels. But the real jaw-dropper. The home appliances category cost a whopping 300 levels. Was this a scam? He crunched the numbers. Long-term hoarding was good, but right now he needed to slay the Beast King and survive. Medicine was not a luxury, it was a necessity. The pharmacy menu shimmered open, displaying a buffet of miracles, recovery potions, stat buffs, and speed enhancers. 2 items screamed for his attention. A recovery item called the Berserk Feather, and a curious buff named Clum's Burning Tears. He squinted at the fine print. These weren't flat heals. They regenerated based on percentages. The stronger he got, the better they worked. Talk about scaling. With a heavy heart but a determined spirit, he smashed the button, sacrificing 15 levels to unlock the goods. But the system had one last troll. The item requirement was level 8, and after the payment he was back down to level 2. He gritted his teeth. Now 2 lives are hanging by a thread. Suddenly, boom. A loud explosion thundered nearby. Exhausted and drained, he decided to raid the convenience store function for food. It would leave him with a pathetic single level remaining. But a full belly means a fighting spirit. Reducing his hunger was a cost he was willing to pay. As he chewed the rubbery system bread, he sighed. It was like cardboard compared to Sally's delicious cooking. Then, ding, another notification. 12 hours had evaporated. He had only 60 hours left to complete this impossible mission. He remembered Master Oob's words. The monster herd is to the northwest. That's where the herb must be. The system then rudely poked him to spend his 45 unallocated attribute points. He smacked his forehead. In the chaos, he'd completely forgotten the basics, time to strategize. His strength and agility were decent, but his mana and defense were trash. One bad hit, and his future damage output would mean nothing if he was dead. Low HP was a death sentence against an enemy that wouldn't politely wait for him to chug a potion. This felt like a university entrance exam. One shot, no retakes. But wait. He could convert his accumulated levels into stats for the perfect build. Brain Blast. He dumped 15 points into Constitution, 15 into Strength, and spread the crumbs across Defense, Agility, and Magic. Perfectly balanced. The build was complete. Now only one task remained: find the lair and crush the trial. Back at home, Sally was fuming. How could Master Oob send Chen Ji into such a literal death trap? She found the old master tending to the fields. He remained calm as a still lake. Do not worry, I placed a seal on his blade. If death comes knocking, I will intervene. The young woman wasn't buying it. Why send him there? You never even mentioned that place before. Her suspicion grew. Oob stroked his beard. I merely stumbled upon that lair by chance during a past hunt. Nothing more. He changed the subject smoothly. I must head to the city, have a feast prepared for my return. Sally watched him go, her intuition screaming that he was hiding something. Without another glance, the old master walked his own path. Deep down, Ube knew the harsh truth. To make Chen Ji give up his foolish dreams, he had to break him with the brutal reality of this world. Yet a tiny spark of hope remained. Even if it was impossible, he prayed the boy would return with the Beast King's head. Because if he did, if he pulled off that miracle, everyone would recognize Chen Ji as the true leader who could save them all. 3 hours of trekking later, Chen Ji scanned the horizon. By his gamer logic, the boss lair had to be close. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Help me! A woman burst from the brush, clutching a child and running for her life. Chen Ji blinked in shock. Civilians. Here, without hesitation, he rushed forward to be the hero. He knelt gently, his voice a soothing balm against the chaos, telling her to cast aside her fear and speak. Through trembling lips, she whispered of monsters and begged for salvation just as a colossal shadow eclipsed the sun before them. In a flash, a figure stood firm before Chen Jiyao, analyzing the young hero's latent power with a critical eye. A status window materialized. It revealed a demonic beast with sluggish speed but terrifying defense and vitality that defied logic. Another warning flashed: the wild orc chief had arrived, a level 40 beast tamer, capable of commanding an army of giants. Chen Jiao's eyes narrowed. This foe's power level dwarfed their previous enemies, possessing a cunning predatory intellect. Sensing the danger, he barked a sharp command for the civilians to fall back immediately. Yet amidst the peril, he found a silver lining. If these filth were here, their main dungeon could not be far. His mind raced, wondering if this woman and child were fellow otherworlders dragged into this hellscape just like him and his grandfather. While the mother shielded her child in desperation, the young hero knelt, his gaze burning, with a solemn vow to protect them at all costs. The orc chief sneered, spitting out insults and snarling, "You insignificant insect! You stupid, weak, insolent trash!" Those words struck a nerve, awakening a cold memory of the man who had once ended his life with that very same insult. The monster turned to his minions, commanding, "Stretch your necks, my pets! Savor the warm blood of your prey." Roaring with bloodlust, one of the creatures bellowed, "Charge, shred these little worms and enjoy the feast!" But Chen Jiyao moved faster than thought. He launched a blitz attack, raining a torrent of blows upon the first monster in a blink. The beast buckled under the devastating impact, and with one final thunderous strike, it was launched high into the heavens. Without pausing for breath, Chen Ji shifted targets, noting with a smirk, "These guys are definitely tougher than the tutorial mobs." The orc chief stood frozen, watching the young human standing tall amidst a graveyard of fallen monsters. Desperate, he commanded his largest elite unit to kill the boy. But even that behemoth crashed to the dirt, defeated in seconds. Fuming with rage, the chief screamed at his last remaining minion, spitting, "You useless piece of trash! Get out of my sight, I'll crush him myself." But before he could move, cold steel materialized inches from his nose. Chen Jiao's voice was ice cold. "Drop it or your head rolls." Before turning his blade to the other orc and demanding, "Why do you hunt us?" The beast trembled but declared, "I serve a god, strike me down and a terrible curse shall befall you." Chen Ji didn't even blink. His sword flashed, cutting the fanatic down in a single merciless stroke. "Next time my blade speaks first, He warned, demanding the lair's location, to which the terrified orc pointed toward a distant peak, stuttering, It is there. The target was confirmed. The beast's stronghold lay within Blackstone Mountain. The chief glared with defiance, then suddenly pulled a dirty move, lunging straight for the helpless woman and child. Snatching them up, he hissed, I'll snap your necks like twigs and drain every drop of your blood, declaring his cruelty for all to hear. But he was too slow. The protagonist and bros exploded forward, moving so fast they left mere afterimages in their wake. Impact. The chief was struck from every angle at once, freezing in a frame of agony before being blasted through the air like a ragdoll. A blonde warrior stepped forward, nodding with respect at the young man's impressive skill. Meanwhile, a healer tended to the victims, revealing that the blonde warrior's party had been transported here 3 days ago and ambushed. He had tracked the beasts relentlessly until their path crossed with the protagonist. The man grinned, extending a hand. The name's Brarus. I'm a warrior. He gestured to the hooded figure. That's Faloka, our assassin, and pointed to the woman, and Raquel, our healer. The young hero shook his hand, replying, I am Chen Jiyao, but please just call me Jilea. Bros asked the million-dollar question. Any idea why we're here? Jilea shook his head, but his sharp gaze drifted to the fallen enemy. No, he muttered, but I bet that trash knows something. The surviving orc lay groaning in the dirt. As the party encircled him, the creature scrambled back, stammering, Whoa, what do you think you're doing? He shrieked, calling them worms for daring to defy a god, proclaiming they would all face divine execution. Ratchedler. Someone called out his name, freezing him cold. Chen Ji sat before the beast, his presence overwhelming. With eyes void of mercy, he whispered, Answer me unless you have a death wish. Faloka swiftly bound the creature's hands while the others watched. With the prisoner secured, the party locked in their next objective, raid the lair. Ratchedler begged for his miserable life, swearing he was spilling the absolute truth and had nothing left to hide. He screamed, terrified, I swear a god summoned you all here for one reason only, and to be our food. He swears by the heavens that his presence here is nothing short of divine intervention. A puppet of fate, knowing nothing but the will of the gods. Meanwhile, deep within the majestic halls of Delk City, the air crackled with the electricity of a confrontation. Have you completely lost your senses? The ruler thundered from his throne, glaring down with eyes full of disdain. Decades have passed, yet you remain as naive as a newborn babe. The challenger stood his ground, snapping back. Then tell me, what is the purpose of seeking the temple if we are too coward to act? Hicks, the master of wind, stepped between them. We cannot defeat the guardians, he declared. My bet is placed on the boy, even if he lacks the blessing of the elements. But the elder's voice dripped with venom. Kill the boy. Now. If the god's wrath falls upon us, this entire settlement will be wiped from the map. He sneered. Only with his blood can we crawl to the gods and beg for their mercy. The wind mage scoffed at such cowardice. Do you hear yourself? Is it not absurd to worship a god who crushes us like insects on a mere whim? The elder's expression remained colder than ice. The sacrifice of the ignorant means nothing. The villagers still hail us as heroes, he spat. You Hicks are simply weak. You possess power, yet do nothing to stop the slaughter. Sparks flew. What did you just dare to utter? The old man raised a hand, mana, gathering for a lethal strike. Hicks didn't hesitate. He unleashed a gale of force, roaring, I will send you to meet your beloved gods myself. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the realm, Shanila's party was deep in strategy talk, unaware of the horrors awaiting them on the road to the lair. Make no mistake, the young hero warned, eyes sharp. This path walks the line between life and death. Behind him, Faloka finished securing their captive with a satisfying tight knot. Bros laid out the formation. Raquel is the keystone. Not just a healer, but a barrier mage capable of amplifying our elemental might. She stays back to anchor the team. She nodded, determination shining in her eyes. Leave it to me. I'll keep our rear guard impenetrable until your return. With the plan set in stone, Shanila gave the signal. Let's move, the lair awaits. Ratchedler trembled, trying to stop them. You fools! The superior beast will feast on your flesh. The young hero smirked. Are you worried for us? Or that you'll end up as dessert too? The prisoner bristled with indignation. I am an orc warrior. I do not fear the embrace of death. Yet fear paralyzed him. I won't take another step, go die alone. But ahead, a nightmare made manifest lay in wait. A corridor choked with the rot of death and piles of bleached bones. Monstrous orcs marched forth, dragging a cage stuffed with terrified humans deeper into the abyss. They bowed before their king, presenting the trembling captives. Fresh meat, my liege. This is all the fodder we could harvest awaiting your command. Suddenly, flash freeze. One of the orcs turned into an ice sculpture. Instantly, the guards stood frozen, locked in a prison of frost. A mage shimmered into existence before the cage. Fear not, he shouted with a reassuring smile. I am here to shatter your chains. He stood shoulder to shoulder with his allies, rallying the spirit of battle. We slay these monsters now. Everyone goes home tonight. His heart burned with justice. The slaughter of innocents for selfish greed was a sin he could not forgive. You beast, he roared, pointing a trembling finger. Your debt is paid in blood. Mana exploded. He unleashed a storm of razor-sharp ice shards, aiming straight for the throne. The attack screamed through the air, but then silence. The projectiles halted mid-flight, frozen by a superior will, just inches from the target. The mage gasped, eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, gravity betrayed him. An invisible hand plucked him from the floor, suspending him like a ragged doll. What is this sorcery? The other heroes watched in paralyzed terror as their comrade hung helpless in the void, a crushing pressure heavy as a mountain clamped down on the mage's soul. He couldn't move a single muscle. From his throne of bones, the Beast King looked down, not with anger, but with bored indifference. The invisible vice grip tightened, crushing the life out of the conjurer. Boom! In a blink, the mage's body was obliterated. A shockwave of pure energy slammed into the remaining heroes, knocking them back. The survivors trembled, battered and broken. There he sat. Beast King Fenrir. Level 85. A calamitous existence resting on a throne of death. Back outside, the real battle raged on. Rose danced through the melee, landing a devastating kick right on a monster's jaw. Feloka was a shadow of death, locking another beast in a chokehold. While Shanul dropped into his combat stance, radiating intent, a beast lunged with savage fury. But Shanul didn't flinch. He met the charge, head on his blade, singing a symphony of silver slashes. Rashidler watched, slack-jawed. These humans are monsters in their own right. He noticed the young man's aura was denser, sharper than before. Even Shanila felt the shift. As they pushed closer to the cavern's maw, the enemies grew deadlier, their strikes heavier. But with greater risk came greater rewards. The experience points needed to ascend were skyrocketing alongside the danger. He clicked his tongue. Too slow, he thought. At this pace, we'll never reach the peak. We need to power level and fast. Bros slid up beside him. You okay, kid? Or is the heat of battle getting to you? These beasts are sluggish tanks, Bros noted. But you, I've never seen someone shred through them without a drop of mana. It's unnatural. You're exactly the wild card I was destined to find. Bros grinned, extending a hand. What do you say, make this official and join the party? Shania Lele paused, weighing the offer. A permanent team. In this dog-eat-dog world. Bros leaned in with a mischievous grin, promising to introduce him to some absolute beauties. But our hero saw right through his act. Chen Jiyao rolled his eyes, reminding him he was a solo act just minutes ago. Bros waved it off, urging them onward, while Chen simply labeled him a hopeless chatterbox. Suddenly, Feloka pointed forward, declaring they had found the mouth of the beast. The trio steeled themselves to advance. They halted before the gaping maw of the monster's lair. Chung Lei spun around to confirm with their orc prisoner if this was truly the place. But in that split second, his eyes fell upon a severed rope and an empty spot where the prisoner once stood. Bros groaned, realizing the crafty orc had slipped away during the chaos. Rashidler was already bolting into the swallowing darkness of the cave. The creature plotted to warn his king of the human invaders, dreaming of a fat reward. Undeterred, the group stepped into the abyss, knowing they were on the right track. Bros wrinkled his nose, remarking that the stench of orc filth confirmed the prisoner's story, and boldly took the lead. Deeper, they ventured until they stood before an archway decorated with the skulls of giants. Chen observed the eerie lack of guards, despite their long trek, finding it suspicious. Bros narrowed his eyes, telling everyone to stay sharp. Fate presented them with a choice, a path splitting into 3 dark corridors. Bros suggested the classic strategy. It was time to split up. Chen summoned a mystic fire gate in his palm. He explained the plan: use this spell to signal for backup if they found a clue or faced death. Without wasting a second, Bros claimed the left path for himself. Chen took the right, leaving the middle to Feloka. Before vanishing, he urged them to trigger the totem spell at the first sign of trouble, and so the party dispersed. Chen marched forward, swallowed by the solitude of his passage. The hunger to level up burned within him, yet the path remained empty. Facing the suffocating silence, he gripped his weapon, ready for anything. A dark presence stirred. A creature emerged from the shadows, looming over a fresh corpse sprawled on the cold ground. It wasted no time tearing into the remains with savage hunger. Ahead, Chen spotted a feast of horrors among the bones. The system window flashed. Level 47. Necrophage demons, lost spirits with jaws that could crush steel. These beasts never hunted alone. Sensing the lethal threat, the young hero shifted into combat stance. This was no game. These were true demons. In a heartbeat, the cavern filled with dozens of them, trapping him in a sea of bones. Meanwhile, Ratchetler groveled before the towering throne of Master Fennel. He stammered that 3 pathetic worms had invaded only to wander straight into their separate traps. The Master sat in stony silence as the orc predicted the humans were already demon chow. But back in the darkness, a demon lunged straight for Chen's throat. He analyzed the battlefield instantly. These ghouls hit soft but swarmed like locusts, perfect for farming a mountain of experience. With a blur of steel, he cut down 10 demons in a heartbeat, racking up 20,000 experience points. But single target attacks were too slow. He gritted his teeth knowing he had to clear the mob faster to hit his target. The objective was clear. Slaughter 30 demons for 60,000 experience before the clock ran out. Unleashing a devastating shockwave, he obliterated 100 demons at once, scoring a massive 200,000 experience points. A golden notification flashed. Congratulations on eliminating 99 demons and hitting level 14. At level 53, legendary skills would unlock. First was Holy Light Condemnation, a beacon of hope that healed wounds while scorching enemies with holy fire. Second was Divine Destruction, an instant nuke against multiple foes that siphoned their life force. Third was Divine Action, a speed buff that restored health with every kill, though it came with a cooldown penalty. Chen hesitated, wondering if he could greedily take two. The choice weighed heavy on his shoulders. His mind raced. Combining Divine Action with Holy Light seemed like a solid strategy. Yet pairing Divine Destruction with Divine Action promised an unstoppable double recovery effect. Melee combat with self-healing would turn him into a speed demon, allowing him to hunt without pause. However, Holy Light's range was pitifully short, useless for healing, unless he was practically hugging the enemy. There was no other way. He selected Divine Action and Divine Destruction. The system blared a warning: by choosing this path, he would lose Holy Light Condemnation forever. For a second, he worried about his squad, but the magic circle remained silent. They were still in the game. The walls crawled with fresh reinforcements. With fire in his eyes, he charged headfirst into the demon tide. Elsewhere, Browse's foot erupted with blazing energy as he unleashed the Hellfire Rift. He stomped down, and a pillar of magma exploded from the earth. The demons were incinerated instantly in the roaring inferno. Dust settled, and a strange melody drifted through the air, leaving Browse scratching his head. Was someone singing? The haunting melody drifted through the air, freezing every creature in its tracks like statues. Following a trail of defeated monsters, Browse spotted a silhouette waiting in the distance. A blindfolded beauty emerged from the rhythm of the music. Browse accused her of commanding the ghouls and roared, "I will burn you and your minions to ash." But the mysterious woman simply stared back, a serene and creepy smile playing on her lips. Suddenly, shadow hands erupted from the earth. In a flash, Browse realized the truth. Her accursed hair song had sealed his movements completely. The enchantress sauntered closer as Browse struggled, demanding answers. She leaned in, purring into his ear. "It has been ages since I tasted such fresh, tender meat." Her claws dug into his side, drawing blood. As she gripped his face, Browse grit his teeth, wondering if his legend would end in such a humiliating way. But then a blur of speed streaked between them. The impact was massive, sending the witch flying through the air like a rag doll. The shadow bind shattered, and Browse could finally move again. Chen Jiyao landed heroically in front of him, grinning as he asked, "Did I make it in time?" Shocked, the woman scrambled up and hissed, "How my ghouls should have torn you apart." Chen Jiyao just smirked and thumbed over his shoulder. "You mean that guy?" Behind him, the severed head of a demon rolled pathetically across the ground. The woman stomped on her fallen minion, her face twisting in rage. "That was my elite guard, and you crushed him like a bug." She loomed over the corpse, fury radiating from her. She opened her mouth and began to shriek, unleashing a sonic shockwave. Browse covered his ears and screamed at his ally, "Chen Jiyao, whatever you do, don't listen to her song." But it was too late. The young hero was swallowed by the sound waves, paralyzed by the necromancer's cursed melody. Triumph gleaming in her eyes, the woman laughed, "Now you are both frozen." But suddenly, Chen Jiyao's divine action flared to life, shattering her spell instantly. He sneered, "Lady, your singing is absolutely terrible." Browse watched in awe, stunned by the rookie's overwhelming spiritual pressure. But suddenly, a low vibrating hum cut through the air. A buzzing noise grew louder and louder. Chen Jiyao's palm began to glow with warning light. His instincts screamed that the woman was now the prey. A nightmare beast, the infernal python of lust, burst forth and unleashed a cataclysmic blast of fire. Feloka watched in horror, realizing the power gap was an endless canyon. Victory seemed like a fever dream. Frozen by the killing intent, Feloka knew he could not withstand the incoming hellfire. The blast slammed into him like a freight train, hurling him violently against the rock wall. He crumpled to the floor, his energy completely drained. The python lunged, jaws wide for the execution. The reflection of the young man flashed in the beast's reptilian eyes. Boom! A mysterious figure crashed down, shielding Feloka. At the last second, it was Chen Jiyao, weapon drawn and aura blazing. The beast recoiled, hissing as it recognized a true predator had entered the arena. With a single fluid motion, Chen Jiyao charged. He slashed through the serpent, instantly slaying the infernal python. Dusting off his hands, he turned to his fallen comrade. He offered a hand to Feloka, scratching his head apologetically. "Sorry about that. We hit a bit of traffic on the way here." Gasping for air, Feloka could only stare at Chen Jiyao's godlike strength. Browse helped him stand, explaining that their previous paths were traps, and this was the true dungeon entrance. The hooded woman watched from the shadows, quietly whispering her companion's name. Browse patted Feloka on the back, checking for injuries. The young man nodded, his determination returning as he vowed, "I won't die here, not yet." Still shaking, Faloka murmured, "That giant serpent, it was a monster straight out of Legends. How do we fight that?" Bros sighed, scratching his chin. "If we face the Beast King, won't we be wiped out in seconds?" But Chen Jiyao shook his head. "The real enemy isn't the king, it is fear." He looked them in the eye, his voice steady. "If you let fear rule the battlefield, you are already dead. How can we conquer the future if we tremble now?" He paused, reminding them of the friends waiting for their return. Clenching his fist, he declared, "I will fight for our freedom until my very last breath leaves my body." Suddenly the ground rumbled. The defeated serpent began to twitch and rise again, evolving into a form even more colossal and terrifying than before. "Round 2, Chen Jiyao shouted, surging forward. "Let's do this together." The trio locked in, adrenaline pumping through their veins. Bros launched himself at the beast, yelling, "I'll take point!" He slammed his weapon against his shield, taunting the giant worm to draw its aggro. He unleashed a flurry of kicks, raining blows upon the serpent's massive scales. The creature roared and prepared a counter-breath attack. Meanwhile, Chen Jiyao focused his ki, his elemental powers swirling around him like a storm. Faloka refused to be deadweight. Agonizing to surpass his limits, he extended his hand and cast the ultimate technique, Xidigarba's palm. The golden energy surged forward, clamping around the serpent's neck and rooting it in place. "Now!" Bros roared. Chen Jiyao watched the opening with laser focus, then leaped high into the air, his sword gleaming with lethal light. He descended like a meteor, delivering a devastating overhead smash directly to the monster's skull. A system window flashed. The Infernal Python's flame armor took 20% damage. Chen Jiyao adjusted his grip, his eyes locking onto the weak points. Spinning like a whirlwind of death, he struck again and again. The damage counter skyrocketed 30%, then 50%. The relentless barrage was too much. The durability gauge hit 80%, and with a thunderous crack, the armor shattered completely. "It's wide open!" Chen Jiyao screamed. With one final powerful spin, he executed the finishing strike, cleaving through the beast once and for all. The blade sang through the air, slicing the serpent in two. With a superhero landing, the protagonist touched down as the dust settled. Braz let out a victory roar. The beast was history. A sweet system notification popped up. The Infernal Fire, Python was defeated, granting a juicy 200,000 experience points. But wait, there is more. A golden loot window shimmered into existence. He had acquired a secret item, the Infernal Fire Gloves. Chenela did not waste a second. His eyes scanned the stats window, drooling over the overpowered attributes of his shiny new gear. The system asked the golden question, "Equip item." "You bet." Without a moment's hesitation, the Infernal Fire Gloves were locked and loaded. Braz stared in awe. Even though they had only been apart for a few hours, Chen looked like he had leveled up a dozen times. The aura around him had completely changed. With a mental command, he toggled the hide appearance setting. But just as the gloves vanished, the dungeon decided to rumble. The entire cave began to quake violently. A shadow loomed in the passage. It was Rashidler. Chen and Braz instantly dropped into combat stances, ready for round 2. The orc charged like a runaway train, attacking both of them at once. The impact was brutal, sending Chen flying back like a ragdoll. However, the tables turned in a blink. Braz stood over the now-defeated orc, demanding to know why this guy gave up so easily. The orc stammered excuses. He claimed he got lost and the Beast King must have triggered the security system. Chen scoffed. No wonder the path here was crawling with monsters. The green giant stumbled to his feet, muttering that they should thank their lucky stars they were still breathing. Braz was not having it. He delivered a swift kick to the orc's backside, demanding to be taken to the big boss immediately. The orc had no choice but to agree. Braz leaned in with a dark glare. "Try any funny business and it is game over." Rashidler just mumbled a quiet curse under his breath. Gears groaned as a colossal stone door ground open before them. The entrance to the main hall stood revealed, radiating an ominous pressure. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, lightning slashed across the night sky, tearing through the darkness for a split second. Ubra gazed out at the relentless storm. Behind him, Boban approached a dusty cabinet that had been sealed for ages. The doors creaked open, revealing a gleaming suit of full-plate armor. Ubra smiled. After all that hesitation, Bon had finally found the guts to gear up. Bob ran his hand over the cold metal. He confessed that he and Sal had always wondered about the power hidden within this battle armor. The old man shook his head wisely. It was not just metal locked in there. It was the burning desire to escape this place. Boban's eyes hardened. He had heard rumors of a raid team forming, a team hunting the very monster that took his parents from him. He clenched his fist, declaring he would join them. This time, nobody would stop him. Back in the dungeon, our heroes marched down the dark corridor. Braz kept his eyes on the orc. No tricks. Chen doubled down on the threat, his killing intent making it clear betrayal equals death. Sweating bullets, the orc swore that the Beastman's nest hall was right around the corner. Chen pressed for intel. Where were the hostages? Rashidler nodded nervously. He knew exactly where they were being held. Hearing that, Chen made a call. Braz needed to take Veloka and follow the orc to save the others. But Braz was not buying it. He snapped back asking if that would not just slow them down. Just because Chen saved them once did not mean he was invincible. The protagonist shut down the idea of splitting the party. Suddenly the world turned red. The system blared 2 emergency alarms. A terrifying quest window appeared. An unknown boss had been detected. The calculated survival rate a measly 10%. 10%. After all his grinding, the protagonist could not believe the odds. Faloka saw the color drain from his face and asked what was wrong. Chen forced a smile. Nothing to worry about. He told them to go warn the others while he handled the Beast King, solo. Braz exploded. There was no way he was abandoning a comrade to face a boss alone. Not on his watch. Chen tried to explain. This monster was in a different league. Their chance of victory was practically 0 if they stayed. Braz did not care about the odds. He yelled that they would be dead without Chen anyway. He was not running away. Memories flashed through Braz's mind. He had always fought alone, drowning in isolation. But looking at his party now, he realized the truth. He was not alone anymore. Roshidler pointed a trembling finger ahead. The Great Hall. But the coward begged to stay behind, terrified the king would squash him. Ignoring the wimp, the trio geared up to breach. Braz grinned at Chen. If you want to die, be my guest, but I plan on living through this. Together, they stepped across the threshold into the massive chamber. But it was empty. A suffocating silence filled the room. At the far end, a lonely throne sat in the shadows. No guards. Chen's instincts screamed that something was wrong. He whipped around to Roshidler. Where is the Beast King? What kind of game is this? Doom approached. The heavy stone doors behind them began to rumble shut. Chen and Braz spun around, eyes wide. The exit slammed shut. Roshidler started hyperventilating. It was a trap. They were sealed in. Chaos erupted. An invisible force snatched Valoka into the air. Braz screamed his name. Chen spun around to see his comrade dangling helplessly. There on the throne. The shadow moved. Beast King Finir. Level 85 finally stepped into the light. Then disaster struck Valoka. But there was no time to mourn. Chenli launched himself into the fray, his sword hungering for the Beast King's blood. Clang. His steel met empty air. An invisible barrier stood between them. Gritting his teeth, he poured his aura into the blade, desperate to pierce the magical shield. But the barrier had a will of its own. It surged with power, completely rejecting his attack. The shockwave blasted him backward, but he stuck the landing like a cat. Faloka wasn't so lucky, he collapsed out. Cold Bros scrambled over, catching the giant before he hit the dust. Panic tightened his voice. Hey, stay with me, Bros pleaded, but only silence answered him. Watching the chaos unfold, Chenlei narrowed his eyes. Just how long had this monster been ruling from that cursed throne? The enemy sneered, barely lifting a finger to stop them. But suddenly, a roar. Despite his injuries, Faloka hoisted his massive stone weapon. I'm not done yet. We press on. With burning spirit, the young hero led the charge with Brows right on his heels in a desperate dash. High atop his throne, the Beast King gazed down with bored eyes, confident in his impregnable shell. Bros struck first. Bam! The barrier didn't budge an inch, flicking him into the sky like a rag doll. Faloka followed up, smashing the barrier with earth-shattering might. Yet the Beast King didn't even flinch. Chenli was blown back again, but he refused to accept defeat. With a gravity-defying twist, he surged forward and aimed a devastating blow not at the king but at the throne itself. Crack. The seat of power shattered, and with it the invisible wall collapsed. Even Chenli stared at his hands, stunned by his own destructive potential. The king's boredom vanished instantly, replaced by a smile that promised pure agony. Mana gathered in his palms. The air grew heavy. He was charging something massive. Brace yourselves, Chenli shouted. An orb of pure annihilation fired. Bros took the full brunt. Faloka was smashed into the dirt, and Chenli skidded back, barely holding his ground. From the sidelines, the minion Roshidler squealed in delight, worshipping his master's overwhelming might. Chenli grit his teeth. This wasn't just strength, it was the power of a walking calamity. Bros staggered to his feet, battered but unbroken. Faloka, report! A groan from the rubble confirmed the tank was still in the game. Sweat trickled down Chenli's face. If that was a casual attack, what happens when this monster gets serious? A chilling cackle tore through the battlefield. The Beast King found their struggle utterly hilarious. You ridiculous little insects, he sneered. Let's play. Mist swirled around him, and in a blink he was gone. Chenli's instincts screamed. He knew this move. Bros, watch your six. Too late. The shadow of death materialized right behind the young support. Bros spun around, but a fist buried itself in his chest. He tried to swing back, but his punch was caught like a child's tantrum. A precise kick shattered his stance. Bros froze paralyzed as a boot descended to crush him into paste. No! Faloka's scream tore his throat raw. Whoosh! At the last microsecond, Chenli snatched his friend from the jaws of death. He tossed Bros aside. Faloka, patch him up. I'm just dead weight, Bros stammered. Shut up, Chen snapped, eyes burning. I'll handle the trash. Killing intent exploded from the young hero. I'm going to end you. The Beast King merely shrugged. Cute. That was just the appetizer. Would he vanish again? No, he lunged. A straight punch carrying the weight of a mountain. Boom. Chen didn't dodge. He caught the fist on his gauntlet, the impact shaking his very bones. I might not have your magic, Chen roared through the strain, but my fists, they don't lose. Their colliding auras detonated, engulfing the zone in a blinding flash. He blocked it, Faloka gasped. Bros shook his head in awe. 10 years of training and I still couldn't do that. The king's eyes widened. A mere worm stopped his strike. Oh ho, now this is getting interesting. A twisted grin spread across his face. Your struggle only makes me want to break you more. With a primal roar, he unleashed a wave of energy meant to wipe his opponent from existence. Go to hell. But amidst the storm, Chen stood like a pillar of iron. Save the surprises for your funeral. For every hurt you gave my friends, I'll pay you back tenfold. Ping. Skill-activated divine blessing. Golden light engulfed him. He launched forward, a blur of righteous speed. He vanished from sight, reappearing right in the king's face. This one is for Faloka / direct hit to the skull, and this one is for Bros. A second strike carved through the air. Chen vaulted, high sword raised for judgment. Swing. The sacred cut connected. The Beast King's crown went spinning into the abyss, exposing the monster's true visage for the first time. The enemy looked up, eyes locking on his doom. Chen didn't hesitate, descending like a lightning bolt to finish the job. The attack landed dead center / a massive explosion rocked the arena, shattering the very ground beneath their feet. In that split second, Chen Jiyao poured his soul into the blow / dedicating the strike to every innocent life that had been lost. His allies watched frozen in shock / while Rashid gasped, trembling in awe before such immense destructive power. But as the smoke cleared, a nightmare emerged / the Beast King stood amidst the rubble, completely unharmed, revealing a terrifying new transformation. Rashid felt his knees buckle. It's over. We're all doomed, / But Chen Jiyao narrowed his eyes, wondering if this was truly just simple elemental power. The enemy stopped holding back / unleashing his full might. He ascended to a realm of power far beyond their comprehension. With a silent command, the Beast King unleashed hell / a blurred shadow charged forward, instantly splitting into a feral pack of wolves hungry for blood. The Sovereign of Beasts then summoned his royal weapon / a massive staff forged from the bones of the fallen. Chen Jiyao tried to strike back, but it was useless / the force slammed into him like a freight train, locking his body in paralysis before he could even blink. The monster wasn't done yet / dark energy swirled as he prepared to summon a colossal shadow beast to finish the job. Chen Jiyao couldn't move a muscle / his skills were drained, his body broken / a cold thought gripped his heart. Is this really the end? Suddenly, a masked demon materialized from thin air / and lunged at him with the speed of lightning. The impact sent our hero flying backwards / but the enemy was relentless, unleashing a brutal combo that drained the last of Chen Jiyao's stamina. He crumbled to the dust / above him, the opponent loomed like a god of death. Two gleaming scythes materialized in the creature's hands / with a sneer of pure contempt, it spat, "A useless insect like you deserves to be trampled. Accept your fate / lying defeated." Chen Jiyao's mind began to drift / memories flooded back, voices mocking him, calling him an insect. Resentment burned in his gut / he grit his teeth, pushing against the cold earth, refusing to stay down. Suddenly, a memory cut through the darkness / a woman's gentle voice pleading for her little boy to come home / snap. A dormant power roared to life within his soul. Luca and the others watched in disbelief as Chen Jiyao changed / an unprecedented energy exploded from him, engulfing his body in blinding light. He stood tall, reborn in power, gripping his sword with iron resolve / and then a mysterious voice called out from the abyss, urging him to awaken. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield vanished / he was floating in a silent, empty void / confused. He looked around. What is this place? His mind raced back to the fight against the Beast King. Surveying the blank world, he wondered, did I lose? Am I already dead? The answer came instantly / no. His story wasn't over yet. A mysterious figure drifted before him in the void. He spoke Chen Jiyao's name as if he'd known him for centuries. How do you know my name? Our hero demanded. Who are you? The stranger sighed with a heavy heart / I wish I knew the answer to that myself. He explained he had been trapped there since his awakening, losing all track of time / but he clung to a single prophecy / that one day a chosen one would come to set him free. And looking at the young man before him / he knew the chosen one was Chen Jiyao. Chen Jiyao didn't have time for riddles / cut to the chase. What do I need to do to escape this place? The man extended a hand, then dropped to one knee in submission. Slash, accept me, he pleaded. Let me serve you as my master. The young man listened intently. Slash. The stranger explained that the voice in his head promised freedom for both of them. Slash. If only he supported Chen Jiyao. Once more he looked up with desperate eyes. Please, accept me as your master. Chen Jiyao didn't hesitate for a second. Slash. Let's get out of here. Slash. As they shook hands, a torrent of boundless energy surged between them. Snap reality returned. Standing before his opponent, Chen Jiyao smirked. He wasn't lying after all. He really was back. Slash. His body felt light, overflowing with strength. Slash. He could feel that stranger's power coursing through his veins like wildfire. Ding, a system window flashed. Slash. You have obtained chaotic elemental power. His eyes widened as he read the message. Slash. So this was the true nature of his new element. The masked creature stepped back confused. Slash. How is he unharmed? Slash. A chill ran down its spine. The boy was radiating far more power than before. Another notification chimed. Slash. Abilities reinforced. Slash. You have acquired the elemental skill Extinguish, but great power came with a price. Warning, Extinguish consumes 90% of HP upon activation and drains 100 HP every minute. The surge of energy didn't just buff him, it awakened his weapon. Slash. The hidden stats of the blade Ozil were finally revealed. It all made sense now. Slash. His grandfather's sword had been dormant all this time because it craved elemental power to wake up. Feeling the steel hum with life, he declared. Slash. Now that I've awakened it, the real counterattack begins. He walked forward, radiating the aura of a king. Slash. The creature hissed in disbelief. How dare a mere insect challenge me? Slash. Do you truly believe you're on my level? Chen Jiyao didn't waste breath on words. Slash. Whoosh. He vanished, launching a high-speed assault. The creature was forced back. Slash. Panic. Setting in, it realized it couldn't hold back anymore. Slash. Refusing to accept defeat, it prepared to unleash a world-ending strike to shatter him completely. Chenille triggered his ultimate art elemental Flash. A storm of devastating blows rained down like a meteor shower. The masked entity reeled back, unable to comprehend the speed. In that split second, the Extinguish skill triggered, carving deep, ruinous gashes across its back. A crimson system window popped up. Warning. 90% of target HP has been obliterated. The massive form of Beast King Fenrir began to crumble into dust. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying tyrant was completely erased from existence. A glorious victory message flashed before his eyes. Congratulations to Chenille for slaying the Beast King. Experience points flooded in, triggering a massive level ups. And the rewards didn't stop there. The quest completion notification chimed, bestowing him with even more experience and a mysterious black treasure chest. Meanwhile, in a peaceful village tucked away in the mountains, Elder Uber was giving Bob an earful for slacking off, but the young man protested, claiming he was just shaking off the rust. Resting beneath the shade of an old tree, Sally asked her grandfather if Chenille would return soon. Uber sighed, looking skyward, noting that 3 whole days had already drifted by. But then the earth shuddered. A massive shockwave of raw spiritual pressure exploded from the horizon. Uber braced himself against the gale, eyes widening. Bones scrambled over in a panic, shouting, "Old man, what on earth is happening?" Sally sprinted toward them, terror on her face, desperate to know if her grandfather was safe. Uber's expression turned solemn. He explained that a shockwave this intense only occurs when a high-tier calamity is destroyed. And it came from the Beastman's nest. A knowing smile crossed his face. Chenille had done it. He had awakened his true elemental potential and slain the Beast King. Back at the scene, a pillar of pure light erupted from the cavern, blinding everything in sight. Riddler gaped, unable to process that his invincible lord had actually been struck down by Chenille. Faloka shook his head in awe. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he never would have believed a human could possess such godlike might. Brows trembled, whispering about the terrifying combat prowess they had just witnessed. Had Chenille been suppressing his true power this entire time? The thought was chilling. Even Chenille stared at his hands in disbelief. He had won, but he knew the truth. The old man who granted him this system was the real monster here. Faloka stepped forward, confused. "Why are you backing away, master? The battle is over." Chenille waved him off. "I'm fine. I need to get the others. You guys are hurt. Just wait here." Suddenly, a small, frantic creature launched itself at his face, crying out, "Daddy!" The young hero froze, completely baffled by his new title. Shaking off the confusion, he ordered Rakadler to guide them to the remaining prisoners, and the orc nodded, eager to obey. As they marched, Chenille's mind raced. Victory was sweet, but the mystery of that old man and the origin of this power weighed heavily on him. It felt like he was a pawn on a chessboard. Someone was pulling the strings, and the seeds of doubt began to sprout in his heart. Without warning, his vision blurred, and his body began to dissolve into light. The last thing he saw was Elder Uber watching him in silence as he faded away. Chenille managed to whisper one last phrase. Mission accomplished? Hey, wake up! Chenille gasped, jolting awake in his own bed. His mother stood there scolding him for sleeping until noon. Disoriented, he stared at her. Mom, was he back? Was it all just a fever dream? She casually mentioned she made his favorite food and started tidying up. He called out to her again, his voice trembling. Overwhelmed with relief, he lunged forward and hugged her tight, sobbing, I'm home, I'm finally home. But a deep, confused voice grunted, What are you doing? Chenille froze. It wasn't his mom. It was Bone, looking utterly creeped out by the embrace. Chenille scrambled back. What the hell are you doing in my room? Boan rubbed his arms, still confused by the sudden affection. He explained he promised the old man he'd watch over Chenille, but warned him not to get any funny ideas. He still wanted a rematch. Bone told him to stay put, and walked out to tell Uber and Sally that the sleeping beauty had finally awakened. Left alone, Chenille stared at his palm. Was it really a dream? No. The image of Grandpa Uber at the very end was too vivid to be a hallucination. He gripped his head, panic setting in. If he was here, then where were Bros and Faloka? Ding! A familiar blue holographic screen popped up. It notified him of a locked safe in his inventory and unspent stat points, urging him to use them immediately. His eyes lit up. The key, he remembered looting it from Boan earlier. He summoned the inventory and selected the mysterious safe. Click. A system message flashed, key accepted, unlocking the mysterious safe. A shower of loot filled the screen, high-tier boots, heavy chest plates, reinforced gloves, and magical rings. But one item glowed with a golden aura, the legendary Fenir's Ring of Protection. It boosted every single stat and came with a broken passive skill. The system chimed again. Congratulations on obtaining a hidden legendary item. His heart raced as he inspected the final prize. It was an egg. He frowned, wondering if it was food. Suddenly, a hairline fracture appeared on the shell. It wasn't breakfast, it was a pet. The shell shattered, and from within a tiny, adorable humanoid baby peeked out. Chenille's jaw dropped to the floor. Wait, did the legendary item just give me a kid? The tiny creature gazed up with sparkling eyes and chirped that one fatal word, Daddy. Panic surged through Chen, and he frantically demanded the system scan this anomaly for stats or hidden skills. His mind raced. Why in the world would the vault's legendary reward be a toddler? He watched in disbelief as the little dumpling happily rolled around on the bed like she owned the place. The system's cold mechanical voice rang out, Identity unknown. It declared that a soul bond had been forged, and his new primary objective was to raise her with care. Little Yuruka scrambled up his body and claimed his head as her throne. Chen tried. Dangling the tiny tyke upside down, he stuck to his guns. He wasn't her daddy, and he definitely wasn't running a daycare for adventurers. Backed into a corner, Chenille hatched a plan. He would just have to dump the babysitting duties on Sally or Grandpa Ube. But the little one wasn't easily fooled. Her expression crumbled as the harsh reality of rejection set in. Cue the waterworks. Yuruka erupted into ear-splitting sobs. Panic seized Chenille as he scooped her up, begging his dear ancestor to cut the siren, terrified he'd actually hurt her. But his pleas were useless. Yuruka only turned up the volume, her heart-wrenching wails shaking the very air around them. Ding, a crimson notification flashed before his eyes. Penalty alert. A 30-minute punishment has been triggered for your desire to abandon a living soul. Before he could even process the crime, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. 0. The punishment protocol slammed into reality. Pure instinct took over. He shielded his face, shouting into the void, demanding answers from a system that refused to give a tutorial. When he finally peeked through his fingers, the village was gone, replaced by a frozen wasteland stretching to the horizon. Just where in the world had he been tossed? Desperately rocking the screaming bundle, Chenille pleaded his case. Look, kid, I'm just a student. I don't have a degree in parenting. But the orientation was cut short. Two hulking beasts materialized from the blizzard. Elite ice predators eyeing them like a main course. His jaw dropped at the sight of the monsters. Another ping from the system confirmed his nightmare. The punishment game had officially started. The objective was clear and brutal. Annihilate every monster within 30 minutes. And the victory condition, keep the baby alive at all costs. Obliterated. What does that even mean? But the monsters didn't wait for a dictionary check. One lunged with killing intent. Instinct took the wheel. He threw himself onto the unforgiving ice, curling his body around the girl as the impact sent them skidding violently across the frost. Bruised and battered, he scrambled back up, gripping Yuruka like a lifeline. Don't you dare die on me. Hold on tight to my neck. It was time to get serious. Elemental energy surged through his veins as he brandished his blade, the steel humming with power. With a toddler perched on his shoulder like a parrot, Chenille dropped into a combat stance. All right, kiddo. We're fighting this battle together. Meanwhile, back in civilization, Boone turned to Grandpa Ube. Sally headed to town, but where on earth is Chenille? He should have been back ages ago. Changing the subject, he asked about the temple expedition. But Grandpa Ube's face darkened. It's worse than we feared, lad. The old master sighed heavily. Hicks and his venomous lies have poisoned everyone's minds. They think this journey will bring down the wrath of the gods. Bob shrugged, cutting through the tension. Well, if we can't recruit any cowards, forget them. Let's just go ourselves and leave this place in the dust. Ura, however, wasn't about to gamble with their lives. The beasts lurking beyond the village walls were simply too monstrous to ignore. In the end, Elder Ube decided on a different path. First, he had to locate Chanila and get a full report on the chaos that had unfolded. Sally came rushing in, breathless, demanding answers from her grandfather. Ube smiled, explaining that Boone had just brought good news. Chanila was finally awake, and he looked perfectly healthy. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. She couldn't wait to see him and discover exactly what kind of legendary elemental power had awakened within him. With zero patience remaining, Sally dashed off like a bolt of lightning, shouting back for her grandfather to keep up. Meanwhile, the frozen wasteland was littered with the corpses of defeated ice predators. Amidst the carnage, Chanila effortlessly danced around the final creature's desperate attack. Steel sang against bone. With surgical precision, he parried the beast's tail, strike his blade moving like an extension of his own will. One final devastating slash shattered the monster into oblivion. A holographic notification flashed before his eyes. Mission complete. His chest heaved as the adrenaline faded. Perched on his shoulder, the tiny creature squealed with pure joy, celebrating their hard-fought victory. Chanila looked at the thing and sighed. If he was truly supposed to be this creature's father, then his life was officially more complicated than any dungeon boss. The scene shifted as the tension melted away. Standing safely within the village, a wave of relief washed over him. Finally, he whispered, I made it back in one piece. At the village entrance, Sally spotted him instantly and cried out his name. But her gaze didn't stay on him. It immediately locked onto the strange little passenger on his shoulder. Where in the world did that come from? She gasped. Confusion vanished instantly as she scooped up the tiny creature, her eyes turning into hearts at its overwhelming cuteness. As tiny fingers patted her cheek, Sally turned to Chanila, beaming. Seriously, where did you find this little angel? I just adore children, she squealed. Chanila scratched his head, mumbling that the kid had hatched from an egg, leaving Sally staring at him in total bewilderment. Are you kidding me? She asked, her expression flat, unable to process his ridiculous excuse. Chanila sweated nervously. Do kids hatch from eggs these days? Whatever, I can't just toss the little guy out or the system will probably punish me. A moment later, Elder Ube and Boone arrived investigating the noise. Sally proudly held up the tiny creature like a trophy, explaining that Chanila had brought home a souvenir. Isn't she just the cutest thing ever? She chirped. The two grown men stood frozen, staring at the child with their jaws on the floor. Wait, is that an actual human baby? They stammered. Boone turned on Chanila, interrogating him. Why didn't you tell us you had a secret child hidden away? What kind of game are you playing here? Chanila opened his mouth to explain she was under the bed, but realized the truth sounded even crazier than the lie. Elder Ube cut through the chaos, demanding silence. He reminded them that their hero had just woken up from a coma, urging everyone to save the interrogation for the dinner table. Sally leaned in close to the little one, her voice dripping with sweetness. You be a good girl now, okay? Big sister is going to whip up a feast just for you. Boone nudged Chanila, asking if he was finally friends with Sally, but the main character bluntly replied he hadn't even given it a single thought. Suddenly, little Yuruka pointed a chubby finger at him and started babbling excitedly in her own secret language. Chanila knelt down, his expression softening. Are you hungry? He asked, assuring her that a mountain of food was on the way. Beside him, Elder Ube turned his face solemn and offered a heavy apology. Taken aback, the young hero blinked. What are you talking about, Elder? Why the sudden apology? Ube explained with regret that his carelessness had almost cost Chanila his life. He had assumed it was a common beast's nest, not a death trap. Chanila shook his head. It wasn't your fault. I accepted the mission of my own free will. He added that without this danger, he never would have discovered the truth about his arrival in this world. He revealed that during the clash with the Beast King, he was pulled into a fractured dimension where a mysterious figure was waiting for him. He recounted how he had accepted the stranger's request without a second thought, as if destiny guided his hand. Ura mused that when the boy left, the chaotic elemental power had already awakened within him, almost as if every step had been orchestrated by fate itself. Hearing this, Chanila leaned in. Do you know anything about this? Does everyone who awakens this power get dragged into a strange dimension? Elder Ube shook his head firmly. No. Awakening an elemental power is rare, but it should never tear open reality or lead to an encounter with an unknown entity. He stroked his beard, adding that he had only seen references to the chaotic elemental power in a tome that was thousands of years old. What did the text say? Chanila pressed, sensing the answer to his existence lay within those pages. Ura began to recite an ancient legend. Millennia ago, the dark god Morpheo descended upon the mortal realm. His power was absolute. He crushed human armies like insects, and even the greatest heroes shattered against his might. Just as humanity was drowning in the abyss of despair, a solitary savior emerged from the shadows. His name was Heyodo. Wielding the chaotic power, a force never seen before, he rallied an army and waged a brutal war against the dark god that raged for decades. In the final cataclysmic battle, Heyodo struck down Morpheo, sealing the god's soul into the deepest pits of Tartarus for all eternity. But victory came at a terrible price. To keep the seal intact, Heyodo was forced to remain in that hellish prison forever. Chanila's eyes widened. The man I met? Could it be Heyodo? Ube stared at him in heavy silence before nodding. It is highly probable that the man you encountered is indeed the legendary hero. Suddenly, Sally burst into the conversation announcing that dinner was served. We're coming! Ube replied, the heavy atmosphere lifting instantly. But before rising, the elder gripped Chanila's shoulder, his voice dropping to a whisper. Speak of this conversation to no one. This secret stays between us. A magnificent feast was spread across the table, steaming with delicious aromas. With the little fluffball perched happily on his head, Chen Lai beamed at Sally, telling her she was absolutely amazing. But she shook her head with a humble smile, insisting she had merely assisted. The real mastermind behind this culinary masterpiece was the man busy in the kitchen. The chef grinned, bowing slightly to thank Miss Lisa for her kind words. Between savory bites, Chen Lai turned to the huge orc, asking why Rashidar had trailed him all the way here. The orc rumbled a reply, explaining that Grandpa Ube himself had guided him. He then pushed a plate forward, urging Chen Lai to stop talking and start devouring his cooking. Master Ube explained that he brought Rashidar along because the orc knew the local terrain like the back of his hand. The tiny creature scrambled onto the orc's massive head, but Rashidar laughed, assuring them he didn't mind the extra weight. His curiosity piqued. Chen Lai asked about the fate of his two companions from the chaotic battle in the cave. Sally reassured him that Master Ube had already sent them to the city's healing center, and the whole group would go visit them once their bellies were full. As they continued their meal, Ube asked Rashidar to fetch some fresh milk, noting that the little mascot was too young to digest the heavy feast on the table. Meanwhile, watching from a high cliff like a hawk, Hicks observed the residents below. A subordinate hurried over, reporting that the outsider was currently dining with Ube and his crew. A cold smirk formed on Hicks's face. He decided the playtime was over. It was time to finish the job and report his success to his lord. Far away, a dragon tore through the lightning-scarred clouds, diving toward the ground like a meteor. The beast plummeted toward a massive floating fortress suspended in the gloomy underworld. Just as a pale hand reached out to pluck a rose, the dragon landed with a heavy thud, instantly morphing into human form. The newcomer, a man with long flowing hair, bowed respectfully before the mysterious figure, addressing him as Argolas. Argolas turned, questioning Lord Hades about the urgent summons. Hades' voice was grave as he explained that Feniri's spiritual energy had vanished from the land, implying the guardian had been slain. Argolas recoiled in shock, declaring it impossible. No mere trash from the surface could ever hope to kill a being as powerful as Feniri. Hades narrowed his eyes, ordering him to travel to the surface immediately. Feniri was the guardian of a vital seal, and his death signaled a catastrophic breach. Without a moment's hesitation, Argolas bowed low, vowing to depart for the surface world at once to hunt down the culprit. Back on the bustling city streets, Sally walked beside Chen Lai, gushing about how incredible his feats were during their journey. Bobbin rolled his eyes, grumbling that he could have easily done the same things if he had just been there to show off. Chen Lai smirked, retorting that if Bobbin had been there, they'd be on a trip to collect his corpse right now. This naturally triggered the hot-headed youth to challenge him to yet another duel. Ignoring the bickering, Sally asked Chen Lai what kind of elemental power he had awakened to defeat the Beast King. Chen Lai admitted he wasn't sure, asking what elements priests typically aligned with. She explained that while priests usually awaken the divine light element, it wasn't unheard of for them to manifest firewater or other nature affinities. Nodding, he concluded out loud that he must have awakened light. Bobbin scoffed from the side, muttering that it was so obvious it wasn't even worth thinking about. But internally, Chen Lai remained silent. He remembered Master Ube's grave warning, never revealed to a soul that he had obtained the forbidden chaotic elemental power. Sally pointed ahead, announcing they had arrived at the finest healing center in Delok City. The group walked toward the imposing grand structure. She urged him to head inside, and he nodded, following close behind. But just as he stepped into the entrance hall, Chen Lai paused, his eyes scanning the interior architecture. Suddenly, spiritual energy flared beneath his feet. He realized too late he was standing directly atop a concealed teleportation circle. Panic flashed in his eyes as he looked around, the world warping. The heavy doors of the treatment center slammed shut behind him with a resounding boom. Out in the corridor, Sally found his sudden stop strange and turned to call him. But when she looked back, her blood ran cold. Chen Lai had vanished into thin air. Elsewhere, Chen Lai materialized in a strange room. He scanned his surroundings, his mind racing. Why was he brought here? The heavy silence hung in the air like a threat. What is happening this time? Before he could react, Hicks emerged from the shadows, claiming there was no need for alarm. It was just a simple transport spell. He introduced himself as the protector of the villagers, arrogantly claiming that this exclusive space was reserved only for the most talented individuals. Chen Lai wasn't buying it. He shot back stating he was just a passing traveler with zero interest in power and demanded to know the real reason for this abduction, dropping the act. Hicks revealed he knew Chen Lai was the one who slew the Beast King. He offered him a place in their organization, promising to grant any desire he could name. Chen Lai's expression remained flat. He coldly refused the offer, stating he had no interest in their schemes and only wanted to leave. Hicks' face twisted in annoyance. He grumbled that he knew it would end this way. Chen Lai was just as stubborn as Ube, a complete waste of his time. Then a cruel smile spread across his face as he revealed the truth: his assassins had already been dispatched to slaughter Chen Lai's companions. As a final ultimatum, Hicks gave him one last chance to submit, threatening to execute him right there on the spot if he refused again. Chen Lai didn't flinch. Instead, his aura darkened as he countered with his own threat. If I don't find Sally and the others safe when I leave here, every single one of you will die. You chose death. Consumed by humiliation and rage, Hicks launched a sneak attack from behind, aiming to end Chen Lai's life in a single strike. Outside, two assassins blurred through the streets, racing toward the treatment center with murderous intent. In the corridor, Sally's instincts screamed that something was wrong. Where was Chen Lai? Bobbin suddenly sniffed the air, a familiar metallic scent hitting his nose. His eyes widened in horror as he screamed, "Sally, dodge!" A blade of pure energy slashed through the air, aimed right for her neck. Immediately following it, a sinister hand formed of shadow struck her hard in the side. Bobbin moved like lightning, catching her before she hit the floor. Without wasting a split second, he projected a clone of himself to block the next deadly attack. Breathing heavily, he asked if she was okay. Sally gritted her teeth, standing strong. "I'm fine. Thanks for the save." Rage blazed in Bobbin's eyes like wildfire. "Touch a hair on her head and you're dead meat." But just then, a mysterious hooded figure stepped out from the shadows. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Swords hovered around the stranger like magic, while elsewhere, poor Chenille was dodging a literal rain of attacks. He zipped past the strikes, but oops. The little munchkin tumbled off his head. Chenille did a combat roll and caught her inches from the floor. Safe. As he scrambled up, he realized the hard truth: fighting a psycho boss while babysitting Mission Impossible. And look at her. The tiny tot waved her arms, giggling like they were at a picnic. Chenille stared, thinking, "Read the room, kid. We're in danger." Hicks smirked, genuinely impressed. "Not bad, kid. You've got some muscle, but that was just the warm-up exercise." Chenille shouted back, fury rising. "Why the hate? We should be teaming up to fight the real monsters outside those walls." Hicks just cackled like a maniac, mocking the very idea. "Fight them. Oh, you poor naive fool." Old Oob left out the juicy details. "Here's the ugly truth," Hicks sneered. "A deal was made. The humans here were just cattle. Monster chow, in exchange for a little peace and quiet." The truth hit Chenille like a truck. Uba hadn't saved them. He agreed to sacrifice the weak just to keep the city safe. It all made sense now. They weren't abandoned by accident. It was a calculated slaughter, sending people to their deaths to pay the rent. "You catch on quick." Hicks grinned, extending a hand. "You're smart. Why not join the winning side? It's the perfect plan." He started rambling about monsters being sent by God and Ube being a hypocrite. Chenille wasn't buying that cultist nonsense. "Keep your plan. I don't care. I just want to go home." Chenille's voice turned ice cold. "And if a human monster or even a god stands in my way, I'll crush them all." Hicks sighed. "You talk too much." Without skipping a beat, Chenille gently set the baby down. "Stay put, little one. Daddy's got work to do." He spun around, facing the villain head-on. Hicks bared his teeth. "Fine, I'll bury you both in the same grave." Zoom. In a blink, Chenille vanished and reappeared right in Hicks's face. Wham! Hicks didn't even see it coming. The young hero stared him down with eyes full of fire fists, clenched and ready for round two. Then came the storm. Rat-a-tat-tat. A machine gun barrage of punches slammed directly into Hicks's chest. The final strike hit like a cannonball. Hicks flew back, crashing hard against the far wall. Gasping for air, he looked up in total disbelief. What kind of power was that? Battered and broken. He wheezed out the question. "Just who on earth are you?" Chenille. Meanwhile, the streets had turned into absolute pandemonium. Civilians fled in terror. Boom. A blast shook the ground beneath the crowd. Sally took to the sky like a Valkyrie, diving straight toward the hooded assassin. At the very same moment, Boban was surrounded. Facing an army of enemies, he gathered his aura for the ultimate shadow strike. Steel sang against steel in a symphony of violence. Sparks flew everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Boban roared the signal. "Sally, finish it now." She heard the call and didn't hesitate. Locking onto the main target, she unleashed her secret technique. The flame dance. A blazing ring of fire swept across the battlefield, incinerating everything in its path. But her eyes went wide. The attack hit nothing but empty air. Boban felt a chill run down his spine. The hooded figure materialized right behind her, completely unscathed. Was it an afterimage, a clone? Death was knocking at the door. Boban saw the fatal blow coming, but he was too far away. The enemy lunged for the kill. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Chenille slammed into the fray, blocking the strike with terrifying force. His voice was ice-cold. Lay a finger on my friends and you die. Time seemed to freeze as their killing intent clashed. Then poof! The hooded figure dissolved into mist right before their eyes. Sally was totally bewildered. She grabbed him, shouting, "What is going on here, and where the heck have you been hiding, Chenille?" "No time to explain," he snapped. "We have to move now." His expression darkened. Grandpa Ubi might be the next target. Back at the house, Grandpa Ubi was buried deep in an ancient tome. His hands trembled. Could it be true? Had Chenille finally awakened the legendary chaotic elemental power? The text spoke of a terrifying future, a day when demons and gods would descend, casting the world into an era of eternal darkness, and the only hope for humanity. A single warrior wielding the power of chaos itself. Crash. The door flew open. The trio rushed inside, shouting for the old man in a panic. Ube jumped in his seat. He tried to act casual, asking, "Back so soon? I thought you were visiting the infirmary." As they recounted the ambush, Ube's face went pale. Sally stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "Grandpa, you know something, don't you, who was trying to kill us?" The old man sighed heavily. "The one Chenille fought was Hicks the Wind Mage, and that shadow user? That was undoubtedly luscious." A heavy silence filled the room as he dropped the bombshell. "They are the guardians of this very city." Boban slammed his fist on the table. "Why would our protectors hunt us down?" Ubi began the tale of the four founders, Hicks, Lucius Salkia, and Dorop, the first heroes of Latiana. Decades ago, Ube whispered, this land was a living hell. Monsters roamed freely, and humans slaughtered each other for a single scrap of bread. But from the ashes Dorop rose up. He united the survivors and bestowed upon them the sacred art of cultivation. Uba looked at them with sad eyes. Your desire to leave Latiana, to see the outside world, it was seen as a threat to the city's order. But Chenille had heard enough. He stepped forward, his aura flaring. His eyes burned with accusation. Stop dodging the truth. This peace is built on blood. Why didn't you tell us about the human sacrifices? The air turned heavy. Chenille pressed on. You knew, didn't you? You knew they were trading innocent lives for safety this whole time. Boban looked at the old man heartbroken. Grandpa, why keep us in the dark? We trusted you. Chenille didn't let up. Is that your justice? Treating human lives like pawns on a chessboard just to keep the city quiet? Stop it, Sally cried out. He's one of the 12 heroes, he wouldn't do that. But Ubu raised a hand. No, Sally, the boy is right. I have sinned by staying silent. The confession hit them like a physical blow. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Ube looked Chenille dead in the eye. Tell me, boy, if you had to choose between your justice and your family, which would you pick? His voice trembled with intensity. Don't lie to yourself. You would burn the world down to save the ones you love, wouldn't you? They held a blade to Sally and Boban's throats. I had to choose, expose the truth, and watch you die, or stay silent and keep you alive. Tears welled in his eyes. You three are my entire world. I swallowed my pride and my honor just to see you grow up. If it were just my life, he roared, I would have fought them to the death. I am no coward. He slumped back defeated. But I was weak. Only true power allows you to protect your principles and your people at the same time. Chenille's voice was calm but sharp. So you surrendered because you couldn't fight 4 guardians while defending these 2. Watch your mouth, Boban snarled, stepping forward. Don't you dare judge him. Chenille didn't flinch. I'm just stating facts. He turned to Boban. If it came down to it, would you sacrifice yourself to save Sally? Oob lowered his head, the weight of decades pressing down on his shoulders. Seeing the pain he caused, Chenille softened his tone. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I just need to understand the battlefield. Ube shook his head, a faint smile returning. No, my boy. I am the one who is sorry. Seeing your strength, it gave an old man hope for the first time in years. He looked at his grandchildren with renewed fire. Sit down, all of you. It's time I told you everything. Tonight, your destiny truly begins. Meanwhile, Sally clenched her fists, making a heartfelt vow. No matter where you go, I'm sticking to you like glue. Bob stepped up, absolutely done with the lies. He looked Ube dead in the eye. No more deals, no more sacrifices. It ends now. Chenille rallied the squad. We fight together for the city, for our freedom, and for everyone waiting for us back home. The 4 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, a united front. The dream team was finally ready to rumble. Ube dropped the next quest details. To escape, you gotta beat the 4 guardians, and hate to break it to you, Hicks was the weakling. The other 3, Ube warned. They're monsters in human skin, and once Hicks wakes up, they'll be out for blood. Then came the announcement everyone dreaded. Ube grinned. From this moment on, welcome to Hell Camp. Brutal training starts. Now, your strength is your only lifeline, he shouted, and the group roared back, pumping their fists ready to get swole. Cut to a peaceful scene. Chenille chilled in the grass, while little Yuruka had an intense staring contest with a butterfly. Lying there, he wondered, how long had it been? He silently promised, hang in there, Mom. I'm coming home soon. Yuruka pounced, bowing. She tried to grab the butterfly, but it fluttered away, leaving her grasping at air. Chenille gently pulled her back from the cliff edge. Whoa there, troublemaker, give your dad a break, will ya? He opened his status window. I beat the Beast King, but only leveled up 10 times 50 attribute points, though. That's a lot of potential. The problem. His ultimate skill, Extinguish, was a double-edged sword. It burned 90% of his HP one hit, and it's game over. Then a light bulb went off. He remembered his trump card, the Berserker's Morning Potion. Full HP recovery instantly. Awesome. The price. 8 whole levels per drink. Ouch, that's expensive. Decision time. He dumped points into strength and agility. Glass cannon build it is. Saving mana for offense was the only way. Offense is the best defense. Just as he finalized his building, a system window popped up out of nowhere. He squinted at the screen. Hundreds of messages flooded in, and every single one was marked with a shattered heart icon. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that pattern anywhere. That was Xiao Mei's ID. Chenille stared in shock. Wait, is the Wi-Fi actually working across dimensions? Is she really messaging me? She was blowing up his inbox. Go to the church. Why aren't you answering? I'm gonna kill you if you don't reply. Then the tone changed. You're missing from school. A bald guy says he's moving with your mom. Please just answer me. Chenille's mind raced. Was my avatar online this whole time? And who is this bald creep trying to move my mom? A chilling thought gripped his soul. What if his real body was lying in a coma back on Earth? He looked down at little Yuruka, trying to stay rational. Mom selling the house suddenly. That made zero sense. Something was definitely wrong. Chenille clutched his throbbing head, utterly confused. The tiny creature held out a flower, its eyes sparkling with innocence. But his patience snapped. He swatted the gift away, his voice cold. I have no time for childish games. The flower hit the dirt. Tears welled up in the little one's eyes before erupting into a wail that shook the air. Bad papa, you're a bad papa. The young man froze, completely paralyzed by the sudden outburst. Then the blue screen of doom flashed before his eyes. Ding, penalty system activated. Reason. Emotional damage to a living entity. Asterisk. The tiny creature sobbed uncontrollably, its cries piercing his soul. Chenille panicked. What kind of sin had he committed to deserve this? He didn't even get a chance to explain. The system voice announced teleportation initiated. Space warped around him. In a blink, he was hurled through the void and slammed onto the scorching peak of a lava mountain. Magma bubbled violently. Suddenly, a colossal golem of pure fire rose from the depths. The scene cut back to reality. Chenille was bowing repeatedly, apologizing profusely to the sniffing creature. He scooped the little being onto his sword, sweat dripping down his brow. We are leaving. Now. As they took flight, night descended over a majestic mansion bathed in the silver glow of the moon. Inside the estate, Bros stared at the uninvited guest, his heart pounding. He questioned Ubei's presence. What was a legend doing here? Bros recognized the aura immediately. One of the 12 heroes. Are you trapped in this prison too? But Ubei waved his hand dismissively. That title is dust in the wind. Do not speak of the past. Bros trembled. He was in the presence of a living myth. Did you come looking for me? The old master nodded solemnly. I need your assistance, young one. Curiosity burned in Bros's chest. He leaned forward. What mission is so critical that a hero would come in person? The elder's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a whisper. If anyone asks about Chenille slaying the Beast King, silence. You and Feloka must remain absolute graves. Bros didn't understand the why, but he felt the weight of the command. I won't utter a single syllable. Ubei bowed his head in thanks. Rest well. Left alone in the silence, Bros slumped against the wall. If even the great Ubei was trapped here, his own dreams of escape were nothing but foolish fantasies. But before vanishing, the elder had left a single breadcrumb of hope. Seek the temple deep within La Toyana. Then came the invitation. Join the talent recruitment in the Southern District. Bros accepted without hesitation. As the door clicked shut, Feloka walked in. Bros jumped. I didn't expect to see you up, Feloka. The other man rubbed his eyes. And you, Bros? Why are you still awake? Your wounds are barely closed. Bros waved it off, admitting he'd be physically fine in a few days, but his mind was still reeling from the chaos. He turned to his companion, his expression serious. Did the old man approach you too about Chenille, about the temple? Feloka's eyes went wide as saucers. Wait, that old man. That was Ubei, one of the 12 heroes. Bros nodded fervently. I only knew because he's been my idol since childhood. He pointed to his room, practically a shrine, plastered with portraits of the legendary warrior. Feloka stared in absolute disbelief. The legendary Ubei, the man who shattered the swift troll with a single blow, trapped here, just like them. Bros clenched his fist. The 12 heroes aren't just a fancy title. They represent the absolute apex, the 12 strongest existences on the planet. He launched into the lore. Every 5 years, a great war unfolds. The 12 top guilds select their champions to ascend to the throne of heroes. Ubei's guild was a rising dragon, Bros explained. They crushed the old guard. They were unstoppable. But after the Battle of O'Brien, the guild shattered. Ubei was the sole survivor, retiring into the shadows after one final solitary hunt. Bros held his head. It's too much to process. It's insanity. But one thing was clear. If Ubei was wary of Chenille, then Chenille's power was beyond anything they could even dream of measuring. Suddenly, a distant memory flickered in the old hero's mind. A flashback to blood and fire. A younger wounded Ubei screamed a warning. A gigantic hand of shadows lunged from the void, aiming to snatch 2 figures. Solly's parents braced for impact, ready to die for each other. But the blow struck true, sending one of them hurtling into the darkness. The man and woman crumpled, overwhelmed by the devastating aura. Desperate Ubei screamed their names until his throat bled. Morse Luna. Back in the present, the old hero clutched a silver locket. A faded family photo rested inside. He gritted his teeth. He would take Solly far away from this cursed place. Tears stung his eyes as he lamented his own weakness. She will not inherit this suffering. She deserves a life full of light. He revealed his trump card. He had placed an ancient enchantment on her, a supreme barrier to shield her from any mortal danger. Squeezing the locket until his knuckles turned white, he swore to the heavens. This time, I will not break my promise. Back on the mountain, a notification blared. Ding, punishment concluded. Chenille lay sprawled on the grass, panting. Why did that feel like a boss raid? A system window popped up with a cruel explanation. Note: the monster's combat power scales with the user's level during punishment. Chenille's jaw dropped as he read the fine print. Combat power increases by 10% with every subsequent activation. Realization hit him like a truck. This wasn't just a penalty, it was a death spiral. The task would only get closer to impossible. He looked at the tiny creature. This wasn't a pet. This was an ancient ancestor that needed to be treated with the utmost reverence and fear. He muttered to himself, "It doesn't matter if I can't understand its babbling." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He pointed a trembling finger at the floating blue screen. "Hey, can you see this?" He mused aloud. Neither Ubei nor Solly could perceive the system, but this creature, it was tracking his movements. "Do you know about the messages from Xiaomei?" The creature stared blankly and shook its head. Frustrated, Chenille sighed. He was trying to get tech support from a baby. Just then, a voice cut through the air calling his name. Chenille spun around, his hand instinctively going to his weapon. The whole squad rolls up to the scene. Sally waves frantically, her voice echoing across the green field as she spots him. The young hero spots Bros and Foka in the mix. We got tired of waiting. Bros grins. So the mountain came to Muhammad. Or rather, we came to you. Chenille scratches his head, apologizing for his ghosting act. Bros laughs. You bounced back fast. Guess Bob. And Solly are miracle workers, huh? That comment hits a nerve. Chenille snaps back, but Bros shuts him down with big brother energy before things get heated. Still, you can feel the relief washing over him. Faloka cuts in. We're here for Master UB. It's time to blow this popsicle stand. Bros gives the little furball a head pat. Exactly. Mission objective number 1, locate the legendary UB. Chenille's jaw drops. Since when do you have a kid? The little creature bristles, offended. I am Yuruka. Put some respect on my name. But Bob cuts the comedy hour short with a serious announcement. Master UB is ready to begin the hell training. Bros smirks, noting the reunion, but Chenille's eyes burn with focus. We're ready to bleed for this. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh shakes the very ground. Ha 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 ha. Chenille blinks, confused by the mirth. The old master wipes a tear. It's been ages since Latoyama felt this alive. Sally smiles softly. I've never seen Grandpa glow with this much joy before. Enjoy the peace now. UB grins mischievously. Because later you'll be weeping buckets. Bros gulps. Just how nightmarish are we talking? The elder's expression darkens. A trial that would break even the 12 legendary heroes. Silence falls like a heavy blanket. UB holds up a mystic artifact. To survive, you must exploit every crack in your enemy's armor. In the dance of death, a hesitation of 0.01 seconds. Is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Whoosh energy coalesces and suddenly perfect doppelgangers of the entire party manifest out of thin air. Bros and Foka stare down their own reflections. UB's voice booms. This isn't a duel. It's a test of your soul's synchronization. Then comes the kicker. These aren't just copies. They wield your skills with 150% of your combat power. Don't worry about dying. UB adds with a casual wave. Slash, the artifact prevents lethal damage. But the pain. Oh, the pain will be very real. And a fatal hit means instant disqualification. Remember, on the road to the temple, losing a teammate is a fate worse than death. They steel their hearts, ready for the beatdown of a lifetime. Slash, time passes, and the morning sun peeks over the mountain peaks. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Rushidler is in chef mode. Slash, Master UB breakfast for 3 coming right up. He nudges Yuruka aside. Watch out, kiddo. Slash, but UB interrupts. Change of plans, slash, make enough to feed an army. Or 20 starving warriors. 20. Richard gasps. Are we hosting a banquet? Slash, the elder chuckles darkly. Slash, not exactly guests. The door creaks open. Slash, Chenzila. And the gang stumble in looking like absolute wrecks. Slash, 30 minutes, UB muses. Slower than I thought. Hurry up with that food. Slash, Rashidler stands frozen, realizing the legendary training session lasted less time than boiling an egg. Moments later, a glorious spread of delicacies hits the table. Boone shoves his empty bowl forward. Refill now. Slash. The others join the chorus, devouring food like black holes. UB watches them eat. Slash. So you got wiped out in half an hour. Slash. Enjoying the lesson. Forks drop. Silence. Slash. Then they jump up in perfect unison, screaming, "We are absolutely not okay with this." Saley slumps over. It wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. We didn't even last 30 minutes. Those fakes were cheating. Someone cries. Slash. Especially Shanile's doppelganger. That thing was a demon in human skin. Shanile gritted his teeth. It felt like a high-ranked PvP match. Slash. They didn't just fight, they thought. Slash. They hid, forcing us into a tight formation. And just when we thought we were safe, bam, ambush. I watched my own shadow take down the squad one by one. Shanile shuddered. Suddenly, it was just me against 5 monsters. Checkmate was called before the first pawn even moved. Slash, UB nods sagely, accepting the bitter truth. Indeed, the master stroked his beard. The victor was decided the moment you stepped onto the field. In a team clash, individual glory means nothing. Slash, it's like chess, sometimes you must sacrifice a knight to save the king. Those clones have no ego, UB revealed. They didn't think. They simply calculated the optimal path to destroy you using your own data. Against a chaotic team like yours, it's the ultimate counter-strategy. Slash, Bob bristles, clearly taking that personally. Chenille sighed. It's like a complex math equation. You can't solve it if you don't understand the formula. To win, we have to stop fighting as individuals. Slash, we need to dissect the process and own up to our fatal flaws. Satisfied with their realization, UB stood up. Class dismissed for today. Rest well. Tomorrow, the nightmare continues. Under the blanket of night, Chenlo drifted into slumber beside little Yuruka. But peace was fleeting. He jolted awake, haunted by the terrifying memory of his own powerlessness as comrades fell around him. A cold sweat broke out on his skin. What if this wasn't a dream but a real battle where Yuruka or his mother faced death? Chenlo clenched his fists in the dark. The bitter realization settling in that he was still far too weak to protect the ones he loved. His mind wandered back to his mother, a woman who sacrificed a high-flying career for a humble part-time job just to be by his side. The memory played out like an old film. He saw her pleading with her boss to bring him to work on Wednesdays. The manager grumbled about space, but as he asked if she was single, a disgusting, lecherous grin twisted his features. His eyes raked over her, remarking that a woman of her beauty shouldn't be working so hard before suggesting a date that very night. She shut him down with ice-cold professionalism. But suddenly, little Chenlo's fist flew out, landing a solid punch right in the man's gut. The man doubled over and the boy screamed with all his might, "Stop bullying my mom!" Panic seized his mother as she apologized, but the boss exploded in a rage, calling the boy a brat and spewing venomous threats. The man lunged, but in a heartbeat his mother stepped forward, becoming an unmovable shield for her son. With the grace of a martial artist, she flipped the man over her shoulder, slamming him into the floor with a thunderous crash. "If I lose this job, then fine," she declared through tears, later apologizing to Chenlo that their hamburger dinners were now a thing of the past. In that bittersweet moment, young Chenlo squeezed her hand, swearing a silent, unbreakable oath to the heavens. He would be her shield. But suddenly a mocking voice pierced his thoughts. "Protecting others with your weak power, that is nothing but a bad joke." Chenlo looked up stunned, to see the white-haired figure from before materializing in the room. Chenlo called out to the mysterious entity, but silence was his only answer, leaving him questioning reality. Desperate for confirmation, he asked Yuruka if she heard the voice, but the little one simply shook her head in confusion. He rubbed his temples, wondering if the intense strain of the last few days was finally causing auditory hallucinations. Suddenly, Yuruka sprawled across his stomach, mumbling a sleepy, "Da-da," and he wondered how he'd ever rest with this tiny furnace on him. But realizing she was already deep in dreamland, he sighed with a smile, tucking the blanket around the little angel. In the stillness, his respect for his mother deepened. She had raised him and protected him all those years completely alone against the world. His path was now illuminated by fire. He had to cultivate his strength, crush the guardians, and break free from this village. The mysterious voice returned, echoing in his mind, mocking that Chenlo's power felt as flimsy as drifting cotton. The young man couldn't even argue. It was the most painfully accurate metaphor he had ever heard. The voice scoffed that creating clones was child's play, and Chenlo finally realized this was no hallucination. Reality warped around him, and in the blink of an eye, the bedroom vanished, replaced by a strange, unknown void. "Why am I here?" he demanded, and the white-haired man revealed this was Chenlo's own inner world, where he had resided since becoming his master. Intrigued by the concept, the young hero asked, "What exactly is this inner world?" The guide explained he had only just found him because Chenlo had been too weak when the seal was first broken, grateful for the help against the Beast King. Chenlo pointed around. "But why are there flowers floating everywhere?" The guide shrugged, explaining that an inner world is a mirror of the subconscious reflecting what the soul holds most dear. Chenlo held a floating blossom, puzzled by the lack of memories attached to it. But the guide cut his introspection short. "Stop focusing on the scenery." The master snapped, "I didn't bring you here for a gardening tour." His expression turned serious as he revealed his true purpose. He was here to forge Chenlo into a weapon. He claimed that recovering even 1% of his power would be enough to unleash true, chaotic elemental destruction. But he dropped a harsh truth bomb. Chenlo's current power level wasn't even 0. It was microscopic compared to his own. "Isn't that a bit extreme?" Chenlo gasped, realizing the gap between them was not a river but an ocean. The guide smirked, adding that if Chenlo died, he would cease to exist too, so their fates were violently intertwined. A blue holographic system window flashed into existence, displaying a quest titled Chaos Lord Training. The objective was brutally simple: survive for 3 minutes without being defeated to claim victory. Chenlo analyzed the screen. For just 3 minutes of hell, the rewards looked incredibly sweet. "Shall we dance?" the guide asked, and Chenlo took his stance, vowing to endure far longer than 300 seconds. His aura flared as he transformed, shouting to his master with burning determination. "Let the training begin." Under the vaulted ceilings of the cathedral, a woman's voice cut through the silence. She eyed the battered warrior Hicks, skeptical that a rookie like Chen Jiyao could inflict such devastating damage. As healing magic knitted his flesh, Hicks scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. "Please, it was a mere slip-up. That boy is nothing more than an ant beneath my boot." Yet despite his arrogant bluster, the cold sweat on his brow told a different story. His eyes betrayed a fear he refused to admit. Suddenly, a hooded figure stepped from the shadows. "Don't delude yourself," Lucius warned darkly. "If Chen Jiyao had unleashed his full power, we would be scraping your remains off the floor right now." Another guardian let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Honestly, Hicks, how did a pathetic lowlife like you ever claw your way into the ranks of the 4 guardians?" Hicks snapped, jabbing an accusing finger at her. "Watch your mouth. Even your arrogance wouldn't save you against that brat's monstrous strength." In a blur of motion, the female guardian stomped her heel onto his head, grinding him into the stone. "Keep talking," she hissed coldly. "I have no qualms about disposing of trash myself." She paused, her gaze narrowing. "I will admit the boy has raw power, but he is a blunt instrument. He swings with brute force, lacking the refinement of a true warrior." Hicks snarled from beneath her boot, his pride in tatters. "If Lord Dorap were here, crushing Uba and his little rebel crew would be child's play." Lucius shook her head. "Fool. Ub has already embedded his forces deep within the city. If Lord Dorap moves openly now, it will trigger mass panic and chaos." The other guardian tilted her head, her interest piqued by the strategy. "Oh, and what exactly do you propose we do instead?" In response, the hooded Lucius raised a hand. The air rippled as she tore open a shimmering dimensional rift, summoning a creature from the abyss. The guardians watched in stunned silence as the nightmare took shape. Towering before them stood the legendary beast, the Latoyana Vagabond, a werewolf of immense power. Lucius pointed a finger towards the distant village. "Go," she commanded. "Leave nothing standing." The beast's crimson eye flashed as it locked onto its prey. With a bone-shaking roar, the monster launched itself into the night. Meanwhile, miles away, a heavy boot landed softly on the pristine snow. The clock was ticking down. With only 2 minutes remaining on the timer, Chen Jiyao sprinted through the blinding white landscape, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Uncle, come on!" he shouted to the empty air. "If I can just survive without fighting for 3 minutes, the mission is mine. I'll do double training later, I swear." But suddenly the hair on the back of his neck stood up. The guide had stopped chasing him. A chill that had nothing to do with the snow crawled down his spine. Instinct screamed at him to look up. High above, the sky seemed to split open as a catastrophic attack descended from the heavens, aiming straight for his skull. Boom! The impact was like a meteor strike, hurling him backward. Desperate, Chen Jiyao slammed his sword into the cliff's edge, the steel screeching as it halted his deadly fall. Hanging by a thread, he looked up at the devastation. A single strike had torn a massive gorge into the earth. The power difference was absolutely insane. "Are you kidding me?" he yelled, his voice cracking. You call this training? You're actually trying to kill me. Cold sweat drenched him. He had only survived by activating the Beast King's shield with a mere fraction of a second to spare. From the other side of the smoking chasm, the spiritual guide's voice boomed like thunder. Is running away the only technique you know, boy? The older man crossed his arms, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. I underestimated your reflexes. Most would have died before they even saw me move. However, his aura flared ominously. Cowardice on the battlefield is a sin I cannot forgive. Chen Jiao's eyes went wide as he pointed frantically past the guide. Uncle, look out behind you. The guide spun around only to see empty snow and a grinning boy across the gap. It was a cheap trick, but Chen Jiyao didn't care. The timer was his only god now, and he needed to buy every precious second to clear this hellish mission. Hey, let's take 5, he pleaded, feigning exhaustion. Just a quick water break, my legs are turning to jelly here. Why do you persist in fleeing? The guide's voice suddenly whispered right in his ear. A true enemy grants no mercy. He had teleported instantly. Lesson 1. The guide's blade slashed down. It was a killing blow, but in that split second, Chen Jiao's body blurred, moving with supernatural speed. He reappeared a few feet away, heart hammering against his ribs. He forced a cocky grin. Phew, lucky that was just a physical attack, old man. I barely dodged that one. The guide stood frozen, confusion clouding his face. How had the boy moved like that? It was physically impossible. He couldn't track the movement at all. Internally, Chen Jiyao was panicking. His skill was on cooldown. He was vulnerable, and 30 seconds still remained. Backing away slowly, he raised his hands. Okay, seriously, can we pause? Just for a second, I promise I won't run this time. The guide lowered his weapon, his curiosity winning out. I will grant you a moment. But tell me, what technique did you just use? Chen Jiyao smirked. Oh, that you can call it flash. Just then, a glorious blue window appeared. Mission complete. The timer had hit 0. The guide narrowed his eyes. He didn't know about the system or how Chen Jiyao could download skills that allowed him to command his body with the precision of a puppet master. To Chen Jiyao, leveling up wasn't just numbers. It was rewriting his own biology. Is it cheating? Chen Jiyao asked innocently. The mysterious guide rubbed his chin. I don't understand your methods, and yet that movement felt incredibly familiar. Chen Jiyau's expression turned serious. Familiar? Has anyone else used a move like that against you? He paused, realizing that even his own body reacted to the guide's attacks with a strange, nostalgic rhythm. It felt like a dance they had performed 1,000 times before. Suddenly, the stories Oob told him about the legendary hero Hesiod flooded his mind. The pieces of the puzzle slammed into place. He looked at his uncle, really looked at him, and the awe was unmistakable. A knowing smile curled his lips. I finally know who you really are. The guide stiffened, staring back in silence. Chen Jiyao pointed a finger, the accusation hanging heavy in the cold mountain air. The truth was finally out. You are none other than Hesiod, the hero who saved the world by crushing the evil god Morpheus. Then the big question dropped. Does that name ring any bells? The mysterious man whispered the name Hesiod, softly, as if the very syllables held the key to his locked soul. Meanwhile, Rashidler was snoozing away, hugging his doll like a giant baby. Next to him, Bowen was grumbling about sharing a room with a beast man brought in by Master Ube. He sat up, totally fed up with the situation. I can't take this anymore. But suddenly, a familiar blood-curdling scent hit his nose. His body went rigid with instinct. Bowen spun around, eyes wide with shock. It is him! He didn't hesitate for a split second. He bolted out of the room like a lightning bolt. The noise jolted Rashidler awake. Huh, what? He looked around in a panic. Was that an earthquake just now? As Bowen sprinted down the hall, a shadowy figure crawled along the ceiling right behind him. It was like a scene from a horror movie. Rashidler stood up in the rubble. What is going on here? The house was a disaster zone. He panicked, thinking Bowen had been buried. Oh no, is he crushed to death under there? But then whoosh. Something flew past him at Mach speed. Smash a rock nailed him right in the face. Blood started dripping from his nose. Rashidler roared like a lion. Who has a death wish this late at night? He looked up and froze. It was the Latana Wanderer. The beast lunged, landing a heavy haymaker right on Bowen. But the young warrior leapt back, swords drawn. Aura flaring. The beast didn't wait. It charged again with savage claws ready to shred. Bowen landed safely. He knew exactly what this monster was. He wasn't mistaken. The beast let out a roar that shook the heavens. Hate burned in Bowen's eyes like wildfire. You are the demon that slaughtered my parents. I have never forgotten that night. Bowen declared he had trained for years for this exact moment. But he never thought the target would come to him. Rashidler ran up breathless. Bowen, are you okay? Why is a demon even here? Bowen didn't look back. Leave Rashidler now. He swore an oath right there. I am going to tear this thing apart and offer its blood to my parents' spirits. He took a combat stance, killing intent exploding. The monster lunged again, screaming, Die, Bowen! Far away, the necromancer woman watched the chaos with a twisted smile. Perfect. I summoned those beasts just to lure out Master Ube. Her voice turned ice cold. Hicks, go deal with the rookies. Lord Dorop will handle the big fish. She gave him a dark look. Do not fail me again. Desperate, Rashidler ran for his life to Ube's house. Master, a demon has invaded the village. Ube threw the door open. What is happening? Rashidler quickly explained Bone's deadly duel. The old master's eyes turned serious. He could see the destruction spreading in the distance. Without hesitation, Ube gave a command. Find Chen Jiyao. Tell him to protect Sully. Then he vanished in a blur of speed. Legends say the savior? Hesiod wielded the chaotic elements, that he sealed the evil god Murius in the infernal tower of Altalos. Chen Jiyao put the pieces together. My uncle. He must be Hesiod, and I saved him from that very tower. He turned to the man. Uncle, do you remember anything now? But the man shook his head. His mind was still a blank slate, leaving Chen totally confused. Why aren't your memories back yet? Usually in manga and anime, hearing your real name fixes everything. The uncle explained that even as the head of the family, he couldn't access his past. But, he admitted, seeing your power just now, it gave me a strange nostalgic feeling, like I am finally connected to this world again. Chen Jiyao pondered the mysteries of his life. Why was he brought here? How did he awaken the chaos element? If his uncle really was Hesiod, his memories were the key to everything. The uncle looked at him with determination. Let us fight again. Perhaps combat will wake my sleeping mind. Chen Jiyao grinned. I am ready when you are. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. It was Yuruka. Back in the bedroom, a guardian assassin loomed over the sleeping Chen Jiyao. She stared at the child beside him. Her eyes were cold as death. She whispered, Hush now. I am only here to kill him, not you. Yuruka screamed his name, Chen Jiyao. The assassin smirked. Well, if you want to be with him so badly and you can join him in the afterlife. She unleashed a lethal strike, but suddenly, clang an invisible barrier stopped her blade cold. She was stunned. She spun around. Who did that, Luca? Chen Jiyao appeared from the shadows holding the little one close. Leave her to me. She is out of her league. Meanwhile, the Wanderer approached the fallen women. Its massive jaws opened wide, ready to devour them whole. But before it could bite down, boom. A counterattack sent the beast flying backward like a ragdoll. It was Master Ube. He held the little girl safely. Are you hurt, little one? He pivots to face a veritable sea of monstrosities. Two beasts lunge forward, locking onto him with predatory gazes. Suddenly, Browse crashes the party. His serpent technique tears through the air. He lands beside Uber, shouting, What is this madness? Why are they targeting the village itself? Uber gritted his teeth. The city is shielded by a high-level enchantment. Trash mobs like these shouldn't have been able to scratch it. His eyes widened as the realization hit him. The enemy grew impatient. This invasion, it is nothing but a flashy distraction. A chill ran down Bros and Foa's spines. The enemy's true objective wasn't a siege, it was an assassination plot within the city walls. Uber spun around, barking their names with authority. Get to the city center, secure the civilians and evacuate them to my estate immediately. Wait, Bros yelled over the din of battle. Where are you going? I'm heading to the outskirts to reseal the barrier, Uber shouted back. Bros stepped forward, panic in his voice. I'm coming with you. That area is crawling with high-level monsters. Protect the people. Uber's command brooked no argument. Lightning crackled around him, and with a deafening boom, he vanished in a streak of azure light. Meanwhile, Luscious narrowed her eyes. Chenille's movements? He was moving even faster than their last clash. Sheila froze. That silhouette, it was the same hooded assassin who ambushed Saley and Boone. But the biggest shock, the deadly Lucio was actually a woman. He smirked, gripping his weapon. Tell me, do you just have a fetish for cheap sneak attacks? A vein popped on Luscious's forehead. Who are you calling Auntie Yao, you brat? Chenille ignored the outburst. Why serve a false god when you could kill him and claim true freedom? Silence, Luscious hissed. Lord Doroth built this sanctuary with his very blood, sweat, and tears. That temple is a web of lies, the young hero retorted, but she shook her head, pity in her eyes. Defying the divine will is the height of foolishness. His gaze hardened. The temple is real, all right. A real nightmare. His voice dropped an octave, radiating menace. Anyone who blocks my path or touches my friends dies. Luscious scoffed, rolling her eyes. Big words for a little boy. Just because you beat Hicks, that weakling, don't think you're special, she sneered. My combat power stands equal to Lord Doroth himself. Darkness erupted from her shadow. Countless blade-wielding wolf beasts clawed their way into reality, awaiting her command to slaughter. The protagonist didn't flinch. He activated Sacred Blade, channeling a torrent of pure energy into his steel until it hummed with power. One slash. That was all it took. A crescent of destruction swept out, obliterating the entire wolf pack in a heartbeat. Luscious's jaw dropped. Impossible, she gasped. Humiliation fueled her rage and she launched a desperate counteroffensive. Thousands of razor-sharp blades blackened the sky, raining down like death. Chenille reacted instantly, triggering a defensive artifact. A shimmering barrier materialized, deflecting the steel storm with a chaotic clangor. Safe within his dome of light, he smirked. Is that it? Is this the divine power you were bragging about? Sweat beaded on her brow. She had to admit it, she had severely underestimated this intruder. To nullify her ultimate move so easily, Luscious touched down, a dangerous smile returning to her lips. Not bad, kid, she conceded. But that was just a warm-up. Now, I get serious. She summoned a colossal greatsword, its sheer weight cracking the ground beneath her. A suffocating pressure descended on the battlefield. Behold my true power, she roared. Just then, ding, a system window popped up. Quest update. Defend Delk City, instability rising. Meanwhile, at the city's perimeter, a catastrophic clash was reaching its boiling point. It was total pandemonium. Monsters tore at each other in a frenzy as the shimmering defensive dome began to fracture like glass. Mages poured their life force into a massive pillar of light, screaming as they tried to sustain the shield. Warriors held the line, hacking away at the endless, monstrous horde. But it wasn't enough. With a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered. The beast tide surged into the streets. Gloria, a defender, screamed over the slaughter. How long until you can patch the boundary? It's impossible, Gloria cried back, despair in her voice. The beasts are multiplying too fast. We don't have enough mana to restore it. A hooded commander stepped up. Stand your ground, he bellowed. Our only duty is to protect this land, Wagner Romo. Contain the breach or die trying. The warrior let out a primal roar, rallying the troops, but the last fragments of the protective shell disintegrated into dust. It's over, a mage wailed. We can't hold. Suddenly, a devastating blast of energy slammed precisely into the breach. The spatial rift began to stitch itself back together. Was that Marty? A soldier asked, bewildered. Look. A woman cheered, pointing upwards. Hovering in the sky like a descending god was Uber, radiating power so intense the air vibrated. It's him, a veteran gasped. One of the 12 heroes. As Uber touched down, even the mindless beasts shrank back in terror. He didn't even break a sweat. With a single fluid motion, he obliterated the circle of monsters threatening his allies. I will handle Dartmouth and Corey, Uber announced calmly. You lot clean up the trash. The mage leader immediately relayed the order. You heard the hero, move to the next rift now. Uber turned back to the horde. Energy spiraled around him. He unleashed a cataclysmic gale, a hurricane of cutting wind. The wind tore the monsters apart at the molecular level. They simply ceased to exist. But as the dust settled, a dark silhouette manifested in the sky above. A warrior looked up, his face draining of color. He whispered the name of Nightmares. Lord Delipo. The trap had sprung. Suddenly, the defenders found themselves encircled by a roaring inferno. As flames licked at the sky, Grandmaster Ube stepped forward to challenge the threat. What kind of madness is this? Lord Dolop's laughter dripped with malice. I granted these martyrs the privilege of breath, and I shall snuff it out whenever I desire. His voice boomed like thunder. Witness the doom of those who betray me. A deluge of swords rained from the heavens, targeting Chen Ji. But moving faster than the eye could follow, he weaved through the steel storm. A devastating blast roared toward him. But just before impact, a beast emerged from the void, catching the enemy blade between its razor-sharp fangs. The creature locked the weapon in an iron grip. Chen Ji saw his opening muscles coiling. He launched a ferocious counterstrike at his adversary. Boom! Chen Ji's steel crashed against the beast's defense with earth-shattering force. Lucius gasped, her own weapon trembling from the sheer shockwave of their collision. The force threw her backward. Chen Ji's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. Watch yourself unless you want to die for nothing. She spat on the ground, scoffing. Concerned for a martyr, Lord Dolop will execute every last traitor, and you're next. Then the truth dropped like a bomb. Lord Dolop is one of the 12 legendary heroes. Chen Ji froze, his mind racing. The Dolop here. He tightened his grip on Grandmaster Ube's blade. Was his opponent unarmed, or was that empty-handed stance a deadly trap? No time to overthink. He shook off the hesitation. A single moment of doubt on this battlefield meant death. He steeled his resolve to end this. Now Lucius trembled as she felt Chen Ji's combat power skyrocket his aura, suffusing the air with terrifying pressure. She gritted her teeth, forcing her body past its breaking point to face the monster before her. With a desperate heave, she barely intercepted his strike. Too slow, Chen Ji flickered out of existence. He materialized instantly behind her, delivering a surgical punch to her blind spot. Lucius stumbled, coughing up blood. Why didn't you finish me? Chen Ji offered no answer, simply turning his back on her defeated form. Ding, a holographic system window flashed. Defense mission updated. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Ube charged through a hallway of volatile magical energy. He accelerated, closing the distance on the figure ahead. Suddenly space warped around them, dragging both warriors into the eye of a violent mana storm. Ube unleashed a thunderous strike, but Dolop merely laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance as he taunted the elder. "Is that all the vigor you have left, old man?" Ube smirked. "My golden years are long gone. I am but a rusty blade now." "Pathetic," Dolop declared. "I am a god. I despise rotting things like you." The attack connected, but Dolop retaliated with an ear-splitting howl of the wind. Two twin tornadoes roared to life, tearing up the ground. "Farewell, Ancient One." Elsewhere, Lucius collapsed, her body screaming in agony. I can't move." Cold sweat ran down her spine. She realized that in that split second her life had hung by a mere thread. But confusion burned hotter than pain. Why did Chen Ji spare her? "Is this pity?" she hissed. "Are you too arrogant to stain your hands with my blood?" She screamed at his retreating back. "Don't think I owe you. I'll find a chance to kill you later." Chen Ji didn't even look back. "I don't need your gratitude. I have bigger problems right now," she yelled. "Next time I won't lose to a simple hilt bash." Chen Ji sighed as he ran. He couldn't do it. Even if she was just an NPC, this world, it felt too visceral, too alive. His humanity held him back. Even in a virtual game without laws, the weight of a life, digital or not, would leave a scar on his mind he wasn't ready to carry. Sally rushed over breathless. "Chen Ji, Grandmaster Ube is at the enchantment point west of the city." Lucius called out, "You're walking into your grave. Neither you nor Ube can defeat Lord Dolop." Chen Ji just smiled. "Save your breath." He turned to Sally. "Follow the map coordinates. Take Uzi and reinforce the Grandmaster immediately." Tightening his grip on Yuruka, he shouted, "We have to save him!" With an explosion of speed, he leaped into the distance. "Hold on, old man, I'm coming!" Dolop scoffed at the energy sphere hurtling toward him, but his eyes widened. Boom! The impact slammed into him like a freight train. The force dragged him across the sky, detonating in a catastrophic explosion that shook the entire battlefield to its core. The dust settled. Grandmaster Ube landed, feet planting into the earth like roots of an ancient tree. The fight wasn't over. Dolop rose from the rubble, dusting himself off with a chilling, twisted smile. Ube didn't flinch. Fist clenched, he charged without hesitation. His punch tore through the air. A massive shockwave ripped through the district, shattering windows and making the skyscrapers tremble like leaves. Dolop sneered, unimpressed. "How pathetic. An old relic struggling so hard to protect a city of insects. Though I admit," he chuckled, "it has been centuries since anyone managed to amuse me this much. But you lack the power to finish the job. As a reward, witness true despair. Behold the terror of a 4-element archmage." Space distorted behind him, as 4 elemental avatars materialized, their combined pressure crushing the air like gravity increased tenfold. Bros reacted instantly, landing a dynamite kick on one creature. Faloka moved like a shadow, daggers flashing as he dissected another monster. Steel hissed as he sheathed his blades. Sector clear. No new signatures detected in the area. Bros wiped sweat from his brow. "Looks like Uncle Ube managed to patch the city's barrier." He glanced over. "You holding up okay, Faloka?" "I'll live," Faloka grunted. "But I've never seen a swarm of high-level calamities gathered like this before." Looking out over the ruins, a soldier muttered, "They just keep coming like ants. It's a miracle anyone in this city is still breathing." Gazing at the devastation, he came to a grim realization. These poor souls. They must have endured a living hell 1,000 times worse than death. Bros didn't waste a second barking out a warning. The beasts in the city's center are history, but the residents on the outskirts are still fighting for their lives. They need backup now. Faloka nodded, instantly shifting gears. Suddenly, Bros froze. "What is that sound?" Faloka felt the mana shift, first fire and water colliding in a terrifying display. "I've never seen elemental energy on this scale before. How does this city still hold monsters of this caliber?" Bros grit his teeth, analyzing the situation. Usually a mage wielding multiple elements spreads themselves too thin, they're weaker than a specialist. But his voice dripped with bitterness as he admitted the truth. "That bastard is the exception to the rule, wielding 2 opposing forces with godlike mastery," Faloka screamed, pointing up. "Bros! Eyes on the sky!" Above them, spells clashed in a chaotic, deadly fireworks display of pure destruction. Amidst the inferno, Master Ube charged like a raging bull. A voice echoed his name, but he faced the fire dragon head-on as it spat a massive sphere of annihilation. With the grace of a master, Ube weaved through the barrage, dancing on the edge of death. He saw his opening and threw a punch that cracked the air itself. But Doppo just scoffed, unleashing a thunder strike. "Ha! Off me." The elder channeled every ounce of Kai to break the hold, but his opponent simply smirked. "Resistance is futile, old man." Suddenly, a golem of solid rock lunged to crush him flat. With a roar that shook the heavens, Ube threw a straight right. The impact didn't just break the golem, it vaporized it into dust. For a heartbeat, he hovered in the air, a warrior amidst a rain of falling gravel. But there was no time to rest. A colossal tidal wave crashed down, trapping Ube in a violent, swirling prison of water magic. Boom! The water prison detonated from the inside. Liquid shrapnel blasted outward as the Elder's aura shattered the spell. Ube slumped against a boulder, lungs burning for air. But the nightmare wasn't over. Drops of water began to condense, forming a new liquid minion right before his eyes. And behind him, that pile of rubble began to shake. The stone golem was piecing itself back together. It was like fighting a force of nature, relentless and inevitable. The elemental rose to its full height, locking onto its target. Bloodied and battered, Ube dropped to one knee. Every breath was a struggle, the weight of his years pressing down harder than any spell. Doppo descended slowly, a twisted admiration on his face. Not bad. You actually dodged that. But his expression quickly soured. But a mortal is still just a mortal. Your body is rotting away, old man. He flexed, boasting of his stolen youth and infinite mana power that any lesser being would kill for. Always on top, always the ruler. Doppo floated closer, his voice dripping with venom. Is it truly comfortable? Ube shot back, his spirit unbroken. Living as a walking corpse because you were weak enough to sell your own soul. Aren't you the one who's truly jealous, Doppo? That hit a nerve. Shut up! Doppo screamed, firing a concentrated beam of death straight at the Elder. Doppo's eyes blazed with madness. The impact lifted Ube off his feet, suspending him in a crushing grip of raw energy. He held the old master there, helpless as an insect. Then, with a cruel grin, he unveiled his master plan. I'll blame you for opening the frontier, and then I'll be the savior who killed the traitor to save the city, a god among men. Ube could only grit out a defiant roar. Go to hell! But suddenly, whoosh, a blur of light tore across the battlefield. Crash. The newcomer slammed into the energy beam, shattering Doppo's attack into glittering sparks. As the dust settled, Chen Jiyao emerged like a hero from the legends, catching his grandfather before he hit the ground. Ube stared in shock, whispering his name. Doppo recoiled, scanning for the threat. Who dares interfere? He hissed. Chen Jiyao ignored him, looking down with concern. Grandpa Ube, are you okay? Just scratches. Ube lied bravely. But child, how are you here? I rushed over the second Lucius went down. Chen Jiyao explained, his eyes hard. I knew this snake would try to take you out. He clenched his fist. I'm sorry I didn't bring the weapon sooner. Don't be a fool, Ube wheezed. Even with a divine weapon defeating Doppo, it might have been impossible. He traded his humanity for monstrous power. Ube confessed. And look at me. I'm old. My strength is fading. My body refuses to listen to my warrior's spirit. I am a relic of the past. He pushed Chen Jiyao away. Use the teleportation barrier. Take the others and run. I'll buy you time. But the young hero stood firm, his aura flaring with resolve. He wasn't going anywhere. I'm not leaving you behind, Chen Jiyao declared. Not you, not Yuruka Salibunbros or Filoka. You're all my family now. My mother taught me the most important lesson. Chen Jiyao said, his voice steady. Never lose faith, never surrender to fate. Even if being mortal brings pain, he drew his blade. We can beat him, and we're going to lead everyone to the temple together. Ube looked at his grandson, seeing the fire in his eyes. A tired, proud smile crossed his face. All right then. We leave this hellhole together. The moment Chen Jiyao tightened his grip on the sword, ding, a blue system window flashed. Mission complete. The lost weapon Ozzel acquired. But above them, Doppo threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Leaving together, don't make me laugh. High in the sky, the clouds parted as a titanic sphere of energy began to condense. A miniature sun poised to wipe them off the face of the earth. The very air crackled with tension as Chen Li and Ube braced themselves for the impending collision. Dolapo's face twisted in pure, unadulterated disdain. You arrogant insects, do you still dare to defy heaven? With a maniacal roar, he screamed, Perish! Instantly, he unleashed the Infernal Rain ability. The sky tore open, pouring down a deluge of blinding white-hot destruction upon them. Desperate Ube conjured a barrier of light. Beside him, Chen Li poured his spirit into the shield, but the system screamed a warning. Critical failure imminent. The defense was shattering. The artifact ring on his finger groaned under the crushing weight, spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. In a heartbeat, the world turned white. A cataclysmic firestorm swallowed the entire battlefield in a roaring inferno. Dust to dust, Dolapo scoffed, certain of his triumph against such overwhelming power. But just as he wondered if the old fool was ash, a massive dome of pure energy erupted from the smoke. Safe within the shimmering barrier, Ube and Chen Li gazed upward, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yuruka! Chen Li cried out, his voice cracking. There she was, his precious daughter, floating like a goddess at the very heart of the protective dome. Ding, a system window flashed. Yuruka's will to fight activated. Another screen revealed her secret skill, Magic Hunt, the power to devour and convert all magical damage. Dolapo's jaw dropped in shock. Impossible, he hissed. How can a mere brat wield a fortress of this magnitude? Chen Li didn't care about the magic. He rushed forward, panic gripping his heart. Yuruka, are you hurt? A weak, angelic smile graced the young girl's lips. and then her eyes fluttered closed as consciousness faded. He caught her before she fell, cradling her small frame against his chest. "It's okay," he whispered, voice trembling. "Daddy is right here. You're safe now." Realization struck him like lightning. This tiny girl had stopped an attack that would have shattered even the legendary Beast King's defense. Without her miracle, he and Grandpa Ube would be nothing but cinders. But the system was cruel. A red alert flashed, power depleted, subject entering stasis mode for 24 hours. "Rest well, my little hero." Chen Li vowed, his eyes shifting from love to cold fury. "I'll handle the trash." The system confirmed her safe storage in the inventory. Ube's sharp eyes analyzed the battlefield. "Listen, kid, that monster has been spamming spells. He's definitely hit a cooldown window." The veteran grit, his teeth eyes narrowing. "I'll draw his fire and be the bait. You find the opening and end him." "Got it." Chen Li didn't hesitate. Like a bolt of lightning, Grandpa Ube launched himself at Dolapo with terrifying speed. Watching the blur of motion, Chen Li's mind raced. Just what level is Dolapo? He has to be at least on par with Veneers. He tried to trigger Observe, but the system mocked him. Attributes unknown. Level. Just a string of menacing question marks. Damn it. The young man cursed, realizing he was flying blind compared to the raiders. Meanwhile, Dolapo watched Ube's approach with a sneer of absolute boredom. "Persistent little bug," the villain spat. Floating effortlessly, the elder raised his blade, ready to swat the fly out of the sky. But Ube's grip tightened on his weapon. His aura flared. "Playtime is over. It's time for your grand finale." Energy exploded from his blade, the air screaming around it. To Dolapo, however, this was a bad joke. He saw only a lamb rushing to the slaughter. Ube smirked, sensing the arrogance. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer demon. With a warrior's roar, the elder unleashed hell. Dolapo merely sighed, muttering, "You will regret forcing my hand." The earth answered Ube's call. The ground groaned and shattered as a massive pillar of rock erupted from below, launching skyward. Using the pillar as a launchpad, Ube took flight. Below him, Chen Li hit the ground, running the shockwave of the attack, ripping a path through the terrain. The sheer pressure of the energy wave sliced through the surrounding solid stone like butter. Ube became a whirlwind of destruction, raining down a flurry of violent slashes, but Dolapo was ready, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to crush the resistance. Orbs of light danced around the villain, transforming into avatars of fire and water. They lunged, but Ube's blade obliterated them into sparking mist in a single breath. Now, amidst the chaotic shower of elemental sparks, Chen Li surged forward, a predator closing in on his prey. Dolapo found himself the center of a deadly storm. Ube from above, Chen Li from below, encircled by spheres of energy. "Useless," the enemy barked arrogantly. "You'll never reach Memi." Zoom. A streak of energy tore through the air faster than sound. Dolapo's instincts screamed. He whipped his head around, eyes wide with sudden realization. Too late, Chen Li materialized directly behind him. "The plan worked," he whispered. "Skill activate obliteration." Boom. The blow connected. A system alert flashed red. Target HP reduced by 90%. Chen Li grunted, pouring his soul into the strike. But the attack came with a price. Magical shackles instantly manifested, clamping onto Chen Li's wrists and ankles, binding him tight. A child's trick. Dolapo laughed, preparing to execute him. But suddenly, a heavy fist buried itself deep into the villain's gut. A golden window popped up, divine action. Activated movement, speed boosted, all negative status effects purged. Andres Spydin or Istafor. Free from the chains, Chen Li unleashed his ultimate move. Eat this god's fist. His hands became a blur, raining 20 devastating blows in a single second. The active effect kicked in. Every single hit bypassed defense, pure, unadulterated true damage. Seizing the moment, Ube roared like a demon. "Die, you monster!" and slammed a fist heavy with judgment straight into the enemy. No time to breathe. The veteran knows this is the split second that decides everything. Blade held high. He doesn't care if Dopo sold his soul for power. Everyone knows a mage is just a glass cannon without defense. It might seem like overkill, but he guarantees this strike will send that villain straight to hell. Boom! The sword descends with earth-shattering force, unleashing a colossal explosion that wipes the entire zone off the map. From the sidelines, Chen Lo watches the absolute devastation unfold. That ultimate move took a toll. Ube is hunched over, gasping for air, but he recovers quickly. "It is over," he declares. "Now they need to split up and patch the cracks in the barrier." The plan is simple. The rookie takes the west, and the veteran heads east to mop up the remaining monsters. But wait. Chen Lo freezes in his tracks. Something feels wrong, and then it hits him. The glitch in their victory. "Where is the loot drop?" he asks. The battle ended, but the system didn't send a victory notification. A cold chill runs down Ube's spine, too. Look up, floating in the sky. It's Dopo, and he doesn't have a single scratch on him. The villain scoffs. He can't believe a rookie broke his mind control, but he doesn't look worried. Close call, Dopo sneers. He admits the old man got close, but his power level. It is beyond anything they can comprehend. Watch closely. His skin knits together in seconds. Chen Lo realizes it's the exact same regeneration ability the raiders had. Ubei's face goes pale. I miscalculated, he admits. The truth comes out. That energy isn't from a devil. It flows straight from Hades, the god of the underworld. Chen Lo gasps in shock. Hades? You mean the actual Lord of the Dead? Ubei nods grimly. Remember the power Salul's parents used? This is that same dark aura manifesting right now. Memories unlock. The young hero recalls hearing whispers about Hades. In his mind, he sees Argolis trying to explain away a disaster. It's not what it looks like. Argolis stands over fallen bodies, terrified of explaining his failure to Lord Hades. But a victim on the ground gritted his teeth, threatening them even with his dying breath. Where do you think you are going? Who are the real monsters here? The man screamed at the heavens in pure agony. Why did you do this? That memory seals it. Ubei is certain now. Dopo is wielding the authority of the underworld king. The tragedy of the parents, the prison in Latana. Every breadcrumb leads back to this guy. Dopo grins arrogantly. Sharp eyes, old man. But don't think I'll let that knowledge save you. He floats higher, looking down like a god. Still using elemental tricks useless against me. Why struggle? He laughs. Just accept a painless death. But as he fades into invisibility, he promises to make their end slow and agonizing. They scan the empty sky. Ubei frowns, confused. Did he actually run away? Eyes darting everywhere, checking every corner. Suddenly, ding, a system window pops up. Target lost. A suffocating silence falls over the battlefield. Just that one message remains. Chen Lo analyzes quickly. He didn't flee at super speed. He dissolved into the air itself. Damn it! The young hero curses, clenching his fists. Surprise. Dopo materializes right behind Ubei. Found you. Bam. A brutal punch to the gut. Crack. The impact shatters Ubei's ribs instantly. Grandpa! Chen Lo screams in horror. Pure instinct takes over. He launches a flying kick, sending the massive villain skidding back. He follows up with a smash to the face, but swish. His fist passes right through like smoke. What the? Chen Lo stares at his hand in disbelief. He hit nothing. Shake it off. He raises his guard, bracing for the next clash against this ghost. Wrong way, kid. Dopo is behind him now. You insignificant ant. You dare challenge a god? A flurry of lightning-fast strikes rains down on Chen Lo. He hits the dirt, gasping for air. Red warning lights flash. HP critical life below 10% recover immediately. This cheat code bastard, Chen Lo wheezes. He's stealing moves and hitting with devastating force. Ubei's warning echoes in his mind. This isn't magic. It is divine intervention. It is the power of Hades himself. How can they possibly win against the force of death incarnate? A twisted, sadistic grin stretches across Dolapo's face as he taunts his victim, asking if the sweet taste of despair has already hit Chenille's tongue. He grandstands, proclaiming that humanity is nothing but vermin, born in darkness, destined to be crushed. For him, there is no greater entertainment than watching hope shatter in a mortal's eyes. Dangling a magical projection of Chenille like a puppet, Dolapo sneers with dripping sarcasm. So do you still have delusions of being a hero, of saving this pathetic world? He dangles a cruel lifeline. Entertain him a bit longer and he might just let the boy breathe. But the monologue is cut short. Oob's blade sings through the air, a streak of lethal silver moving at supersonic speeds. The old master roars, demanding his grandson's release. He unleashes the first form of lightning, the blinding slash. However, the self-proclaimed god doesn't even flinch. Dolapo simply smiles and flicks Oob's sword away as if it were a toothpick. Chenille remains helpless, bound by an invisible force. Dolapo scoffs at the elder's efforts, claiming that elemental parlor tricks are useless against his divine majesty. He lays down the absolute law of this world: no matter how strong the element, a mere mortal can never execute a god. The realization hits Chenille like a truck. Is the game truly rigged? Are elemental skills just useless pixels against a deity? The villain turns his gaze back to our main character. The playtime is over. He's given him a chance, and now the clock is ticking. The devil's bargain is simple. If Chenille murders Ubi with his own hands, Dolapo will spare the rest of the party. The protagonist's spirit refuses to break. Keep dreaming, you monster. That defiance snaps Dolapo's patience. He vows to make Chenille watch the old man's agonizing torture before slaughtering his friends. With a wave of his hand, boulders are launched at blinding velocity. The heavy rocks crash into Ubi, crushing bone and spirit. The old man writhes in agony. Dolapo sighs, feigning mercy, suggesting Ubi should just die quickly to save everyone the trouble. Rage explodes in Chenille's chest. He screams, his voice cracking with raw emotion, telling the bastard to back off. But the god remains cold. The choice stands: watch a massacre or become a murderer to save them. He twists the knife deeper, declaring that the fate of every single soul rests on Shanial's trembling shoulders. Despair crashes over the young man like a tidal wave. He curses his own powerlessness, forced to be a spectator to his grandfather's execution. Memories flash before his eyes. Sally Bobin. Braza. Yuruka. He thinks of his mother back home. Is she even safe? Fear wars with duty in his heart. But suddenly, a voice echoes from the abyss of his mind asking if such a pathetic piece of trash dares to call himself a god. Shaniel snaps to attention. He recognizes that tone instantly and calls out, "Uncle." In a heartbeat, the battlefield vanishes. Shaniel stands in a mindscape of eternal snow. With renewed focus, he turns to face his guide. The white-haired master looks down with icy disappointment. He declares he'd die of shame if his chosen disciple fell to a third-rate villain like this. Shaniel argues back, "My attacks are sealed. He has the immunity of a god. My elemental arts are useless." The master smirks. That rule only binds the common elements. He asks the boy to think what makes him different. The logic is simple. If the host dies, the spirit vanishes too. The uncle refuses to let his existence end because of a false idol. He admits the underworld god has immense pressure, but unfortunately for Dolapo, he made one fatal mistake. He crossed paths with Shaniel. Confused, the young man asks, "Why does that make a difference?" The master drops the bombshell. Normal fire and lightning fail, but the element of chaos is an anomaly. In that split second, the truth clicks into place. Chaos is the god-killing poison. The mysterious man commands, "Awaken now. Show him the true nature of your power." Reality snaps back. Dolapo cackles maniacally. "Have you finally accepted your fate, little worm?" He raises a hand to finish Uba, but the protagonist remains eerily silent. Enraged by the lack of fear, Dolapo conjures a blade of pure energy, shouting, "Time to die, old man." But suddenly the villain spins around. The atmosphere itself is trembling. A bright blue window flashes. System notification recharge. Complete for blessing and annihilation. / Shaniel's projection dissolves into pure aura. Skill activated blessing. The system booms. All debuffs cleansed. Stats amplified to maximum. Intrigued by this sudden spike, Dolapo tries to speed blitz him, but Shaniel blocks the strike with casual ease. The false god freezes, finally sensing the monstrous, overwhelming pressure radiating from the boy. With a single shove, Shaniel sends the villain flying. He lunges, grabbing him, ready to unleash the annihilation slash. Every ounce of his chaotic energy pours into the strike. The boss's health bar begins to melt away instantly. Zero mercy. Shaniel unleashes a relentless combo. A storm of fists and kicks raining down on the helpless deity. His uncle's spirit manifests beside him, whispering the ultimate truth. Chaos is like water. It drowns every flame no matter how hot. Another system window pops. Power levels are breaking the limit. With eyes burning like stars, Shaniel declares, "By my very nature, I am a god slayer." Ube looks up, watching the boy float in the sky like an avatar of destruction. Is this the true potential of the chaos element? But even amidst the power trip, Shaniel has one question for his guide. Why unlock this cheat code only now when we were at death's door? The mysterious figure spoke with grave intensity. Listen closely. Had your enemy not possessed the might of the heavens, I would never have unveiled your true potential as a godslayer. His expression darkened as he continued. Understand this well. The power you hold is the ultimate taboo. To wield it is to become a beacon for destruction. From this second on, the divine realm will hunt you down with their absolute strongest champions. He looked the boy dead in the eye. Your days of fighting mortals are over. Your new adversaries are the gods themselves. Suddenly, a blue window flashed into existence. Item acquired, the Scattered Tears elixir. And just like that, the chaotic trials quest began. Chen Yuli gripped the vial tight, his eyes burning with resolve. I am escaping this hell even if I have to tear down the heavens to do it. He scanned the item details. It was a legendary consumable granting explosive recovery and a massive buff for exactly 60 seconds. No hesitation remained in his heart. Time to butcher that monster. He downed the elixir in a single gulp. Ancient energy flooded his veins. Let's finish this. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, Dopo writhed in agony. Impossible. Panic set in for the villain. Why was his body still screaming in pain? Lord Hades had already claimed his soul and senses. What kind of monster is that kid? Then the terrifying truth struck him like lightning. Could he be facing a legendary godslayer? Boom. An attack slammed into him from nowhere. Chen's strike cratered the earth with devastating force. Blown back by the sheer pressure, Dopo spat curses, his hatred boiling over for the brat. Chen charged. Divine blessing. Active sacred. / unleashed. Desperate to survive. Dopo triggered his stealth mechanics. The blade sliced through empty air, but the system wasn't done yet. A sharp chime rang out. Skill activated. Scattered eyes. Stealth completely nullified. Doppo froze. In horror, realizing there was nowhere left to hide, a hurricane of fists rained down. The combo counter skyrocketed. 30 hits. Burst damage triggered. The numbers just kept climbing. Another alert flashed, Divine Blessing cooldown reset. The ultimate effect kicked in, life drain. With the buff timer ticking down, Chen let the fury consume him. Rot in hell, Doppo? He poured every ounce of his remaining spirit into one cataclysmic strike. As death approached, Doppo could only marvel. So this is the might of a god killer. Chen showed no mercy, driving the final blow home. Kaboom! A mushroom cloud engulfed the battlefield. The shockwave shredded the forest, turning trees into splinters. Far away, Old Man Ube watched the horizon burn with golden light. Across the war zone, Boan stood triumphant atop a mountain of monster corpses. Bros and Foka stared in silence at the destruction. Suddenly, a blinding aura wrapped around Salili. The Beast King glowed with the same ascension energy. As the light faded, the victory message appeared. Target annihilated. Reward granted 3 million experience points. Loot rained from the sky. He leveled up 5 times instantly. The system chimed with sweet success. Chaotic trials. Concluded. New features unlocked. But the adrenaline crashed and Chen hit the dirt. Oob scrambled toward him in a panic. The old man grabbed his shoulder, shouting his name, trying to keep him tethered to the living. Fighting the darkness, the hero looked up and whispered, "Grandpa, I won." Then the world went black as Oob screamed in despair. Meanwhile, deep in the abyss of the underworld, a fortress floated in eternal shadow. Thousands of tormented souls swirled inside glass prisons, lined up like trophies on endless shelves. Lord Hades sat upon his throne, sipping tea with terrifying calmness. On the display, a single soul flame sputtered and died. He swirled his cup, amused. That soul, wasn't he the guardian of La Toyana? It seems a god-killer has been born. He smiled. No matter, Seal is already en route. Far away, a lonely skiff cut through a dark ocean. Argalus stood at the prow, a grim reaper looming silently behind him like a shadow. Argalus groaned, complaining about their turtle-like speed, even though he knew this cursed boat was their only option. He whipped around to the skeleton. "Hey, Seal, how much longer?" The undead figure replied coldly, "We are almost there." Suddenly, a voice pierced the void. Someone was calling for Chen. His eyes snapped open. That voice, or was it his mother? Or mom? He screamed at the top of his lungs. But he wasn't on a battlefield. He was on a subway train, and everyone was staring. Chen looked around, mind spinning. Why was he here? A grumpy commuter scoffed. "Keep it down, you lunatic!" The intercom announced the next station. It finally clicked. He was back. He was truly back in the real world. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he cheered. The angry passenger just rolled his eyes. Total psycho. The subway car rattles steadily toward University Avenue. Trying to laugh off the awkward tension, Chenille apologizes, claiming his outburst was just a nasty nightmare. But reality fractures as a translucent blue screen materializes. A system notification flashes red, screaming of imminent danger. Total confusion washes over him. Why is the system haunting him here? He logged out. The aggressive passenger steps closer, looking for a fight. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a sharp suit cuts in, barking a command for Chenille to flee this instant. Our hero is completely lost in the chaos. He demands answers, but the bully just sneers, thinking it is all an act. Then, in the blink of an eye, poof, Chenille vanishes into thin air. The bully is left staring at empty space, his jaw on the floor. Moments later, a cleanup crew of suited men arrives, scanning the area for the missing student. The baffled passenger stammers that the kid just evaporated. The leader of the suit stands silent, his expression unreadable as stone. Reality shifts violently. Chenille gasps, bolting upright in a strange bed, lungs burning for air as if he had drowned. His eyes dart around the room. Is this Latiana? Was the modern world the dream? Or is this the illusion? And why did his mother's voice echo at the end? A familiar voice breaks his trance. It is Sala entering with the greatest treasure of all, a tray loaded with food. Chenille immediately asks about the crew. Salah smiles, explaining that UB is already out there leading the city's grand reconstruction efforts. Then the shock hits him. He has been in a coma for 10 full days. No wonder everyone was losing their minds with worry. Salah has duties to attend to, so she tells him to come find them in the city center later. But first he needs to eat. She drops a bombshell. The citizens are throwing a massive victory feast, and he is the guest of honor, expected to give a speech. The protagonist freezes. A speech fighting monsters is easy, but public speaking is the true nightmare. Before slipping out, Salah points to a stack of fabric, reminding him to wear the hero's outfit they specially prepared. Left alone in the silence, Chenille's thoughts drift to Yuruka, his companion still trapped in the interdimensional void. Hoping the little guy has healed up, he taps the system interface. But a cruel red box flashes, operation failed. Why 10 days should have been enough. Suddenly, a new icon starts blinking in the corner of his vision. Curiosity piqued, Chenille taps the notification. What surprises does the system have in store now? A massive banner unfurls. Congratulations. The prologue is complete. All system restrictions have been lifted, the young man sighs. So this hellish difficulty setting is the shackle keeping him trapped in this game world. No time to mope. He immediately dives into the menus, pulling up the weapon forging interface first. It is a crafter's paradise enhancement item. Creation Destruction, plus a new alchemy tab for brewing tonics and recovery potions. A wry smile crosses his face. It really is just like a role-playing game. The compendium feature catches his eye next to database for researching the beasts he has faced. The system explains that with the illustrated compendium active, every creature and item he discovers will be permanently logged. But as he scrolls, frustration hits. Both Yuruka and the Predator are listed as unknown. He needs to level up just to read their stats. He swipes to the next screen. Map detection unlocked. Now he has a radar for nearby monsters. And the title's function is live, promising sweet stat bonuses for completing special achievements. But the game changer is the teleportation portal. He can now build 3 permanent warp gates across the districts. Finally, he reaches the most dangerous tab, the development tree for the chaotic Godslayer. The system prompts him. Would he like to consume the divine essence to unlock 1% of his true potential? Chenille steels himself. To storm the temple and face the divine beast, he needs every scrap of power he can grab. Decision made. He sits in a meditative pose and triggers the essence. It is time to level up. Boom. Even a single percent hits him like a tidal wave. Raw power floods his veins, surging through every cell in his body. Riding the high, he summons his new gear. He checks the elemental rings and the legendary frost armor. The armor materializes instantly, wrapping him in cold steel. But then a mysterious key floats before his eyes. He remembers the last time he used a key like this. It was the gacha pull that gave him Yuruka. What destiny awaits inside this time? Meanwhile, at headquarters, Broas reports to UB that the wounded are stable and the barrier is solid. UB nods with satisfaction. The city is safe. He asks about the banquet and Bros confirms the party is ready to start. However, the report takes a darker turn. The Guardians Hicks and Lucius are locked up under Bob's watch, but the snake Sulkia managed to slip away. UB's eyes narrow. Sulkia escaping is suspicious, but Bros shrugs it off. A lone rat won't survive long in the wild. But even Ubi could feel it instantly. This individual. He was suppressing a power far more terrifying than Dolapo ever possessed. Faced with such a bold assertion, Braz froze, standing there with a look of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, alone in his chambers, Chenli studied the mysterious key in his palm. Was this the legendary dungeon quest item? Suddenly the system's voice echoed, chanting a cryptic prophecy. The system laid out the brutal terms. Activate the key to begin the quest. But be warned. Death. Here meant the total destruction of his physical body. The warning hit him like a truck. The young man realized the stakes had changed. To die in this game. Was to die in reality. Memories of his slaughter by the Latoyama Ana Wanderer flashed back. Back then there was no penalty. No soul-binding link between his character and his real body. Doubts began to spiral in his mind. Was only his consciousness trapped here? Then why did his physical body materialize on that train? Chaos reigned in Chenli's thoughts. What the hell was actually going on? Had everything just been a fever dream? Are you all right? A voice pierced his contemplation. Startled, the young man spun around. Only to find the mysterious guide who calmly revealed his form was merely an illusion. The guide then dropped a bombshell. His escape from Latayana. That was no dream. Yet the reason for Chenli's sudden return remained a total mystery. Desperate for answers, the young hero pressed on. Did I truly escape the game in that moment? The entity nodded solemnly. He had shared Chenli's vision. He had seen the outside world with his own eyes. Chenli recounted the horror. A bald pursuer hunting him down. And that voice. His mother's desperate plea for him to run. But the guide shook his head. He had heard no voice. Furthermore, such teleportation power was unlike anything he had ever encountered in this realm. Chenli pieced the clues together. There were only 2 logical explanations for this nightmare. Possibility 1. His consciousness never actually left the game. He was merely teleported to a new map designed to look like a train station. Possibility 2. He had briefly returned to reality. Which meant his physical body had transmigrated into this world from the very start. The conclusion was terrifying yet simple. Slash, no matter the scenario slash this world, slash, it was his new reality. A chilling thought struck him. Slash, that bald man? Slash, could he be the menacing figure Xiaomi had warned him about? Rage boiled within him. Slash, his mother had been captured. Slash. But why slash? Why was he the only one cast into this dimension? The guide snapped, his irritation visible. Slash, calm yourself. Slash, simultaneously, the system chimed in. Slash, initiate Crimson Key. Slash, the countdown began ticking away. Chen forced a deep breath into his lungs. Slash, he composed his features. Slash, I am fine, he assured the spirit, but curiosity burned brighter than fear. Slash, he seized the moment. Slash, tell me. Slash, have you ever slaughtered a god? Slash, could you defeat the supreme being of this world? The guide offered a weary apology. Slash, his memories were fragmented. Slash, my mind is a void. Slash, but to be sealed in this prison, slash, I must have slain a deity. He continued, voice gaining gravity. Slash, the gods tremble before chaotic elemental power. Slash, and I believe. Slash, one day you will be the one to dethrone the strongest among them. The protagonist smirked. Slash, the guide was right. Slash, the path forward was clear. Slash, grind. Slash, level up. Slash, become unstoppable. However, slash, the guide left him with one final ominous warning. The moment your god-slaying power awakens, prepare yourself. Calamity will come hunting for you. Chen swung his coat over his shoulders with a flourish. Slash, don't worry, he declared, eyes gleaming. Slash, I refuse to die here. Slash, he vowed to uncover every secret. Slash, but first, slash, it was time to level up right after tonight's banquet. Meanwhile, the city was alive with energy. Slash, the grand feast was set, slash, centered around a roaring bonfire that lit up the night sky. While expertly grilling the meat, slash, Rashidler turned to Salai, exasperation in his voice. I have told you 10 times already. Everything is perfect. Wart, we are just waiting for the guest of honor, Chen Li. As Salai retorted, slash, Ubi stepped in with a sharp glance. Slash, watch your tone with her. Slash. Terrified Rashidler immediately bowed in apology. Braz sighed, soaking in the peace. Slash, I have never felt this relaxed, he admitted to Ub. Slash, if Chen Li hadn't crushed Dopo. Slash, I shudder to imagine the hell we would be living in, though I never doubted him. Braz thumped his chest. I knew victory was ours. After all, I saw him slay the Beast King with my own eyes. Casually, Ubi dropped a truth bomb. Slash, you know Delapo's power was borrowed from Hades. Slash, Braz's legs turned to jelly. Slash, and he tumbled backward in sheer shock, eyes popping out. Braz stammered. Slash, Hades. Slash, you mean slash, the actual god of the underworld? Unfazed, Ub tilted his head. Why are you on the ground? Suddenly, the man of the hour arrived. Chen Li grinned. Yo, bro, did Ub say something to freak you out? Salai beamed, rushing to greet him with pure joy. Slash, even Rashidler looked on. Slash, visibly emotional to see their leader finally awake and well. Ube bowed respectfully before Chen Li. Our hero has arrived. Let the festivities commence. He turned to the city, roaring Chen Li's name to the heavens. The villagers erupted. Slash, torches raised high. Slash, 1,000 voices shouted as one. Slash, hero, hero, hero. Salai raised her hands, calling for silence. Slash, but the adrenaline was too high. Slash, the crowd continued to shower their savior with adulation. With a graceful gesture, Slash, she invited Chen Li, the savior of the city, to speak. Slash, Ube nudged him forward. Slash, go on, everyone is waiting. Slash, but the young man hesitated, freezing in the spotlight. Sensing the tension, Slash, Ube leaned in. Slash, are you getting stage fright? Slash, scared to address your people? No, Chen Li replied, his voice low. A shadow crossed his face. It is just that I do not feel like a true hero yet. Every single warrior who fought to protect this city, they deserve that title just as much as I do. He insisted that defeating Dalo was a team effort, a victory forged by everyone's strength. Taking all the credit for himself? He couldn't look these people in the eye if he did that. Uber placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. He told him to cast aside those worries, stating plainly that every soul there knew the truth. They would all be corpses right now if not for him. The elder continued, his voice heavy with conviction. The people didn't just need a fighter, they needed a true symbol, someone who could ignite a new spark. They needed hope. And in everyone's eyes, Shanail was the only one worthy of carrying that heavy burden. B-Ross and Rashidler chimed in, hyping him up and assuring him he had the strength to carry this weight. Uber drove the point home, urging him to lead the survivors and prove that escaping this hellscape wasn't just a dream. Chenille simply nodded, accepting his fate. With a steady breath, he walked toward the stage where Sally was waiting for him. As he marched forward, the truth settled in his heart. Uber was right. These people were lost in the dark, and they needed a lighthouse to guide them. His eyes hardened with determination. To truly embrace the title of hero, he had to become their shield. He had to protect those who looked up to him. In that fleeting moment, he admitted to himself the feeling of being relied upon. It actually wasn't so bad. Below him, the crowd erupted, cheering and celebrating their savior. Standing before the sea of faces, he finally introduced his true self as Cheng Lei, thanking them for placing their faith in him. With a voice like iron, he swore a solemn oath. He would keep everyone safe, and he would lead them out of Latana no matter the cost. Meanwhile, on a desolate beach, Argolis ordered Seal to hold his position, promising a swift return. Left alone in the barren wasteland, the ancient being grumbled. Centuries had passed, yet the weather in this dump was still absolute trash. Deciding it was time to make a move, he resolved to scout out Fenire's territory. With a roar, he transformed into a magnificent dragon, soaring up to verify if that fool had truly been slain. Later that night, the celebrations had quieted, and Chenille sat alone sipping water from his canteen. Suddenly, Brose and Boone approached the solitary hero. Brose immediately gushed over the speech, admitting he would have wet his pants in front of that many people. Boone, however, smirked and teased that Chenille just had a face thick enough to ignore stage fright. A moment later, Feloka joined the trio, asking about the whereabouts of Uber and Sally. Before the gossip could start, Chenille cut in, explaining that Sally had already escorted Uber home. Changing the subject, Brose asked the big question: when were they heading to the temple? Chenille shook his head. First, he needed to grind. He planned to power up his skills significantly before even thinking about challenging the Divine Guardian Beast. Boone's ears perked up. Divine Guardian Beast. He echoed the words, confused by the terrifying title. Boone then explained to Feloka that compared to the other Guardians, Dolapo was basically a low-level lackey. Chenille nodded grimly. If they wanted to survive what was coming, they all needed to become monsters far stronger than they were now. The strategy meeting concluded, Chenille said his goodbyes. He announced he was going to recharge his batteries and advised the duo to hit the hay before they collapsed. Brose watched the young man walk into the shadows, scratching his head. Why did that guy always have to be so mysterious? Later, in the silence of a forest clearing, Chenille prepared to cultivate his strength. He summoned his status screen. A grin tugged at his lips after defeating Dolapo. He had a whopping 65 attribute points ready to distribute. The system interface popped up with a tip boosting his intelligence attribute would drastically reduce his skill cooldown times. That was a game changer. With a strategy in mind, he decided to spread the points across intelligence, strength, and agility for a balanced build. Next problem. Chenille realized he was still lacking a proper weapon. He needed to unlock the shop to gear up, reasoning that even a trash-tier weapon was better than throwing hands bare-fisted. He made the call. The system devoured 30 of his hard-earned levels, but the sacrifice was worth it. The weapon shop finally unlocked. His eyes scanned the holographic wares. He spotted a flashy golden weapon, but despite its bling, it couldn't hold a candle to Ozul. However, another blade caught his eye. He selected the Corsair's magic sword. The mana point recovery effect on this bad boy would be absolutely broken in a long fight. After equipping his brand new steel, the young hero declared he was ready. The next step was the mission. Right on cue, the system asked if he wanted to use the Crimson Key. Chenille hit confirm. Before him, space tore apart as a portal ripped open. The system announced the mission would commence in 5 seconds. The countdown ticked away, accompanied by a final warning notification recommending a gear check. With his new sword gripped tight in his hand, Chenille waited as the numbers dropped. The moment time ran out, he stepped boldly toward the swirling vortex. In the blink of an eye, the countdown hit 0. Chenille was instantly teleported to a new zone bathed in the eerie glow of a massive moon. Squinting into the distance, his eyes locked onto a solitary figure standing perfectly still in the center of a lake. Ding, a notification confirmed his successful entry into the Crimson Realm. He began to trek across the haunting, desolate landscape. Then the system dropped the mission title, and it was intense: The Endless Massacre of Bastet. Hearing that name, the young man paused. Why did Bastet sound so incredibly familiar to him? The mission screen flashed the objectives and rewards, and let's just say the loot was generous enough to make anyone drool. Scanning the horizon, Chenille realized the catch. He needed to find Bastet before the moon set, but he had absolutely zero clue which way to go. He looked up at the night sky, frustrated. There were no landmarks, no map, nothing to guide him. If he just ran around like a headless chicken, he'd fail before he even started. Suddenly, the mission condition echoed in his mind like a clue. Before the moon sets. In that instant, the truth clicked. It wasn't just a countdown timer. It was a breadcrumb trail straight to the target. Chen Jiyao locked his gaze on a pillar of smoke spiraling into the heavens. A spark of curiosity ignited in his chest. Just what kind of chaos was waiting for him over there? From the swirling mist, a grotesque massive silhouette loomed. The system flared red undead beasts, and every single one of them was level 60. 4 of the wretched creatures lunged at once. He was completely surrounded, but Chen Jiyao had already analyzed their attack patterns. As claws slashed toward him, he couldn't help but smirk. In the past, a mob like this would have been a death sentence, but not anymore. With a single fluid strike, his blade sang through the air, cleaving the vanguard and decimating the flank in one breath. He stared down the survivors with cold confidence. To him, they weren't monsters. They were walking piles of free experience points. Meanwhile, Argalus stared down at the mangled corpse of Fenrir. Pathetic. To think he actually let himself get slaughtered like this. Even without divine power, Fenrir was a force of nature. He shouldn't have been erased so easily. Suddenly, a foul stench hit his nose. Vermin. For a second, he feared that man had returned. But no. That pest was surely rotting in hell by now. His cold gaze swept over the carnage, a graveyard of twisted limbs and shattered armor. A chilling thought crept in. Had his nemesis truly perished, or had he become one with this swarm of filth? Back in Delk City, Elder Uber was recording history in the making. Sealing the evil god. That was merely the opening act. The arrival of Hesiod had shattered the fragile truce. Now the gods looked upon humanity with nothing but suspicion. The Book of Prophecies spoke of a savior. A god-killer, born of mortal blood, destined to restore balance to the chaotic world. The records were clear. The creators turned on their creations out of fear. Pushed to the brink, humanity had no choice but to rise up in glorious rebellion. And at the helm of this revolution, the god-killer would stand tall, leading the charge against the heavens themselves. The realization hit Uber like a lightning bolt. Chen Jiyao. He was without a doubt the god-killer of legend. Just as he pondered the weight of the world's fate, a shiver ran down his spine. A dark, suffocating pressure descended upon the room. He scrambled to the window, horror gripping his heart. The city's barrier was shattering, and a massive comet of destruction was hurtling straight for them. Boom! The impact shook the earth to its core, as explosions blossomed like flowers of death. Argalus hovered high above the inferno. He looked down at the screaming masses with pure disgust. To him, they were nothing but miserable insects begging to be squashed. But one man refused to cower. Elder Uber ascended to the sky, his eyes burning with a righteous fury. "You monster!" Uber roared, his aura flaring. "You're the bastard who slaughtered Morris and Luna." Argalus didn't even flinch. "Are you the watchdog here?" he sneered. "Tell me where Fenrir's killer is and I might grant you a quick death." Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the battlefield, Chen Jiyao tightened his grip. The real fight was about to begin. No hesitation. He triggered his new skill, letting the power surge through his veins. With godlike speed, he became a blur. The mythical mana sword roared to life, incinerating the mob and draining 300 health points with every slash. 3 undead beasts fell instantly. Ping 30,000 experience points flooded into his status window. His eyes widened. The passive skill stacked perfectly with his new ability mana consumption. Absolutely zero. It was time to go all out. He dove into the next cluster of monsters and unleashed the ultimate technique, Divine Extinction Fold. It was an infinite loop of destruction. Every ounce of mana he spent was instantly replenished. With mana worries gone, he became a perpetual motion machine of death. This wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. System alerts popped up like crazy. One by one, the undead beasts were erased until silence fell over the battlefield. Clearance complete. He swiped open his status window. The bar was filling up, but that golden level up notification remained elusive. He crunched the numbers. The quest rewards were decent, but at this pace, it would take forever to reach the next tier. Warning. A red alert flashed. His weapon's durability was plummeting dangerously fast. Infinite mana was great, but his gear couldn't keep up with the intensity. He was literally breaking his sword with his own power. If I level up, maybe I'll unlock a masterclass skill. Suddenly, a sweet voice pierced his thoughts. "Daddy!" Chen Jiyao froze. "Eureka!" She was finally awake. "Hold on, sweetie," he shouted, relief washing over him. "Daddy's coming to get you right now." She launched herself into his arms like a cannonball. "Oof, easy there, princess." He laughed. "You're squeezing the life out of me." He stroked her hair, his voice turning gentle. "It's okay now. The bad guy is gone. You're safe with Daddy." "Thank you," he whispered. "You saved me and Grandpa Uber." Beaming with joy, the little fairy fluttered into the air. "Daddy, where are we?" she chirped. Chen Jiyao scanned the horizon. "We're not out of the woods yet, honey. The quest isn't over." His eyes narrowed. "We have to take down the boss monster first. Stay close to me, okay? Don't leave my side." Under the silver glow of the moon, our duo races into the night. But the scene shifts drastically, plunging us into the gloom of a rainy city hospital. Chaos erupts in the hallway. Paramedics scream for clearance, turning the corridor into a desperate race against death. The gurney flies down the hall. The patient's pulse is fading fast, prompting the team to prep a massive shot of adrenaline. Inside the operating room, it is do or die. The doctors charge the paddles, ready to shock him back from the brink one last time. The body convulses violently with the shock, but the monitor lets out a singular chilling tone. Flatline. He is gone. Breaking news flashes across the screen. This tragedy marks the 3,000th mysterious cardiac death this month alone. An analyst briefs Minister Su on the terrifying statistics. The victims are all healthy young men in their 20s dropping dead without a single warning sign. Was there a link? You bet there was. Every single victim was logged into the viral sensation known as Cosmos. It wasn't just bad luck. The minister confirmed that something far more sinister was connecting the game to these fatalities. The analyst dropped a bombshell. Just last month, a frantic mother reported her son Chen Jiyao vanished into thin air while playing that very game. But things got even weirder. A viral clip surfaced showing a teenager flickering in and out of existence right in the middle of the subway. Facial recognition nailed him instantly. It was Chen Jiyao. The staff looked to Minister Su, desperate for orders. Her eyes turned cold. She ordered the video scrubbed from the net. The public silenced and the game developers seized immediately. Alone in her office, the minister opened Chen Jiyao's file, ready to uncover the truth behind this anomaly. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the villainous Argolis mocked the elder's intelligence. Enraged, Ube launched himself forward, throwing a punch packed with explosive force. But Argolis caught the fist like it was nothing. With a casual swing, he countered, blasting Ube backward through the air like a ragdoll. Before the elder could crash, Boone swooped in to catch him. Panic filled his voice as he checked on his mentor. Ube coughed, ordering him to flee from this monster. But Boone stood his ground, declaring he wouldn't abandon the fight. And he wasn't the only one. In a flash of light, Lucius and Hicks materialized at his side, ready for war. Back with our protagonist Chen Jiyao, pushed toward the moon, but the closer he got, the more the undead army swarmed him like locusts. He gritted his teeth. These weren't starter mobs. Their levels were skyrocketing far beyond anything he had fought before. His weapon was nearing its breaking point. He realized he had to rely on basic attacks and surgical precision to hit their weak spots. Time was running out to reach the boss room. Still, he charged headfirst into the horde, only to be flanked by two vicious monsters. Sudden movement, Yuruka leaped into the fray, cutting between him and the jaws of death. The tiny creature unleashed a devastating blast. Chen Jiyao grinned, praising his little partner's incredible strength. But there was no time to celebrate. He tightened his grip, knowing he had to slaughter these beasts at record speed to survive. Down in the burning city, civilians looked up in horror. Trembling voices asked if the monsters had returned to finish them all off. High above the clouds, Argolis glared at the heroes. He was done playing games. His voice boomed with malice. He demanded the location of his target, his patience, wearing thinner by the second. Boone raised his blade high. He declared the village under his protection and told the invader to get lost. Blink, and you will miss it. Argolis vanished and reappeared right in Boone's face, shocking Lucius and Hicks with his godlike speed. Looking down on him like a bug, Argolis raised his hand to deliver the finishing blow. Boone braced for the impact, but the hit never came. Ube stepped in at the last second, taking the brunt of the attack as Boone screamed his name in terror. Ube didn't flinch. He ordered the youngsters to run. Boone was confused, asking who or what they were facing. The elder's voice trembled. That wasn't a man. That was Argolis, a god of the underworld and a direct servant of Hades himself. And the horror didn't stop there. Ube revealed the dark truth. Argolis was the butcher who slaughtered Lily's parents. Their elemental attacks were useless against a deity. Ube prepared to sacrifice himself so the others could live. But the god just laughed, a cruel, twisting sound. He whispered that escape was impossible now that he had the scent of fresh blood. Lucius and Hicks refused to run. They took their combat stances, calling out to the elder. They shouted that retreat wasn't an option. The murderer of their friend's family had to pay for his sins right here and now. Boone clenched his fists. If they couldn't win alone, maybe they could take him down together. Ube hesitated, then nodded. They would bet their lives on this one strike. Roaring with determination, the four heroes charged the god as one. Facing their desperate assault, the dark god simply sighed. He called their bravery nothing but sheer stupidity. He pronounced their doom with a sneer. Suddenly, dark energy exploded outward. In a terrifying display of power, Argolis morphed into a colossal, catastrophic dragon. Meanwhile, miles away from the apocalypse, Chen Jiyao heard a ding. He leveled up and told his pet it was time for a nice, relaxing juice break. A heavy sigh escaped his lips as he looked at the pathetic results. After slaughtering an endless sea of beasts and draining his stamina to the dregs, the system rewarded him with a single measly level. To make matters worse, Chenille noticed the durability of his weapon was plummeting at an alarming rate, far faster than he had calculated. A quick stat check confirmed his worst fears. He was a monster in a duel, an unstoppable gladiator in one-on-one combat, but against a swarm, he was completely out of his element. The realization hit him like a truck. He remembered the skill selection screen, forced to choose 2 out of 3 divine arts, and he had foolishly dumped everything into raw destructive power. But clarity always comes too late. The light skill with its fixed damage output would have preserved his weapon's edge and spared his precious stamina. Bitterness gnawed at his gut. If only he had chosen a different class. The unfairness of the system burned in his mind like a fever. Why limit him to 2 skills? Why not grant him the full trinity? Suddenly, a blue window shattered his thoughts. His hidden proficiency had finally struck level 100. Chenille's eyes widened in shock. To unlock the new ability, the condition was clear: defeat Bastet. His resolve hardened instantly. Speed was of the essence. They needed to upgrade their gear the second this raid concluded. He turned to his companion Yuruka. Recovered enough to move, he signaled the advance, but before they could take a step, a deafening roar tore through the battlefield. Chenille's gaze snapped skyward. Could that be Bastet? He muttered. The behemoth stomped forward, unleashing a second roar that shook the very ground beneath them. The dust settled, revealing Bastet's colossal form. The system window flashed red, confirming the nightmare field boss Bastet, level 120. Chenille scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. So, when all is said and done, it's just an overgrown house cat. But his eyes betrayed no amusement. He was dead serious. He issued a grim warning to Yuruka. Stay sharp. If I go down, you're finished too. With steel in his veins, Chenille shifted into his battle stance. There was no room for hesitation. He declared, let the hunt begin. Meanwhile, in the real world, City B was in chaos. News anchors broadcasted panic warning of a sudden, terrifying wave of unexplained deaths across the globe. Whispers turned to screams on the internet, linking the corpses to a game known as Cosmos. Amidst the rising riots, reporters announced that citizens of every nation were besieging their governments for the truth. Breaking news confirmed that the leadership of Country Z had convened an emergency summit of state heads to manage the crisis. They were scrambling to address the massacre, promising an official statement to calm the masses before the situation spiraled further. But chaos waits for no one. A protester collapsed live on camera right behind the reporter, triggering frantic screams for medical aid. With iron will, the anchor maintained her professional mask, passing the broadcast to their correspondent Lu Yao Yao, who remained on the front lines of the unfolding disaster. Inside the suffocating tension of the war room, the autopsy report dropped. Negative for poisons. Negative for viral pathogens. The victims were clean. Dr. Lee Newman stepped into the spotlight to deliver the verdict. The cause of death isn't cardiac arrest, he announced, his voice grave. It is something far more sinister. He revealed the horrifying truth: the bodies bore internal ruptures and brain tissue damage consistent with severe blunt force trauma. The doctor proposed a nightmare scenario, a murder method that hijacked the brain's own ability to manifest reality from illusion. A deathly silence descended upon the dignitaries as the impossible became their reality. He cited his past research cultivating brain tissue to play ping pong, proving that biological neural networks learned at speeds that shamed artificial intelligence. Dr. Lee Newman drove his point home. Though these events seemed unrelated, the science and the slaughter were converging on a single terrifying singularity. He concluded with a thought that chilled their blood. We exist in a world where the probability of this reality being real is less than 1 in a billion. Back in the game, reality was trying to kill Chenille. Bastet lunged, swiping down with a paw the size of a boulder. The beast charged, claws raised for execution. Chenille weaved through the air, barely dodging the devastating strike. In a flash of light, Yuruka materialized. A shimmering barrier erupted around her, absorbing the shockwave and neutralizing the impact. Chenille's instincts screamed danger. This monster rivaled the Beast King or Doppo in raw power. A single direct hit meant instant game over. There was zero margin for error. He could not afford to be careless with a monster of this caliber. Fighting blind was suicide. He needed to conserve his stamina and download the enemy's attack patterns before making a risky move. Strategy set, he triggered his ultimate technique, Axe of God. His speed multiplied instantly. He closed the distance, but the giant feline remained statue still. Chenille frowned. Why wasn't it reacting? Where was the bloodlust? Trap or not, he had to push the offensive. He surged forward to deliver a point-blank strike to Bastet's main body. Was the beast mocking him? Or inviting him in? Just as the blade came down, Bastet howled, summoning ghostly apparitions from the void. The spectral army shrieked, rushing toward Chenille with killing intent. Now, he spotted the opening. Casting aside hesitation, he unleashed his most destructive art, Gods of Destruction. The attack vaporized the leading spirit, channeling divine decimation. Chenille tested the limit of his power, driving the momentum straight toward the boss. Boom! The blow connected, carving into the monster's hide. But Bastet didn't flinch. It roared and launched a ferocious countercharge. The speed was blinding. The impact sent Chenille flying. His balance shattered as he and Yuruka tumbled helplessly across the battlefield. Bastet didn't give him a moment to breathe, charging up a massive blast of devastating energy. The projectile launched, smashing into the earth with a cataclysmic boom. Gasping for air, Chen Li scrambled up, cradling Yuruka like his life depended on it. But the nightmare wasn't over. The spirits circled them like vultures, and the great beast unleashed the terrifying seal of the undead. He realized the truth instantly. The situation wasn't just bad, it was absolutely catastrophic. With 0 options left, Chen Li hurled Yuruka straight at the seal. The small creature collided with the mark, triggering a violent blinding explosion. The shockwave slammed into Chen Li, forcing him to his knees, coughing up smoke. Through the ringing in his ears, he heard Yuruka's voice calling out, and then it hit him. That wasn't just an attack. It was a dead-end trap snapping shut like a steel jaw. A system window popped up with the grim news the mark's explosion converts into blocked damage upon direct impact. He finally grasped Bastit's dirty strategy. Get close, mark the target, and use the explosion to wipe them off the map. The revelation chilled him, but he couldn't freeze now. Chen Li gritted his teeth and charged headfirst into the horde of spirits. With a whirlwind spin, he slashed through the mob. But simultaneously, the undead beasts began to move with terrifying speed. He screamed a warning to his companion. Watch out, Yuruka! They're getting faster by the second! Suddenly, Bastet blurred into motion, lunging for the kill. His weapon barely parried the lethal strike in time. He threw up a barrier just as the claws came down, then seized the opening. Divine destruction blasted straight into the monster's eye. The beast roared, forced back by the blow, but the divine energy kept eating away at its health. Chen Li didn't let up. He dashed in for another hit, resulting in a violent blast that blew them both apart. Skidding to a halt, he shouted over the chaos, checking if his small companion was still in one piece. He ran the numbers rapidly. His only hope was abusing Yuruka's shield for both offense and defense, even if it drained every drop of the creature's stamina. But Bastit's speed was insane. One slip-up, 1 microsecond of hesitation, and it was game over. Missing a skill meant a punishing cooldown, and Yuruka was already fading fast. This strategy was crumbling before his eyes. And if the boss wasn't enough, the endless waves of undead kept nipping at his heels like a swarm of piranhas. Variables piled upon variables. In this state, victory wasn't just unlikely, it looked impossible. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. The image of his uncle demonstrating a legendary long-range technique. He looked up at the horde and shouted into the void. Uncle, are you watching this? Is there any way to beat this thing? He dodged a lethal claw, desperate for a response that wouldn't come. The silence was deafening. He realized that ever since this mission started, his connection to his uncle had been completely severed. The timer was ticking down like a bomb. Failure meant losing 10 million experience points and a legendary weapon. In that moment of distraction, Bastet launched another ferocious frontal assault. Chen Li caught the blow, the impact shaking his bones. He knew if he couldn't clear this quest, he had no business facing the guardian of the Nabuta temple. No, I won't fall here. The fire in his eyes refused to be extinguished. The massive beast wound up for another strike, its speed breaking past previous limits. The attack slammed into him like a freight train, pinning him helplessly to the earth. Gritting his teeth against the crushing weight, he managed to shove one of the spirits away with a desperate burst of strength. The spirit hit the ground and detonated. The shockwave forced Bastet to recoil, buying him a split second of relief. A red warning flashed: HP below 10% immediate recovery required. Chen Li knew the score. With the boss moving at light speed and his health in the critical zone, the next hit would be his last. One option remained: activate the element of chaos and bet everything on Yuruka's shield for a final suicide charge. But suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He realized he had been a slave to the system's manual, never daring to color outside the lines with his powers. He recalled his uncle's blade, a weapon that could fuse all elemental powers into a single world-ending strike. Could he do it too? Could he channel every ounce of his elemental power into his weapon for that same explosive effect? It was time to gamble everything. He focused his will, drawing every scrap of available energy into a single point. As the power surged, he understood this was the secret mechanism behind that legendary skill. He unleashed the energy. A beam of pure destruction channeled through his sword, striking with surgical precision. The system chimed with a glorious sound. New divine skill. Acquired Moon of Chaos. Immediately, the system window flashed. The specs of his new ability were right there in glowing text. Chen finally had the trump card he needed to take this boss down. Bastet wasn't going to take that lying down. The beast let out a roar that shook the dungeon walls, unleashing a devastating wave of destruction in retaliation. It was all or nothing. Gritting his teeth, our hero channeled every last drop of mana into his weapon for one final strike. With a single decisive motion, he slammed into Bastet. Boom. The impact was massive, leaving Chen standing there, panting and totally spent. His limbs felt like lead, the ultimate skill having drained his stamina bar to 0. Looking down at the fallen beast, he smirked. Checkmate. A golden notification popped up to seal the deal. Bastet successfully annihilated. Another message chimed: Crimson Moon quest complete. But before he could celebrate, Chen screamed, "Yuruka, heads up!" Confused, he stared up just as a massive pillar of light crashed down from the heavens. In a blink, the holy energy swallowed him whole. Ding, ding, ding. Notifications for level-ups. And experience points exploded around him like fireworks. His health bar filled back up instantly. He realized he'd hit level 100 and unlocked a third skill. The text for God Annihilator hovered before him in vivid detail. Wait a second. Reading the description, he realized this skill was suspiciously similar to the one Bastet used. He knew he'd need to assign his stat points carefully for the next boss. But first, it was time for the loot drop. A key, a mystery chest, and an essence appeared. Chen paused, stunned. He actually got a god essence from Bastet. That drop rate is insane. Gripping the key, he figured it had to be for a dungeon unlock, just like that crimson key from before. Staring at the chest, he cracked a nervous smile. I'm getting serious trauma from mimics here. He called out to Yuruka for backup. Jackpot. A shiny notification popped up congratulating him on snagging a legendary tier item. As the lid creaked open, he laughed at his own paranoia. Just kidding, Yuruka. Now come to Papa. What kind of OP gear did we get? A stylish set of threads and accessories floated out. The system noted the coat boosted magic equipment drop rates by a whopping 20%. The item description scrolled by, revealing the epic lore and massive stat bonuses attached to the gear. Song of Latana. The gear of the underworld. God satisfied. Chen grinned. With legendary gear like this, he could distribute his stats with way more confidence. Checking out the accessories, he scratched his head. How do I equip these? My ears aren't exactly pierced. He shrugged and just hit the equip button. Zap. The magic did the rest, attaching the earrings seamlessly. Talk about user-friendly. In a flash of light, the full set materialized on his avatar, looking fresh. Suddenly, a warning flashed. The dungeon instance was closing. The exit portal swirled open nearby, signaling it was time to go. Let's bounce Yuruka. To the temple. He grabbed his companion and dove through the portal just as it slammed shut behind them. Safe on the other side, Chen took a deep breath. Finally back. But why was the sky pitch black? Did time freeze while they were inside? Then his eyes adjusted to the landscape and his stomach dropped. Standing on the cliff edge, he gazed out in horror. The city below? It was gone. Completely destroyed. Meanwhile, in a dark alley of City 8, a guy whispered to his buddy Lee, "Hey, hear about that game Cosmos? Rumor has it players are dying in real life." Lee scoffed, waving him off with a laugh. "Pff, don't be an idiot. That's just a dumb urban legend." His friend sighed. Kids these days. They get too obsessed with games and forget to take care of their actual health. Lee flexed his biceps. "Look at these guns. Even the girls think I'm 20. You're just scared." He nudged his friend. "Come on, the ladies are waiting." Boom. A blinding pillar of light slammed into the pavement right between them. The two men spun around, eyes wide with shock. Lee squinted at the glare. "What the hell is this, some gang meeting?" But the light swirled, condensing into a terrifying form. They looked up as a nightmare beast clawed its way out of the light. "What is that thing?" Lee screamed. His friend trembled. That's a boss monster from Cosmos." Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared on the rooftops above. No talk, all action. The mysterious stranger dove from the shadows, blades flashing in the moonlight. In seconds, the beast lay dead. Back at the ruins, Chen stood alone, surrounded by the wreckage of the world he knew. His mind raced. What happened here? How long was I gone? Was time flowing differently in the dungeon? Before he could spiral, a mysterious man appeared from thin air. So the prodigal son finally returns. Chen spun around, eyes narrowing. "You, where have you been?" The man just smirked. "Can you truly be pulled from your own consciousness?" The cryptic question left our hero totally confused. Whoosh! A projectile screamed through the air. Instinct took over. Chen summoned his sword in a heartbeat. It was Boone. He stood there, brandishing his blade, face twisted in pure rage. He roared like a demon. "Chen, you die today." Chanilo stood there, completely blindsided. "What is this? Where is Grandpa Yuri?" But Boone screamed back. His face twisted. "Don't you dare speak his name. This nightmare is entirely on you." Chanilo's gaze turned icy, his voice dropping to a dangerous predatory growl. "What exactly did you just say?" Amidst the ruins of the destroyed city, a solitary cabin remained standing. Chanilo shoved the curtain aside and stepped in. His heart stopped. There lay Grandpa Yurei, surrounded by Sally and the crew. The atmosphere was suffocating. The elder lay unconscious, his arm, or what was left of it, wrapped tightly in blood-soaked bandages. His world-shattering Chanilo dropped to his knees. His voice cracked as he whispered, "Grandpa, how did it come to this?" He stood up, aura flaring. "Speak to me. I was only gone for a single night." Sally and Browse looked away, crushed by guilt. He wasn't having it. Chanilo spun on Rashidler, his voice exploding into a raw, primal roar. "Tell me what the hell happened." Rashidler sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Boss, you've been gone for 3 whole days. We thought you vanished." Chanilo froze. 3 days. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. "Repeat that." Suddenly, Boone kicked the door open. "Stop the acting, Chanilo," he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. "You ran away when we needed you most. Because of you, Grandpa Yurei and thousands of others are dead or destroyed." He snarled, teeth bared. "Who even is Chanilo? And why would a literal god go to such lengths just to hunt you down?" Chanilo stood silent, the crushing weight of the accusations burying him. Meanwhile, at the public security agency, the night seemed peaceful. An officer warned two men, "Keep talking nonsense and you're going to jail." But the men weren't backing down. They waved their arms frantically in the hallway, screaming, "We aren't lying, it's real." Her partner walked up confused. "What's the drama?" She rolled her eyes. "Just causing a scene rambling about monsters." Desperate, the men yelled, "We saw it! A giant monster and a flying woman who slaughtered it with a sword." Fed up? The officer pointed to the door. "Get out now, or I'm arresting you for disturbing the peace." While they begged to be heard, another officer in the background was on the phone, listening as the men kept yelling about the gigantic creature. On the other end of the line, the voice trembled in shock. "Reports of unknown creatures, are you certain?" He slammed the phone down. "Emergency assembly. Everyone." His partner blinked. "What is going on?" "That was the director," he gasped. "City B is a war zone. Multiple creatures are attacking civilians right now." Back in the ruins, Boone roared at Chinilo, completely consumed by a fiery rage. He seized Chinilo by the collar. "Why are you quiet? You think silence will save you from this sin?" Boone spat venom, accusing him of knowing the enemy was coming and hiding like a coward while others bled. "Do you accept the blame or not?" Boone swung a heavy punch, but smack. Chinilo caught the fist instantly. Boone's eyes went wide. He couldn't even process the speed. He was completely stunned. Chinilo's voice was deadly calm. "I didn't run, but I accept full responsibility for this tragedy. I will find that enemy, and I will end him with my own hands." Bruh stepped in terrified. "Dude, that's impossible. That thing is too powerful." But then curiosity got the better of him. "Wait, why was a god hunting you anyway?" Chinilo didn't flinch. "Because I possess the power to slaughter gods." He recalled his duel with Dopo. That guardian sold his soul to Hades, the lord of the underworld. The name Hades hit them like a shockwave, Boone Bros, and Sally froze in pure terror. "My chaotic elemental power is the only thing that can stand against him." Hades realized that the moment his minion died. Miles away, the villain Argolis touched down. "This is the spot," he sneered. The ground rumbled. The ancient prison Hades used for gods rose from the sands. Argolis grinned. "It is time." The colossal temple of Kabuli towered over the landscape, casting a shadow of absolute doom. Far away, Chinilo stared up at the sky. "Is this truly just a game world?" It felt too absurd to be real, yet the pain was too sharp to be fake. A strange, twisted reality. Standing on the cliff's edge, he realized his senses might lie, but his rage was real. He could never forgive this. Fire burned in his eyes. He would hunt them down. For Grandpa Ure, for everyone who fell, he would have his vengeance. But first, a spark of hope? Was there a potion in the system shop that could regenerate a lost limb? Ding, a blue system notification flashed before his eyes, displaying an item. Item found: the Guardian of Asclepius. A divine medicine capable of restoring the shattered. Clutching the treasure tight, Chinilo made his choice instantly. Slash. He had to get this to Grandfather Ube without wasting a single second. Even from miles away, the shockwave hit him. Slash. The very earth beneath the city groaned in terror from the impact. His curiosity spiked. Slash. What kind of monster releases that much energy in a heartbeat? Slash. Suddenly. Slash. A system window flashed before his eyes. An ominous warning glowed in the air. Slash. The Kabuli temple had awakened. Slash. And that devastating blast. Slash. It came straight from its ancient depths. Chinilo's blood ran cold. Slash. History was being rewritten right now. Slash. Only a divine being. Slash. Only a god could trigger that temple's power. Deep within the forbidden corridors, Argolis strode with arrogant purpose. Slash. He scoffed, muttering that not even Zeus could command him. Slash. But for Hades. Slash. That was a different story. As he marched deeper into the darkness. Slash. He recalled the Dark Lord's specific orders. Check the strength of the seal. That was the mission. Slash. Yet Hades had conveniently forgotten to mention one tiny detail. Slash. The imprisoned deities waiting inside. Argolis stopped at an ancient wall, tracing the weathered carvings. Slash. His eyes widened. Slash. This name. Slash. It belonged to a being that even Lord Hades trembled before. He halted before a colossal sealed gate. Slash. A wicked grin spread across his face. Slash. This. Slash. This is exactly the prize I've been hunting for. He channeled his energy to shatter the barrier, echoing Hades' commands in his mind. Slash. With one swift, devastating motion. Slash. He obliterated the seal protecting the door. The dust settled, revealing the guardian beast. Slash. Argolis bowed mockingly. Slash. Greetings, keeper of the seal, Nabolis. From the abyss of the newly opened chamber, a nightmare began to crawl into the light. Meanwhile, miles away, Chinilo couldn't shake the dread. Slash. Why would a god descend into the Kabuli temple now? A terrifying realization struck him like lightning. Slash. The moment those high and mighty gods sensed his chaos power. the hunt would begin. And this entire city it would be wiped off the map just to get to him. Desperate to avoid catastrophe, Chanilo turned to the mysterious figure. He demanded answers. Tell me, how can they smell my presence? Is there any way to mask this aura? The guide materialized, his expression grim. It is the scent of chaos, kid. Every time you tap into that power, you release a stench that only the gods can track. He looked Chanilo dead in the eye. And that trail it only disappears when the bearer's heart stops beating. His voice dropped to a serious whisper. All great power demands a blood price. But he offered a ruthless alternative. If you want to live, you have to slaughter everyone who comes for your head. Chanilo's resolve hardened. If the heavens were sending an army, then he would go to that temple and unleash every monster imprisoned there to fight back. The guide nodded solemnly. That is the only path left. The only way to keep your friends breathing. Back in the safety of the cabin, the adrenaline faded, leaving only regret. Boone was right all along. Chanilo realized he was a walking curse upon this city. Silence filled the room. He slumped into the chair beside the bed where grandfather Ube lay lost in a deep coma. The guilt was a heavy stone crushing his chest. Not just for his grandfather. But for every innocent soul extinguished in the village because of his existence. I'm so sorry, he whispered into the dark. Suddenly the door creaked open. Rackadler stepped in, surprised to see the silhouette. Chief. When did you get back? Chanilo kept his voice steady. Just now. Rackadler nodded, holding out a package. Sally managed to scavenge some medicine. She wanted you to have it. Before turning to go, Rackadler paused. Hey, don't be too hard on Boone or Sally. This nightmare. It's breaking all of us. Chanilo handed over the precious medicine for Ube's wounds. Please, he pleaded softly. Make sure he gets this. Do it properly. He turned his back to the room. Wait, where are you going? Rashidler called out. The answer was short and final. My grandfather. I'm leaving his life in your hands. Stepping into the cold night air, Chanilo accepted his fate. He couldn't undo the destruction of the past. But he could still be a shield for the survivors. By luring the danger far away from Latanaya. In his heart, he sent a silent prayer to his friends. Forgive me. For leaving without a proper goodbye. No more hesitation. He exploded into a sprint. If he pushed his speed to the limit, he could intercept the enemy before they reached the city. Meanwhile, chaos reigned elsewhere. The sky ripped open. Like paper. Grotesque abominations poured from the portal, sending citizens fleeing in sheer terror. Amidst the screaming stampede, one figure stood like a statue. A hooded woman, calm amidst the storm. She planted her feet, aura flaring. Ready to face the apocalypse head on. Boom. A colossal winged beast crashed down in front of her, shaking the pavement. Her earpiece crackled with panic. Reading off the charts. That's an S-rank threat. Hold tight 3. Heroes are en route to your location. She didn't flinch. Negative, she barked. Divert them to City S immediately. I will handle this trash myself. The command center screamed back. It's a losing battle. City S is already swarming with 3 similar level catastrophes. The beast lunged, claws tearing through the air. As she dodged, the truth hit her. The dimensional walls were crumbling. The 2 worlds were merging faster than anyone predicted. It wasn't just here. All across the globe, portals erupted. Cities shattered under the weight of the invasion. Humanity's greatest weapons were like toys against them. Missiles failed. Bullets bounced off. The planet was plunging into an age of endless darkness. Back in the wasteland, Chanilo and his guide trudged through the scorching sands. The journey was becoming a brutal test of endurance. He wiped sweat from his brow, groaning. This is taking forever. If only I had a dragon to fly us there, we'd be done by now. But where in the world would I find a beast like that? As if summoned by his very words. Whoosh! Yuruka appeared right beside him. Remembering that his little companion had wings, Chen Jiyao couldn't help but ask the obvious, why was he walking while the creature floated? He flashed a grin, waving it off as a bad joke. But in a heartbeat, the smile died on his lips. Something ominous loomed on the horizon. A colossal beast lay broken across the dunes, bleeding out onto the scorched sands. Chen stepped closer, his gaze locked on the massive form. Recognition hit him like a physical blow. It was Harakaru. The nightmare of his past resurfaced. The wandering dominator. The monster that slaughtered him instantly in La Toyama, moving so fast the system didn't even have time to warn him. A gravelly voice rumbled from the beast. It sniffed the air, sneering that it caught the scent of a familiar, annoying bug. A chill ran down Chen's spine. This thing was in a league of its own, a monster so powerful it existed outside the system's detection range. But then the crimson alert finally blinked into existence. The system tagged the threat elite class monster. Chen smirked, offering a mock greeting to his old killer. The Dominator's eyes widened in disbelief. The insect it crushed was breathing again. Chen threw his head back and laughed. Not only had he crawled back from hell, but that defeat was exactly what forged him into a warrior. Rage exploded from the beast. If the bug wouldn't stay dead, it would simply crush him into dust a second time. It moved faster than the eye could follow. A blur of killing intent launching straight for Chen's throat. The beast raised its guard, but it was too late. Chen didn't flinch. He drove a devastating fist squarely into the monster's face. Boom! The impact was like a cannon blast, erupting a massive curtain of sand into the sky. Chen's voice cut through the dust. Did you think I was still that swordsman who couldn't fight? But the Dominator roared, bursting from the debris with renewed fury. Chen stood, his ground aura blazing. He wasn't prey anymore. He was a hunter capable of slaughtering gods. The atmosphere grew heavy as he claimed the title of God Killer. Suddenly, energy surged from the sands, rocketing toward the heavens. You miserable little pest! The beast hissed, summoning every ounce of its dark power. Golden light coalesced into a gigantic, gleaming scythe. The system screamed a warning as the monster prepared to reap his soul. Chen glanced at his guide, his expression tightening. That energy signature. It was the brute's elemental awakening. The memory of his past death crushed, despite his high stats, flashed before his eyes. But this wasn't the past. He was level 100 now, clad in legendary gear and wielding the finest steel. If he couldn't win here with all this power, he didn't deserve to challenge the temple's secrets. This was the reckoning. The Dominator's scythe crashed down, detonating the ground in a cataclysmic explosion. Clang Chen caught the massive blade on his sword. He slipped past the follow-up strike, launching a lightning-fast counter. Steel rang against steel. Neither side gave an inch, their raw power locking them in a deadly stalemate. The Dominator sneered, its voice dripping with contempt. Is that all? You're still as slow as a tortoise, Chen? Unfazed by the taunt, Chen shifted his stance. Energy gathered around his blade as he unleashed the sacred slash. Shock washed over the beast's face. It was too late to dodge. Critical hit markers filled the air like fireworks. A massive shockwave rippled out, blasting the wandering Dominator backward like a ragdoll. Coughing up blood, the monster couldn't comprehend reality. How could a mere human overpower him? But time was running out. A system warning flashed red. His weapon durability was critical. He had to end this now. Chen's aura shifted, taking on a terrifying new form for the killing blow. His voice was cold as ice. It is time for your existence to end. The Dominator trembled, looking not at a human but at a monster. Before it could react, Chen charged. The blade sliced through the air. It struck true, but something was wrong. There was zero resistance. Why didn't he dodge? Collapsed in the sand, the Dominator whispered, "Impossible!" The light faded from its eyes. It looked up at Chen, a question escaping its dying lips. Are you my master? Meanwhile, high above the endless ocean, a black cargo plane cut through the clouds. Inside the command center, alarms blared. Unidentified entities confirmed. Special forces squads were already mobilizing. Minister Su slammed her hand on the table. She demanded answers from Mr. Zhang. Why were the monsters from the Cosmos game manifesting in reality? Zhang leaned back, cool as a cucumber. Minister, please. We just write code. Those things are merely pixels and data. The CEO of Cosmos narrowed his eyes, his tone shifting to a warning. I wouldn't pry too deeply into where they come from if I were you. Minister Su straightened her uniform, asserting her full authority. This is an official order. Cosmos ceases all operations immediately for federal investigation. Zhang Wusan just scoffed, looking at her like she was a naive child. Whatever you say, Chief Su. With a scoff, he declared the game servers lay on European soil, far beyond her country's jurisdiction. Dismissing them like common flies, Zhang Wusan turned to leave, citing pressing matters elsewhere. But before vanishing, Zhang Wusan dropped a truth that shattered the room's atmosphere. These nightmares walking their streets. They weren't mere hallucinations. They were the manifestations of ancient myths from every corner of the earth. Minister Su's gaze sharpened, her instincts screaming danger. Legends, you say? She questioned, eyes locking onto the tablet before her. A terrifying realization began to echo in the depths of her mind. Was he suggesting these myths had breathed into life? Meanwhile, chaos erupted elsewhere as three grim-faced heroes stared down a swirling vortex of doom. From the abyss, three S-rank calamities clawed their way into reality. Lai gritted his teeth. It took 4 of us to barely survive just one last time. But Balang Dafu cut him off instantly. Victory isn't the mission today. We just need to hold the line until backup arrives. The 3 level 120 legends Bruce Balang Dafu and Liang Kan steeled their spirits against the onslaught. Balang Dafu's expression hardened into stone. "Prepare for war," he roared. Suddenly, the water surface rippled ominously. "Incoming!" A hero screamed, pure shock, shattering his composure. Balang Dafu's mind raced frantically. What hellish dimension lay beyond that rift to spawn such abominations? In that instant, a colossal dragon tore through the dimensional fabric. Is that a double S rank? A whisper of absolute dread filled the air. "What demons are you babbling about?" Chinilo demanded, his brow furrowing in confusion. "And who is this master?" The fallen entity rasped, sensing the aura he had just unleashed. "That is my master's energy." With blinding speed, it lunged at the young hunter. Though broken and bleeding, the beast staggered to its feet, a guttural sound escaping its throat. It chanted its lord's name like a prayer. "Master's power!" Chenzi raised his guard instantly. "What's your play here?" The creature froze, bewildered. How could divine energy dwell within such a pathetic insect? Suddenly, a spectral silhouette materialized behind Chinilo. "Is that the master you won't shut up about?" he asked, pointing a thumb at the ghost. The silver-haired spirit shook his head slowly. "My memories are gone," he replied, his voice empty. "Even if I am this god, I remember nothing." Chenzi watched as the beast retreated into the scorching sands. "Hey!" he shouted after the fleeing shadow. "Is your master a middle-aged guy with silver hair?" The beast paused, snarling. "My master is no human. He is the supreme god Ra." The name struck Chinilo like thunder, the absolute ruler of the Egyptian pantheon. Abruptly, the monster fell to its knees before Chinilo. "Since his divine power flows through you, you are now my lord." A blue system window flashed open. It revealed the database of the deity Kipri, the scarab god who serves Ra's soul. As Carrie begged for acceptance, a choice materialized before the hunter's eyes. Make him a soul-subordinate mercenary. The creature finally realized Chinilo was the key to his quest titled Carrie's Vengeance. Calculating rapidly, the young man realized this ally would skyrocket his odds against the temple boss Nebulous. Without a second thought, he smashed the accept button. A chime confirmed, "Carrie has been accepted as a soul subordinate." Another window popped up with insane stats. Soul subordinates drain 0 mana and can fight until the end of time. For a fleeting moment, Chinilo mused, if he gathered an army like this, could he just sit back and watch the carnage? But the system crushed that dream quickly. Each minion steals 30% of his experience points, and death is permanent. The risk was massive. Losing such a high-level ally in battle would be a catastrophic waste of grind time. Still, he smirked. With Carrie's power, taking down Nebulous was no longer a suicide mission. The initiation sequence concluded as the desert wind howled around them. Turning to his new servant, Chinilo spoke his name. "Carrie." His voice turned commanding. "Spill everything you know." The scene shifted abruptly to Earth, where a massive pentagonal fortress dominated the horizon. Inside, an agent rushed to Minister Su. "Ma'am, unidentified anomalies have breached cities across the globe. Headquarters demands your presence in City B immediately." She acknowledged, the command eyes flashing with resolve. "All personnel wheels up in 15 minutes. Her order echoed through the command center. Moments later, a department head sprinted over with tablet footage. "Look at this feed from City H. A mysterious woman is annihilating the beast solo." Minister Su snatched the device, her eyes scanning every pixel of the intense battle. "There's more," he pressed. "Maritime Patrol confirms 3 Titans in the east. China Sea are being held back by a trio of powerful awakeners." Minister Su realized the terrifying truth. The analysis from the specialists just came in. These aren't random beasts. They are entities from the game Cosmos, matching the ancient folklore of Country R perfectly. Slamming her hand on the table, she made the call. "Forget just the game data. We need to investigate the old myths immediately." Back in the churning waters of the East China Sea, Li's chains danced like vipers, binding the colossal dragon in a prison of steel. With veins popping, he roared against the crushing pressure. He was barely holding back the double S-rank calamity, screaming for the others to wipe out the remaining S-rank threats. Balang Dafu didn't hesitate for a second. Behind him, Bruce and the warriors unleashed their skills, the background exploding into chaos. The archer's eyes narrowed with deadly focus. The bowstring hummed, and a storm of arrows flew true, piercing the dragon's eye with a fatal strike. Balang Dafu and Bruce watched in awe, but the victory was short-lived. A massive chain snapped taut, yanking Li into the sky like a ragdoll. A blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. The brutal force threatened to tear his very arm from his body. But the nightmare was just beginning. Another beast lunged, and the dark waters churned as a legion of horrors began to rise from the depths. It was fight or flight. Gritting their teeth, Balang Dafu and Bruce grabbed their fallen comrade and retreated into the sky. Bruce's voice cracked with desperation. "Where are the reinforcements? It's suicide to keep fighting a wave like this." Yet Balang Dafu refused to yield. "We can't let them breach the city." With a warrior's resolve, he turned back to face the abyss head-on. But then a silhouette emerged from nowhere. A lone swordsman stood fearless before the crowned tyrant of the seas. Zhang Wusun's voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of a mountain. Leave this to me. The dragon lunged, but its fate was already sealed. A flash of cold steel. In a heartbeat, the raging monsters were encased in a prison of eternal ice. The atmosphere froze. He whispered the name of his supreme art. Snow Moon Spatial Rift. Carrie began the tale of the ancient era. A story that rewinds the clock tens of thousands of years long before the evil god Morpheus descended. It all started after the Titanomachy. The Olympians, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon summoned Morpheus to punish humanity for their arrogance. But the heavens were divided. Gods like Ra Buddha and Izanami opposed this cruelty, though none wished to ignite a catastrophic divine war. Yet the ambition of the three brothers knew no bounds. Hades wove a web of deceit. He tricked the Buddha and sealed away Ra's faction in the dimensional prisons of Latinia, Gu, and Tardis. Cypri's voice trembled with the weight of millennia. He had crossed endless seas to find Ra. Chenille couldn't help but ask, why bring humans to this living hell? Capri's answer was cold and terrifying. To the gods. We are nothing more than livestock. The horrific truth was laid bare. Humans exist here only to be consumed batteries to fuel the monsters guarding this prison world. The mystery of Latania had finally shattered for Cheng Lei. But new questions burned in his mind. Why did the system react, and what was his connection to Ra's power? Logic dictated only one path. To find the truth, he had to look the sun god in the eye and ask him directly. Chenille turned to his squad. The temple is still miles away. We're burning daylight. Let's move. Kiri grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. Actually, I might have a cheat code for that. As Yuruka stepped up, Kiri unleashed his power. Golden light exploded as he morphed into a colossal beetle. Hop on this form was built for speed. Yuruka took to the air, hovering effortlessly around the massive insect. Chinulo analyzed the stats with a whistle. Impressive transformation, and the mana cost is practically zero. The golden tank landed softly on the dunes. Your carriage awaits, master. With a powerful thrust, the creature launched into the sky, leaving a massive sandstorm in its wake. His white hair dancing in the wind, Chenille locked his eyes on the horizon. Let's go! It's time to save a god. Like a golden comet, they soared across the desert skies. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a lonely lighthouse cloaked in night. A hooded figure approached Zhang Wan, her voice grim. The situation is critical. The balance is crumbling. Her warning was absolute. If we don't act now, humanity faces total extinction. Not even the players inside the Cosmos game will be safe. Zhang Wan absorbed the gravity of her words in silence. She tapped her holographic interface. Above them, the very fabric of reality tore open. Ding, the system announced the nightmare Hades army had invaded Bergama. A menacing silhouette stepped through the rift. Gans Parades is next, she prophesied. Back in the desert, the giant beetle was closing in on its target. Chenille rode high on the creature's back, flanked by the mysterious man and Yuruka. He glanced at his silent companion. Still nothing. No fragments of your past. The white-haired man shook his head. His mind remained a blank slate, a man without a name lost in a world of gods. Chenille knew they had to find the key to unlock those sealed memories. He placed a steady, reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. Cheng Lilei's voice was filled with conviction. Don't sweat it. Every puzzle has a solution, and this is just another level to beat. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the map. Target reached. They had arrived at the ancient temple. Rising from the endless sands stood a lonely, majestic structure. The destination was finally in sight. Chen Lei stared down, his eyes burning with anticipation. Take us down, Carrie. Like a meteor, the creature dove toward the ancient ruins below. Deep inside the ancient sanctuary, Argolis felt a disturbance in the ether. But it wasn't just aura. A nostalgic scent drifted on the wind. Touching down with the grace of a falling leaf, Carrie shed his beastly guise. He returned to his human form, bowing low in absolute reverence to his liege. Chen Jiyao offered his gratitude, but the loyal servant simply shook his head. Serving you is my only purpose, master. Their attention shifted, eyes locking onto the colossal stone monument, looming over them like a sleeping giant. Eyes burning with resolve, Chen clenched his fist. There is only one path forward. I will crush the Guardian and we will return to the waking world. Carrie narrowed his eyes, his mind working fast. If the villain who attacked the village is the same one who woke this temple, then our prey is waiting inside. They stormed up the stone steps, dwarfed by the Titan statues guarding the gate. Suddenly, that distinct, unmistakable scent assaulted Chen's senses again. Chen's gaze snapped upward to the temple's peak. Perched high above like a vulture, Argolis stared down, his eyes locking onto them from afar. A chilling smirk curled the villain's lips. Fate brings us together at last. Chen's blood ran cold. He knew that face. Argolis wasted no breath on pleasantries. I will sever your head so gently you won't even feel you've died. In a heartbeat, he launched a devastating strike. Boom. Their powers collided with the force of a hurricane. A massive shockwave blasted outward, kicking up a blinding sandstorm. But before the blow could land, a shadow, flickered. Carrie intercepted the attack. his aura flaring as he revealed his true nature as a soul servant. Chen gasped. Without that intervention, he would have been finished. In that split second, he realized Carrie's power was leagues above his own imagination. Argalus recoiled, his eyes widening. So you possess a soul servant? His dark suspicions had been proven right. The battle fever was rising, but suddenly a hand clamped onto Argalus's arm, forcing the chaos to a halt. It was Luscious. She burst onto the scene like a Valkyrie of war. Without a second thought, she hurled 2 deadly spears straight at the enemy, but the desert itself fought back. A colossal sand serpent erupted from the ground, swallowing the spears and detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. Rocks crumbled, burying Argalus beneath a mountain of debris. But there was no time to breathe. Chen Jiyao spotted a new squad marching toward them. Boone stepped forward, his aura radiating intense pressure. So Chen Jiyao, how do you plan to pay for the sin of abandoning your comrades? Meanwhile, deep within the temple's labyrinth, Bowen groaned, his patience wearing thin. We've been walking forever. Where is the blasted exit? Bros tried to maintain his composure, patting the air. Easy now, just hold on a little longer. Sally sighed, checking their progress. At this pace, we should have crossed the entire continent by now. Chen stopped dead in his tracks. The exit isn't just hidden, it's gone. He pointed ahead. Look, that mark. We've passed this exact spot before. The realization hit them like a brick. The temple had trapped them in an infinite loop. The scratch on the wall was undeniable proof. With little Yuruka perched on his head, Chen frowned. When did we fall into this trap? The system didn't even give a warning chime. His mind raced. Every second wasted here was a second Carrie had to fight alone outside. He had to break this puzzle fast. Suddenly, Yuruka chirped, catching his attention as the rest of the party scrambled down the hallway. Bros returned, shaking his head in defeat. It's hopeless. We checked every inch of the floor and walls. No secret doors, no switches. Ube chimed in, adjusting his glasses. The protective arrays and formation lines are shattered. Magic isn't the answer here. What about the ceiling? Chen asked. The older man sighed. Whatever the trick is, we need to think outside the box to escape. Bobbin's eyes lit up with a crazy idea. Hey, Sally, why not blast the wall with a fireball? Let's see if brute force breaks the spell. She hesitated. Will that even work? But Ube shrugged. We have nothing left to lose. A silent nod passed between them. It was time to blow something up. Sally stepped forward, channeling her mana. Secret technique, Dance of Flames. The group took cover as she unleashed a roaring inferno against the stone. Smoke cleared and Sally's eyes widened. I think it worked. A massive circular hole smoked in the wall, revealing another passage directly above. Bros pumped his fist. Yes, freedom at last! But his cheer died in his throat as he peered closer into the darkness. It wasn't an exit. It was a mirror image. The exact same corridor with the exact same scratch mark mocking them from the distance. That's Ube's mark, Bros gasped. Sally looked ready to faint. Ube lost his cool, completely screaming at the ceiling. Show yourself, you coward, who is doing this to us. Amidst the panic, a memory flashed in Chen's mind. Ancient texts. Theories about the Earth being a cosmic prison. The pieces clicked into place. The corridor isn't straight, he whispered. It's a perfect circle. Gravity was manipulated to keep us from noticing the curve. The truth was terrifying. If physics itself was broken here, Chen wondered how in the world were they supposed to break out. Meanwhile, back in the concrete jungle of Tokyo, a young woman hurried toward Professor Miyake, clutching photos of the nightmares invading Earth. Professor, look, she urged. These beasts, they're identical to the ones in the game Cosmos. Their literal myths come to life. The professor's colleague pushed up his glasses, trembling. She's right. These descriptions match the ancient mythological archives perfectly. The woman's voice dropped to a whisper, heavy with dread. If the game is real, does that mean all the legends are true? Miyazaki's eyes went wide. If these accounts were real, then the nightmare she was investigating wasn't just a bedtime story. Her colleague's voice dropped to a grave whisper. This is no myth. This is forgotten history. Meanwhile, despair hung heavy in the corridor. The party collapsed against the walls, their stamina drained, and the exit nowhere to be found. Boone's patience finally snapped. Are we just going to rot here until we die? But Lucius shot him a cold glare, ordering him to shut his mouth. Rage flared in Boone's eyes. He lunged forward, but Bros intercepted him, restraining the hothead before blood could be spilled. Sally turned to Chen Lu, pleading for a strategy. He shook his head grimly. This wasn't a quest. They were flying blind without a single clue. Suddenly, a chilling presence materialized behind him. A shadow whispered a single ancient word. Ouroboros. The stranger confirmed their worst nightmare. They were caught in the loop of the infinite serpent. Chen Lu froze. The name rang a bell. A fragment of memory from an ancient text flashed through his mind. Of course, the Ouroboros. The serpent devouring its own tail. The symbol of an eternal, unbreakable cycle found in legends across the world. A shiver ran down Chen Lu's spine. Don't tell me, he gasped. We're inside the beast's gut. Wrong, the shadow corrected. This is a divine barrier, a prison crafted by Oneros, the god of dreams. Chen Lu narrowed his eyes. his mind racing. Every barrier has a flaw. How do we shatter this one? The answer was simple and brutal. Find the caster hiding among you. End their life and the spell breaks. The truth hit Chen Lu like a truck. One of his trusted companions was a fake puppet of the dream god. The guide issued a final warning. Tread carefully. Within this domain, the imposter wields the power of a deity. Chen Lu masked his shock. He had to play it cool. He needed one perfect strike to end this. Silently, he began to scan his allies. Paranoia gnawed at his gut. Who was the traitor? His gaze drifted sharply to Feloka. He analyzed the others, searching for a glitch in their behavior. Meanwhile, Sally innocently handed Master Ube a ration. Chen Lu's mind raced. How perfect was the disguise? Which one of them was the monster in human skin? Far away, a goddess stood beneath a towering spirit tree. Petals danced around her hand as she sensed a disturbance in the flow of mana. The dream seal had triggered. Suddenly, the air turned cold. Hades, Lord of the Dead, stepped out of the shadows to greet her. You, she gasped. Hades smirked, his aura suffocating. Is that any way to greet an old friend, Oneros? Oneros flinched, trying to hide her nerves. You never leave the underworld, she stammered. Why are you here now? Hades dropped the news that shook the heavens. My father Kronos has shattered his chains in Tartarus. Impossible, Oneros cried out. The dormancy seals haven't been broken. He couldn't have escaped. Hades' eyes blazed with fury. Silence. You will help me hunt him down before Zeus and Poseidon catch wind of this failure. Fail me, he hissed, and you will take his place in the abyss. Terrified, Oneros bowed in submission. A void portal tore open beside them. Yet as she followed, the question remained. How did the Titan King slip past the guards without a sound? Meanwhile, back at the Temple of Latinia, the atmosphere shifted. A groan broke the silence. Master Ube sighed. Are we seriously doing the shadow clone grind again? Chen Lu nodded firmly. We're trapped anyway. We might as well use this time to level up. The elder scoffed. Have you forgotten how badly we got crushed last time? Braz and Feloka walked over, intrigued by the sudden change of pace. Feloka sneered. Scared you'll get wrecked again, old man? Sally jumped in. Ignore her poison, Master Ube. Chen Lu watched their reactions like a hawk. He turned to the master. If you have a warrior's honor, you'll agree to the test. The old master sighed, then grinned. Very well. Let the lightning judgment commence. The sheer pressure of the announcement stunned the party. Chen Lu and Ube shared a silent look. As one of the 12 legendary heroes, nothing escaped the old master's senses. Through telepathy, Ube chuckled. I didn't think you had a plan this crazy up your sleeve, kid, Chen Lu replied inwardly. Brute force won't work here. We can't just punch our way to the truth. Clones can copy appearances, he explained, but they can never replicate subconscious habits. A warrior's fighting spirit and instincts are unique. That is something that cannot be faked. That's the key, Chen Lu concluded. I just need to watch them fight. The fake will reveal itself in the heat of battle. The guide's voice cut in urgently. Careful. If the entity realizes you know, you'll be locked in a time vortex forever. I've got this, Chen Lu replied calmly. Ube raised his hand. Prepare yourselves. The team dropped into their combat stances. The air shimmered, and their mirrored doppelgangers manifested for war. With weapon in hand, Chenille didn't hesitate. He charged forward, signaling the start of the chaotic showdown. No time to waste. He launched himself at one of the duplicates. The melee erupted as everyone squared off against their own mirror images. Lucius, looking totally over it, declared he had zero interest in these games. He just wanted to speedrun this battle and find the exit. Chenille kept his eyes peeled, watching Raquel clash with her double, while Sally desperately defended herself against her own twin. With gritty determination, Sally managed to parry a heavy strike from her copy that was too close. Chenille shouted a new plan to Sally. He would tank her clone, freeing her and Lucius up to wipe out the rest of the enemies. She didn't need to be told twice. She agreed instantly, and the two split up to execute their tag team strategy. Keeping his cool amidst the madness, Chenille analyzed the battlefield, hunting for the fake. Meanwhile, Boban and his doppelganger were locked in a fierce stalemate. Feloka dove headfirst into combat against his reflection, while on the other flank, Bros landed a devastating hit on his duplicate. Feloka unleashed a technique that sent a massive dust cloud billowing up from the ground, obscuring the vision of the fighters. The two warriors locked eyes through the haze. Suddenly, Chenille's clone saw an opening and rushed him. Chenille's tactical mind was racing. While the others were fighting for their lives, he realized something odd. The replica Sally was fighting felt weak and insecure. Like a lightning bolt, it hit him. There was a critical detail everyone else had missed in the heat of battle. In that split second, the truth clicked for Chenille. He knew who the imposter was. Nearby, Raquel finished her fight with one epic, decisive blow. Sally and Oob were still trading blows with their copies, while Bobbin shouted out, confidently declaring his own victory. Suddenly, the clone of Bros began to fade away. But a second later, Bros appeared right behind Chenille, asking how he managed to get there. Chenille didn't say a word. He spun around and slashed his weapon cut clean through Browse's body like it was made of mist. Faloka screamed in horror, demanding to know what Chenille was doing. Ube panicked too, yelling, "Have you lost your mind?" But then the truth revealed itself. Browse's body didn't bleed. It cracked into glowing particles and vanished into thin air. Boben and Faloka stood there with their jaws on the floor. Chenille simply nodded. His hunch was right. Brose was the anchor of this illusion. The world around them began to fracture. Chenille looked up, watching the fake reality crumble like broken glass. The dream realm shattered into a million pieces. A blinding white light swallowed the team, forcing Chenille to shield his eyes from the glare. When his vision cleared, he felt a wave of dizziness. The team found themselves sitting on the cold floor of a dark, mysterious room. Chenille wondered if the nightmare was finally over. But before he could breathe, Bobbin grabbed him by the collar, demanding answers right now. Faloka helped the real Brose up from the ground. Brose, looking totally confused, asked, "What just happened? Why are we sitting here?" Bobbin wouldn't let it go, pressing him. "What did you see?" Chenille replied with total calm. "We escaped the cycle." Before them loomed a massive sealed gate. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, the story of Argolis, who sold his soul to Hades, was unfolding. He stood in the scorching heart of the desert, facing a terrifying opponent. Carrie scoffed. "I was going to toy with you, but this is getting boring." Carrie hoisted the man up by his neck like a rag doll. Struggling for air, the opponent wheezed. "Who are you?" The answer was bone-chilling. "Ask Hades yourself when you get to hell." As the man choked, the god of the underworld reacted from miles away. A sinister, dark aura wrapped around the captive. This same terrifying energy erupted over Carrie. It was Hades' ultimate seal, the divine prohibition. The man slumped to the ground as the dark energy completely devoured his opponent. Absolute destruction. Gritting his teeth, he managed to stand up. Above him, the sky darkened as a colossal manifestation of power began to take shape. Argolis screamed to the heavens, calling upon Lord Hades. Far away, the god of death felt a vibration in his own hand. Hades mused to himself. Had the curse on Argolis been triggered? Was the legendary god-killer actually in Latinea? Flower petals drifted gently around a mysterious woman's hand. Back in the temple, Ube asked if that crazy phenomenon was a prohibition from the dream gods. He looked at Chenille suspiciously. "How did you know it was the work of a god?" Chenille started to explain but paused, choosing his words carefully. Sally chimed in, equally confused. "Yeah, how do you know about things I've never even heard of?" Bobbin, losing his patience, demanded to know what secrets Chenille was hiding. Lucius stepped in to save the day, explaining that every god has a unique restriction spell. He explained that this divine prohibition is a lock that can only be opened by the specific god who cast it. He added that these spells are potent enough to work on other gods too. It's basically the ultimate trump card in the divine arsenal. Lucius wrapped it up by saying their escape was nothing short of a miracle. They really dodged a bullet there. Sally turned back to Chenille, eyes wide. "But how did you know that killing the fake bros would break the spell?" The real bros looked completely lost, asking what they did to him. Chenille replied coolly, "We took out the imposter to glitch the system. Now we're in control." Right at that moment, a blue system window flashed in front of them with an urgent warning. A grim notification flashes before his eyes. The god's servant. Kaibu has been sealed for 30 hours. Chen Jiyao doesn't waste a second. He rallies the squad, warning that whoever set this trap is coming for them next. Tension peaks as the team gathers before the massive gate. Slowly, ominously, the structure groans open. Uber's instincts scream, "Trap!" It's way too quiet in there. Where is the guardian beast? Suddenly, bang. The rear exit slams shut. Silence falls until Sally points a trembling finger into the abyss. Hundreds of glowing eyes pierce the gloom. A tidal wave of undead horrors rises from the shadows. The skeleton army marches forward. Boone's jaw drops at the sheer scale of this monster mob. Brose analyzes the threat. These beasts are on a whole different level compared to the weaklings in Latinea. Individually, they're manageable, but with these numbers, it's a stampede of death waiting to happen. Trapped in this narrow hallway, the suffocation of being outnumbered sets in fast. Ding system alert. Anubis's Infernal Eye has activated. Endless waves of demons incoming until the eye falls. There it is. At the hall's end, a giant grotesque eye materializes, vomiting out monsters without pause. Chen locks onto the target. The strategy is simple: smash, the eye, stop the spawn. For a split second, he weighs his options. What is the one move that saves everyone? Panic rises in Sally's voice as she turns to Uber. What do we do? They just keep coming? No time for talk. The Elder launches a devastating blow, smashing the front line into bone dust. Chen follows the momentum. He dives into the fray, determined to win back his party's trust with his blade. He roars over the chaos of battle. "Cover my back, I'm going in! I'll crush that eye and end this nightmare." Bob rolls his eyes, smirking. Always the drama queen, isn't he? Despite the snark, the squad locks in Braz and Faloka, ready their weapons for the clash. The Elder's command rings out like thunder. "Protect Chen, battle start." Chen carves a path forward. He has to prove he's worth following. Meanwhile, Uber crushes another wave. Bob grins, refusing to lose the spotlight. "Save some glory for me," he yells, unleashing his own fury. It's a symphony of violence. Bros and Faloka tank the front while Luscious rains support from the back. But the undead are relentless. Like a zombie tsunami, they push back, testing Chen's resolve. Suddenly, he's surrounded. He shatters a skeleton, but it reassembles itself instantly. Chen's eyes widen. Infinite regeneration. Now we have a serious problem. Ping the system delivers bad news. These aren't just bones, they are spirits immune to physical damage. The spirit strikes Chen